the principal started to come out. So,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're hoping to have your attention as we get started. Opening ceremony of BSSAC 2022. Mr. Jones, Mr. Anthony Jones, and Mr. Peter Vaughn. President of the Barbados Association of Principals of Public Secondary Schools, Mr. Stephen Jackman. Present and retired principals. Marketing Manager of Banks Holdings Barbados Limited, representing our title sponsor, Powerade-Dasani, Mr. Clifford Gooding-Edgell, and other sponsors. Co-chairs of the BSSAC Committee, Ms. Lunita Wade and Mr. Andrew Brathwaite, and other members of the BSSAC Committee. Meet Director Mr. Dave Small, coaches, teachers, athletes, members of the media, parents and supporters of track and field. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am your Master of Ceremonies, Sandra Goodrich, Principal of the Coleridge and Parish School, and member of the BSSAC Organizing Committee. And it is my distinct pleasure to welcome all of you to the opening ceremony of the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletic Championship 2022. Today is a day we have all been looking forward to after several months of planning, and we are indeed grateful to have reached this stage where BSSAC 2022 is now a reality. Yes, BSSAC is back. As was said at our launch 2 weeks ago and again reiterated at our sponsor ceremony earlier this week, we believe strongly that our athletes need this, our school communities need this, and our country as a whole needs this, especially since being able to stage such a meet signifies a gradual return to normalcy after a 2-year hiatus. Without further ado then, let us all stand as we give God thanks for his blessings. I now invite the principals to come. Immediately after the principals and the sponsors come out, we will officially start the ceremony. And the principals are following on in this order. We have representing the zones, we have them in order of the yellow zone, the blue zone, and then the red, and you will hear all about them shortly. But we want to start this with prayer, and therefore it is my pleasure to call on Mr. Joseph Maynard, the principal of the Pombermere School, to come and to lead us in prayer as the team starts to come up.
Good morning to everyone. Let us pray. The Father of all, we come into thy presence this morning. In the precious name of thy Son, the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Father, we offer thee our praise and worship. We want to thank thee for all that thou hast done for us leading up to this day. We thank thee for thy faithfulness, for thy goodness, because thou art a God who provides for us each day. And Father, as we once again begin anew the BSSAC program after 2 years, we want to thank you for your faithfulness, for helping us. We especially want to thank all those who have been involved in the organization of the program for the next 2 days. We ask for blessing and help, enablement, Father, for this period. We want to thank all of the organizers. We want to thank, Father, the principals, of those who, Father, have assisted in some way in making this a reality. But Father, we above all ask for thy help today for all who will participate, for the students especially, Father, that they might give up their best. Thou hast given to each and every one of us talents, abilities. We pray that they might, Father, give up their best today here in the full view of all who will watch and who will indeed support and will enjoy all that will take place. We thank thee for thy faithfulness again, O Lord. We ask for 2 days, good weather, that we might indeed be able to execute effectively. And Father, we ask at the end of it all that we might return thanks to Thee, thanking Thee for all that Thou hast been able to help us with and all that Thou hast guided us through, as we give Thee thanks, in and through the precious and worthy name of Thy Son, O Lord and Savior Jesus. Amen.
You want me to put in?
Thank you, Mr. Maynard. At this time, we want to acknowledge representation from each of the zones, and I want you to give them a round of applause as they come. First, we have approximately 10 students, or you may be seated. Thank you. We have a team of approximately 10 athletes representing each zone, and at this time I'm going to ask for the members of the Jeffrey Bird zone, managed by Mr. Anthony Ali, coached by Mr. Bessie King. And these are the schools that are represented. So the yellow zone, athletes of the yellow zone, please proceed quickly. And they represent the principals, and the principals will come forward and stand next to each other along the white line when they hear their name. So, we have, started in alphabetical order for the Jeffrey Bird zone, the principal of Harrison College, Ms. Juanita Wade. Principal of Anthony Aline and the manager of the left of all school, Mr. Anthony Aline, and the manager of the zone, followed by Mr. Ms. Lewis will be Mr. Dennis Brown, the principal of the St. George Secondary School, followed by Mr. Stephen Scott, principal of the St. Leonard's Boys School, Mrs. Mitchell Maxwell, principal of the Spring Memorial Secondary School, and this brings to an end the Ursuline Convent is in this zone as well. Ms. Cheryl Wayne is the principal. The Jeffrey Bird zone. Let's give the yellow team a round of applause. The athletes will come behind me, directly behind me, the athletes of the yellow zone, and they will stand one behind the other. Now we have the blue zone. To come forward and follow the same format, and then the athletes of the red zone. Athletes, please come, and then we'll continue with the other zones. The blue zone is managed by Ms. Verna Woods, coached by Mr. Gabriel Burnett, and this represents the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. And the schools are as follows. Yours truly should be in line. Principal of the Coleridge Academy School, Sandra Goodrich. Then we have the principal of Commonwealth School, Mr. Joseph Maynard. Followed, oh he's very popular I see, followed by Mr. Stephen Jackman, principal of the Frederick Smith Secondary School. Mr. Peter Cox, the principal of the Graydon Seeley Secondary School. Immediately after him will be Dr. David Brown, principal of Queen's College. Followed immediately, we should have seen Ms. Lewis from St. Winifred's, but followed immediately by the principal of the LSD School, Mrs. Deja Austin. I'm bringing up the rear, Mrs. Talia Maynard, the principal of the St. Michael's School. Tanya Harding, the principal of the St. Michael's School. And now to the final zone. This zone, the red zone, is managed by Mr. Vasco Dash, coached by Mr. Siebert Strawn. And this zone is the Peter Vaughan zone. First up, we have the principal of the Aline School, Ms. Julia Beckles, followed by the principal of the Alexandra School, Mrs. Cheryl Gill, followed by Mr. David McCarthy, the principal of the Christ Church Foundation School. Immediately after Mr. McCarthy, we have Major Michael Boyce, the principal of the Dyken Griffith Secondary School. Mr. Ken Lane, the principal of the Darrell Jordan Secondary School. Major Andrew Steep, the principal of the Granny Adams Memorial Secondary School. And bringing up the rear, Mr. Robin Douglas, the principal of the Lodge School. We now ask the athletes to ensure that they are with their teams. Now these zones, this year, the zonal format, as you are aware, is quite new. And as you can see, we divided the schools into 3 zones. The zones represent outstanding physical education teachers, but they're also sponsored. So the yellow zone is sponsored by the Barbados National Oil Company Limited. The blue zone is sponsored by Frosties, and the red zone by Signia Globe.
Yeah. No, I don't like to the picture.
To extend our official welcome today, I now invite the principal of Frederick Smith Secondary School, the president of BACS, and member of the BSSAC committee, Mr. Stephen Jackman, to address you.
No problem. Okay.
Master of Ceremonies, Mrs. Sandy Goodrich, members of BACS, Marketing Manager of Banks Holdings Barbados Limited, Mr. Clifford Goodin Edgel, and other sponsors, co-chairs of the BSSAC committee, Ms. Juanita Reid, our specially invited guests, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, Mr. Jeffrey Burke, and Mr. Peter Vaughan, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Just about 2 years ago, the unthinkable happened, and BSSAC was cancelled. Over the last 2 years, the BSSAC committee and the sponsors remain committed to presenting championships again. And 2022 represents the opportunity to do so. As everything else in Barbados, we have had to adjust, we have had to adapt. But in the words of the former Minister of Health, we did not retreat and we definitely did not surrender. This morning represents the opportunity for our young people to once again show their talent on the stage that is Barbados, on the media stage, on the internet stage, for the world to see that we have withstood the ravages of COVID-19 and we are once again open for business. With that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you this morning to the 2022 BSSAC Championships and ask you to enjoy yourself, to cheer on our athletes, and remember, nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Thank you to our president, Mr. Jackman. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure and honor to introduce you to the zone honorees, the lady and gentlemen who have allowed us to have the zones bear their names. All outstanding former teachers of physical education who have greatly and positively impacted our nation's children for many decades. I did a little calculation, and it's over 120 years spanning these four persons. Let's give them a round of applause. Our BSSAC honorees are, and we'll ask them to step forward at the time when they hear their names, and we'll hear a little bit about each of them. Mr. Jeffrey Burke. Mrs. Jennifer Swanston Jones. Mr. Anthony Jones. And I can't help but tease Mr. Peter Vaughn today. Mr. Peter Vaughn, and he loves all of the sports and all of the athletes, so he's wearing a red shirt. But he promises me that tomorrow he'll be the correct color. Right, Mr. Vaughn? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing us to honor you in this way. And now a little bit about each of our honorees. Mr. Jeffrey Burke is a retired physical education teacher. The former PE master spent 40 years in the teaching profession. He started his life work in 1977 at Hansbury Senior School and then moved on to the St. Giles Primary. He closed the curtain on teaching after spending some 22 years at the St. George Secondary School. As the head of the physical education at St. George Secondary, Mr. Burke was instrumental in providing opportunities for students who may otherwise not have been able to join clubs to further their sporting ambitions through several after-school programs in cricket, football, and track and field. His influence helped to guide the early careers of West Indies under-19 and Barbados cricket players Alcindor Holder and Ryan Chickenbreast girls. Mr. Burke also assisted in the resurgence of the St. George Secondary School as a recognized school in track and field. One of the products of his guiding hands is Daquan Lovell, who represented Barbados at the Carifta Games and is now overseas on a scholarship in the U.S. Selfless, resolute, hardworking, and no stranger to the sports arena, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Jeffrey Burke. Mrs. Jennifer Swanston Jones. Jennifer Swanston Jones, the quintessential athlete, commenced her track and field career representing the St. Michael's Girls' School from 1971 to 75. Thereafter, she represented Queen's College from 1975 to 1977 and had the honor of captaining the Barbados 1977 Carifta team. It was also during this year that she established the Barbados junior record in the long jump with a leap of 6.09 meters. These are only a few of the highlights of an illustrious track and field presence which saw Jennifer represent Barbados in a number of junior and senior competitions, including the Central American and Caribbean Championships and the Commonwealth Games. In 1977, Jenny was awarded an athletic scholarship to the University of Puerto Rico Mayagüez campus, where she earned a BSc in biology with a minor in chemistry. Her outstanding performance in track and field continued during this tenure and was acknowledged with her induction into the university's Track and Field Hall of Fame. In 1981, Jenny returned to teach to Barbados and started her career at her alma mater, the St. Michael's School. Under her leadership in 1985, 1986, and 1987, the girls' team won the inter-school championships. Thereafter, the girls have consistently been in the top four at these championships. It has been stated that Jenny's contribution to the development of sports within the St. Michael's School is second to none, with the school showing its appreciation by naming its inter-school championship the Jennifer Swanston Jones Inter-House Championship. Her impact also extended to the inter-school level. One such area is in relation to the athletic attire. Jenny championed the cause to have the athletes of the St. Michael's School uniformly outfitted in school gear for the inter-school championships, including track suits and running gear. This precedent was later adopted by several other schools, enhancing the quality of the championship's opening ceremony and leading to the introduction of the Best Dressed Team on Parade award. Mrs. Swanston Jones is a certified IAAF coach. During the period 1992 to 2006, she was an IAAF lecturer certifying track and field coaches in the North American, Central American, and Caribbean region. Her aptitude in this regard also afforded her the opportunity to represent the region, certifying coaches in Kenya and Canada, and led to her being coached in several national teams. Presently, Jenny still competes in track and field at the senior games, both locally and internationally. Since retiring from teaching in 2013, she now functions as a personal trainer with specialties in Pilates, yoga, and rehabilitation. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Honorary Mrs. Jennifer Swanston Jones. Mr. Anthony Jones. Mr. Anthony Jones commenced his track and field career representing the Coleridge and Carey School. During his participation at the Inter-School Championships, he established a record in the 100 meters for Division II boys. His 10.09 seconds time was the first performance to break the 11 seconds barrier at the Inter-School Championships in Barbados. He represented Barbados at the Carifta Games and several senior competitions, namely the 1984 Olympic Games in Los Angeles, and is also a former national record holder in the 100 meters. Tony, as he is affectionately called, was awarded an athletic scholarship to the University of Puerto Rico Mayaguez campus and holds a BSc in agricultural science. He started his teaching career in 1979 at the newly established St. James Secondary School, which is presently the Frederick Smith Secondary School. And 6 years was able to coach the school team to 3 consecutive boys titles, 1985, 1986, and 1987. The school continued its excellent performance and won the championships again in 1996 and 1998. During his training in the IAAF coaching diploma, Anthony caught the prize for outstanding coach at every level of the program in the area of sprints and hurdles. In 1989, he became a North American, Central American, and Caribbean track and field lecturer and was promoted to senior lecturer in 1991. During the period of 1992 to 2006, he worked as a certifying lecturer for the IAAF and represented the region as an exchange lecturer in Nigeria in 1994 and Swaziland in 1995. Mr. Jones was the coach of the Barbados track and field team at the 1996 and 2000 Olympic Games held in Atlanta and Sydney respectively, and also served as sports massage therapist for numerous teams. After retiring from teaching in 2010, he has concentrated on the area of therapy, and he and his wife Jennifer are the owners of the JNS Fitness and JNS Academy, which continue to aid in the overall development of sports in Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Honorary Mr. Anthony Jones. And I should have added that Mr. Jones was responsible for Olympian and current PE teacher Ms. Tanya Oxley, while Jenny was responsible for Olympian and current zone trainer Mr. Gabriel Burnett. So you can see that their influence continues even after they have retired. And finally, we go to Mr. Peter Vaughn. Mr. Peter Vaughn developed a love of athletics and sports in general while attending primary school. This passion was then nurtured when he became a student at the Allen School. Of course, it was a natural progression for him to become a physical education teacher, where he was able to inculcate in his students the same love and enthusiasm for sports. Mr. Vaughn, an Earlston trained teacher, started his teaching career in 1987 at the Alexandra School. The school, which had previously been an all-girls school, became a co-educational institution in 1984, with its first intake of male students. This occurred a mere 3 years before Mr. Vaughn arrived in 1987, which meant that he was therefore tasked with the responsibility of creating an atmosphere that continued the rich history of the school while also embracing the male students who became a part of that institution. During his years at the Alexandra School, success was indeed his hallmark. This was clearly exhibited through the competitiveness of school sports teams, which saw them winning many competitions in various sports. Many may know him as an outstanding cricket coach who helped to develop some of the West Indies and Barbados' cricketers, such as Corey Collmore, Barrington Yearwood, Kurt Edwards, Kemar Roach, and Kyle Mears. Jonathan Carter, although a student of the Allen School at first, also came over to the Alexandra School, and he continued his excellence under Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Vaughn has coached and managed the West Indies under-15 cricket team, the Barbados under-15 cricket team, and the St. Andrew Rhythms team. Additionally, he also served on the BCA's youth selection committee. Apart from cricket, Mr. Vaughn has coached volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, table tennis, and athletics. Moreover, he served on the committee of the Barbados Secondary Schools Football League. To add to his list of achievements, he is a Level 2 cricket coach, Level 1 volleyball coach, a certified football coach, and a qualified first aider. In 1989, along with Mr. Pedro Hines, he restarted the Northern Athletic after it had been dormant for a while. Mr. Vaughn, who had a passion for athletics, was of the opinion that enough was not being done in the north of the island to motivate the athletes to reach new personal levels, which would have ultimately empowered them to set achievable long-term goals. The meet, which was held at the Courage and Parry School, featured the Alexandra School, the Courage and Parry School, the Allen School, and the St. Lucie Secondary School, now Darrell Jordan Secondary School. In those early years, Mr. Vaughn, who rated himself as a discus specialist, worked tirelessly with his students. With the help of other coaches, especially Ms. Wendy Barrow, the skills of his students were developed to the point that over time, several athletes were selected to represent Barbados at Tarifa. These include Fidel Holder, Terry Nurse, Lucianne Richards, Shernell Nichols, and Kevin Hoyt, just to name a few. Mr. Vaughn, who was forced to retire early due to a vehicular accident, has left a legacy that is clearly seen through the efforts of his students, who continue to exemplify excellence in their chosen sporting careers, whether it be coaching or competing across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Peter Vaughn. I think we can do better than that. Let's give a round of applause for all of the honorees this morning. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This meet would not have been possible without the support of all of our sponsors, acknowledged earlier this week, and we will call them all out soon. We ask God's blessings on their businesses and pray that by giving, they will receive pressed down, shaken together, and running over. All businesses have continued to support us, even in times of reduced profits, and for this we are grateful. Our title sponsor has been with us for decades, and thus his support, or their support, is unwavering. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mr. Clifford Dillon-Edges, the Marketing Manager of Barbados Bottling Company, producers of Powerade-Dasani, to offer brief remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The protocol being already established, we at the Barbados Bowling family are once again very happy and proud to be the official title sponsors of these events. We as a company recognize the importance of sports to the development of our young people, our community, and we as a country see the pride that we feel when our athletes go on to represent us at the highest level and do us proud. And it's for these reasons that we continue to see the value in maintaining our partnership with this committee and providing a great platform for our young athletes to develop their skills and go on to do so in representing this great country. So once again, on behalf of the Powerade-Dasani brand, we want to say all the best to all the athletes and God bless to all of you. Thank you.
Each year, one of our students is invited to read the athlete's oath as a sign of commitment to fair play. It is my pleasure to invite a wonderful young lady, Miss Maya Rowe of the St. George Secondary School, to perform this honorable task. Maya?
Good morning. The competitors oath. Please repeat after me. In the name of all the competitors, I promise that we shall take part in the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletic Championship respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them in the spirit of sportsmanship for the glory of sport and the honor of our team.
Thank you, Maya, and I'm sure that Mr. Burt is smiling, very happy to see you. In a year of the return after such a long hiatus, it is only fitting to invite our meet director, the teacher of the St. Michael's School, Mr. Dave Small, to give the oath on behalf of our team of officials. Mr. Small?
The officials oath. In the name of all the judges and officials, I promise that we shall officiate in the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletic Championship with complete impartiality, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them in the true spirit of sportsmanship.
Thank you, Mr. Small, and I was scolded for not starting by saying that he's a former pupil of a former student of the Coleridge and Parry School. I should have known better, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, during the past year, BSSAC and the athletic fraternity have lost some of our most avid supporters who have given tirelessly to the development of track and field in this country, and who were avid participants over the years. Today, we acknowledge the contribution of stalwarts Mr. Vincent Burke and Mr. Michael Gaskin, and young athlete Mr. Jamarian Mack, as well as all others who gave willingly of their time and effort to the sport we all love. I now ask all of you to stand and to observe a minute's silence in their honor. May they rest in peace. Thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us are excited. We are ready and raring to go. Without further ado, I now invite Mr. Peter Vaughn, former PE teacher of the Alexandra School and one of our honorees, to declare the games open. Now the declaration of the games depends on the gun, and we are not seeing the gun at this time. Everybody looks forward to hearing that shot fired, and that's the only time that Mr. Vaughn will be allowed to fire a shot legitimately.
I hear somebody for them. Everybody for them. Everybody for them.
All right. We've never been more excited to see a gun. So the gun is coming. Immediately, I should say to you, immediately after the gun, we will bring this part of the proceedings to an end and play the national anthem to officially start the competition.
Watch the shot, child. Everybody mind. Right?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I now declare the games over.
Oh.
Yeah, they tell you, right?
The secret. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not hearing you at all. Secondary Schools Athletics Championship for 2022 here at the lovely Usain Bolt Sports Complex. The athlete will be running on the Ryan Brathwaite track, and we have now a different format this year. Ian, we have 3 zones. They've divided the schools into 3 zones, and these will be the Barbados National Oil Company Limited Jeffrey Burke zone, the Frosties Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, and the Signia Globe Peter Vaughan zone. These zones have been named after outstanding secondary school PE teachers. Some of you who have heard these names will be taught by these stalwarts in physical education, and you can attest to it. Remember, this championship is powered by the Powerade and Dasani water as well. We're going to have also a different feature as it comes to different age divisions. Ian, we have the laboratory and sports under 13 division. The under 15s, they will be sponsored by Armstrong Agencies. The Infinity on the Beach will be sponsoring the under 17 division. The Sandy Water will be sponsoring the Open division, and Cooperative General Insurance will be sponsoring those exciting relay series that will bring the curtain down on the 2 days of competition.
Well, good morning to you as well, Perry. Good morning to all the viewers. You just mentioned the title sponsors, Powerade and Dasani. We also have a long list of sponsors here, Perry. Insurance Corporation of Barbados Limited. Of course, there's Chefette and Frosties, Barbados National Oil Company, Signia Globe Financial, City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Armstrong Agencies, Cooperative General Insurance Company Limited, Obisco, Infinity on the Beach, Laboratory and Sports, BSL Athletics, and Made It Against the Odds Foundation as well as a part of this sponsorship list. We have Premium Security Services and Sani Services. So Corporate Barbados is definitely coming on board to make sure that these championships happen. It's been 2 very, very long years. The last time that we sat down in this capacity.
Yes,
National Stadium. It was the month of March. The year was 2020.
Oh yes.
And we were calling names like Jonathan Jones
Whoa, that was a while ago.
You know.
We really missed out 2 years. It's not 2 days, you know.
Yes,
we really
it's
missed
been
a
a
lot. And
very-
it's glad to see. We have such a lovely day. Glad to see so many youngsters out and eager to compete. And I'm sure that throughout the day we're going to see the stands being filled with the spectators as well, because the general public, they've been really hungry for some track and field action, especially BSAC and the knapsack.
Absolutely, Perry, and we saw all the formalities being executed this morning. We had the opening ceremony, the principals were on hand, and you spoke about this new format. And certainly for the benefit of those viewing, the athletes will be running in their respective school kits, but they will be representing 3 different zones. Just in case you would have missed that, we're going to just take a little time to go over it for you. Don't worry.
And the zones are colored.
Yep.
As well, so there are 3 colors, and we can.
The BNOCL Jeffrey Burke zone. We're going to get the color,
That
the
is
corresponding colors for you. Oh, you're on the
is
ball,
yellow.
Perry. You're on the ball.
You know, I've been out for so long.
Oh my goodness.
I'm eager.
And we have the Frosties Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, and the Signia Globe Peter Vaughan zone. Of
Yes.
course, as you mentioned earlier, these are all outstanding physical education teachers that would have made a significant contribution over the years, and we want to certainly offer our congratulations to them.
Yes, and the Frosty zone, incidentally, is blue, and the color for the Signia Globe zone is red.
And Perry, we certainly want to know the schools that are in these respective zones. I'm wondering if I'm looking at the number tags on the athletes, and I'm seeing that they are wearing blue, some are wearing yellow, so this would help to give us an indication as to exactly which schools, which zones rather, right? You're very right about that. Thank you very much, Perry. Which zones these athletes are going to be representing. Now, let's look at the events that will be on track for today, just to give our viewers a little insight. So, on the track, we should be seeing the preliminaries of the under 17 girls 400 meter dash. We should be seeing that in just a little bit. It looks like there are 2 heats, Perry.
It looks that way from what I'm seeing on my form here. There should be 2 heats. We are
Under 17 girls and under 17 boys, and of course the
under
open.
17 boys. I'm not sure if they're going to. If it is 2 athletes per zone, then we just see 1. Maybe we have to first confirm the format of the running. I see athletes based on the bib numbers from each zone, from lane 1, then from lanes 2 to lane that looks like 6, lane 7.
Okay. So the announcer on hand is helping us out with the lane assignments.
Yes.
We'll soon have that information for you. It's been a
sure.
very hectic morning. Of course, working out the logistics for the return of BSAC will certainly have been a little bit challenging, but kudos still to the organizing committee and to the Barbados Association of the Barbados. Is it the principals, BAPS they call it, Barbados Association of Secondary School Principals.
And what I admire too as well, I give kudos to the organizers for both BSSAC and NAPSAC.
Absolutely.
They both came together, they worked well with each other, and they came up with a plan that was approved by the Ministry of Health and the COVID monitoring unit and everyone who was responsible for allowing events to take place. So a round of applause to all of those persons, all those entities that got involved to make this happen.
Looking on track, I think just what I'm seeing here, I'm seeing Springer Memorial, somebody from Springer
Christchurch Foundation is there.
I'm seeing Christchurch Foundation as well.
Downs on the outside there.
I believe there's someone from the Lodge School in there as well. Looks like Lodge in lane 5. But of course, we still await those official lane assignments. In the meantime, in the between time, we'll
Lester Vaughan there.
listen to the stadium announcer as he would give these lane assignments.
Of course, they would have paid tribute to some of the persons who would have contributed to track and field BSAC and also track and field in general. Of course, remember Vincent Burke. He would have passed away recently in recent times. The young Jamarian Map. everyone was excited, would have been excited to see how he would have fared in the secondary school arena. He was a promising athlete as well.
As you would have mentioned, the NAPSAC and BSAC committees working together. I was thinking about some of the athletes that would have transitioned from NAPSAC into BSAC, but the first race,
yes,
400 meter
Downs,
dash.
she would have done well at NAPSAC. She came into BSAC, and then there was that 2-year hiatus, so she's now on the 17, and we are looking to see how she fares in this division. But we see that last step, she's from Spring Memorial, it looks like, on the inside.
Yeah, Spring Memorial, it looks like.
We have to give you, we're going to give you the schools in each zone as well.
Yeah, so if you could do that, Perry, that'd be excellent. As they turn though to head home, Perry, let's see how they're shaping up. It looks like Dayton Griffith. Is that Dayton Griffith, Perry? Still getting acquainted with these zone assignments, these zonal assignments, I should say.
But it is the Signia zone will win this one for sure.
Looks like lady from Commermere. We have to really get these.
That's the Peter Vaughan zone.
Peter Vaughan zone, right?
After the Peter Vaughan
oh yes, we have it here. We found it. We found it. So in first place,
Rock. Cadia Rock. Cadia Rock.
Cadia Rock.
On the clock we go there.
And then we would have seen from the BNOCL zone the athlete from the Commermere School. But again, this new format, we have to keep reminding ourselves.
So we have to be. So for those who are coming in now, we must remind you this is a totally different format.
Absolutely.
We would normally hear us call in the schools. Now we have to be even more vigilant and call the zone and the school. Even though this is now gone from an inter-school meet to an inter-zone meet, we still would like to give credit to the individual athletes and their schools, because we know that the PE teachers and the coaches have been putting in a lot of work with these students, athletes at their respective schools as well.
Very back in 2020, we would have had the estimated zone, the Frank Blackman zone. Today we have a different type of setup. The process of getting the athletes to this point in terms of preliminary rounds and such, like you're in the NAPSAC section of things, but I'm sure you have an awareness as to the process that would have been involved in getting these athletes here in terms of the elimination process.
Based on what happened with this to get to this stage, Ian, each school, obviously they put them into 3 different zones, and each zone would have had their eliminations, their zonal qualifications, okay? And the best athletes from each zone are here today. So these athletes would have had some stiff competitions among their own zonal mates. So I know for sure the zone of Christchurch Foundation, they would have had 2 days. They were at Dayton Griffith one day, and then they were at the Christchurch Foundation on the Saturday. So to have the kids come out on a Saturday shows a lot of dedication to the sport.
Looks like the Open Girls 400 is underway, Perry. Looking like St. Michael's. Who can miss those colors? The St. Michael's School.
That's open, or that's under 17. That's Holford.
Should be under. Is it under 17 again? Another
Zara Holford.
Zara Holford.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
And she was also a household name coming up through NAPSAC coming.
So as they make their way just around by the 150 mark, we'll get a chance to see them, so we can tell you about these zones. So in the lead right now, that certainly is Holford, and she's representing the Frosties, Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. Receiving a challenge on the outside though.
They're all coming. This athlete here from this is an athlete from the
Princess Margaret School.
Yes,
like she's representing the Jeffrey Burke zone, and she's going to cross the line in first place.
So back to that statement explanation. That's how these athletes would have gotten here. I still think, Ian, there is a place where we go back to some sort of normalcy, where we can have the actual competition. I would like to see these 3 zones stay. Okay, I would like to see the schools battle it out amongst themselves first as an inter-school championship, and then we can bring the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme, so to speak, back here and do it would argue well for track and field in junior level, and it would give spectators something else, another dynamic. Okay, because a lot of persons would not have seen the build up to here. They wouldn't have seen, unless you were a parent going to support your child, represent your child at that stage of the qualification stage, especially, they would have seen these children going through the competition rounds to get here.
Being yourself a coach, though, Perry, was wondering about that 2-year layoff and how it would have affected the athletes. Obviously, the best way to sharpen your skills as an athlete is to run races.
Yeah.
How was it for you as a coach, keeping the athletes engaged and involved and, interested in the sport?
You have to find new innovative ways. Now, during the competition stage, like each year you have your cycles. You have the 3 cycles that you go through for the athlete. So you work backwards from the time you want your athlete to compete and peak big meets and stuff like that, and you work backward. You create a training program. In that 2-year layoff, I would suspect that most of the coaches would have still kept the athletes thereabouts in shape, kept them interested in track and field, kept them training not as intensely as they would have been doing before, but they would have kept the engines running, so to speak. Make sure that when it's time to go, when they get back into the competition phase, when they get back to that year of training, that those 3 cycles they don't have to really do a lot or push a lot. Okay, so. For these children you see here, most of them, if not all of them, especially in the older division, they would have been in training in the clubs all throughout the year.
The under 17 boys were just on the track, Perry, and they were pulled off for some reason. But again, we'll be looking at zones, and it's so difficult.
Yeah,
it is so difficult.
We know for sure that
we're
going to have. We know for sure we're going to have new zonal. We still have BSSAC records. I'm not sure if the record will go to the zone as well, as a new zonal record, since we have 3 new zones. I'm not sure about that. Usually they say when they come to the finals of the championship, the zonal records are not broken. I think this would be one of those exceptionalities this year.
Do you anticipate that maybe in 2023 or maybe 2024 that they may revert to what previously obtained as far as the estimated zone, the Frank Blackman zone, is concerned, Barry?
I think they may. I'm speaking on the correction. I don't know about the organizers, but I would really argue for them to keep it as it is now. Reason being, you get to see more. There's smaller zones, okay? So you have to sacrifice the extra 2 days or whatever, but there are smaller zones, and you will get to see more children running, more athletes running, more athletes competing, and you see the process and the progression to this stage. So I would love to see this. I believe there's still space for this format. 3 zones. I know Mr. McDonald Fingal was saying that he likes this format, but he is a proponent of having the different tiers, level 1, level 2, level 3, or whatever you want to call them, based on the performances and the capabilities, athletic capabilities of the schools.
There are some who may argue that they're not in favor of it simply because of the element of school pride.
Yeah.
That is something that has been very significant over the years for persons coming to support.
Yes, you see, but you can still keep these zones, keep the schools in these zones, compete as an inter-school meet, 3 zonal inter-school meet, and then after
So the under 17 boys, Perry, they're off and running here. Looks like on the inside from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. Athlete wearing the Commonwealth colors, looking pretty good going across the back stretch.
Okay, athlete from Princess Margaret moving up there as well. At the 200-meter mark, and these youngsters are not letting up. No one is giving an inch.
Very tightly bundled together, so let's see as they get ready to separate now and head home, Perry.
Yes, this is where they say the circus animals start to jump onto your back coming off the bend in these 400 meters.
So the two athletes from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, they're leading the pack right now. So it's going to be 1-2, and we're going to get a challenge here on the outside. Young man from the Peter Vaughan zone closing strong. So we await the official results of that one. I'm seeing a flash time here of 52.77. Let's wait on the official result though.
Oh, it's Clark.
Yes, Clark.
Clark on the inside, he ran a very smart race. And you realize when he was going at the back stretch, he looked way out of it, but he was running his race. And people, we have to understand, a 400 race is a race within a race. But you have to be able to really strategize and run your race. Don't lose the game plan because some others are going a lot faster. You have to know when is your turn to move. 52. And he really started to accelerate about around the 150 mark, and he came off that bend and he just blew past him.
52.83 seconds. We are now seeing the official time. Definitely Clark coming out on top in that one. So we should be soon able to give you some clearer information. Our
lane assignments, etc.
Yes, our technicians are working very
and
hard.
Those eager persons who want to hear points and stuff, we're going to get those to you as well as the schools in the
respective zones.
Yeah, so it's a mouthful, it's a lot to take in, and it is a lot for us to take, and I know you, our viewers, it's going to be a lot for you to take in as well. It's something new, and like all new things, there are challenges, and we have to learn to roll with the punches and adapt. But the most positive thing is sports is back. BSSAC is back.
You were making a point though, Perry, about the school pride aspect of things when we were talking about.
Yes, I was saying that you can still have this 3 zone, have the inter-school meet in the 3 zones. Okay, and then you can come back a little later and do this inter-zonal meet, where the zones then will have the bargaining orders, which zone is the best zone.
Should be interesting to get some perspective though from the persons in the chat about, you know, what they're seeing and what they've gathered from the information so far and what they know as far as the structure of BSSAC with the zonal meets and everybody representing their school, the various athletes representing their schools. So tell us in the chat if you believe that they should revert to the Frank Blackman zone, the estimated zone, and then do the BSSAC finals with the respective athletes representing their schools, or if you think that this format where everybody's zoned up. There are 3 zones, and the zones are going to be ultimately determined by the various athletes from various schools. It's mixed up. New to us, Perry's in favor of it. I'm still on the fence. I'm still on the fence.
No, I'm
waiting to see how it works out.
I like it from the perspective that you have less schools per zone. So you should be seeing, it should be interesting to see if any unknowns pop up, or more unknowns pop up than usual. But I would like from a spectator's point of view to see, for the fans to see the process leading up to this interzonal meet with an inter-school meet.
So this looks like a second heat.
No, this is the Infinity on the beach. This is the Infinity on the beach, open for 100 meters for men.
These lads look very small, Perry. I'm not sure.
This is the Infinity.
Let's see.
Oh, sorry, on the 17th.
These are on the 17th.
On the 17th, sorry, Infinity on the beach.
Indeed, they are on the 17th.
On the beach.
There's about 150 meters left. Only 4 young men in this contest. And I must let the viewers know that these are prelims. The finals will be run subsequently. But again, it looks here like the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone.
Yes, they're looking quite well so far.
If my eye serves me correctly, they've won quite a number of the prelims so far. We've had only about 3. We've had 3. Has it about 3 or 4?
We had 4.
We had 4.
This would have been the 5th one because there were 2 heats per under 15s.
No, on the 17th.
No, 2 heats for on the 17th. Sorry, and now we are.
2 heats for under
2
17s.
heats for under 17 girls, 2 heats for under 17.
Correct.
So 4.
Right,
So
now we are
on
the open girls, and they will be followed by the open boys. But
Yes.
just letting the viewers know what else we can expect on track after the 400 meters. You can expect to see the 100 meters hurdles, followed by the 110 meters hurdles, and those hurdle events will be followed by the 100-meter dash. The 100-meter dash. Dashes. Then we have the 200 meters. We have the finals of the 400 meters a little later on. You can expect that around 10 minutes past the hour of 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
And that'll be for boys and girls and the 17s. And then we will have the open boys and girls. The 800 meters as well, Perry. They'll have the 1500 meters. Lots of events today, lots of action on track. The prelims of the 100 meters will be run, let's see, they are expected to run at around 5 minutes to 12. So I don't see any breaks in our schedule for today, so we should have an action-packed day, really and truly.
Yes, it's going to be a very packed day because of this format as well. It's going to be a very packed day. We are right in. We have a schedule, official schedule ending of the day at around
4:15. 4:15 actually.
In the evening.
Because we also have the finals of the 200 meters being run a little bit later on. The 4x100 meters relay.
Junior sprint medley relays as
correct. And those are going to close out the day. So stay tuned to sports.bb. We're going to bring you all the action here, live and direct from the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. Turning our attention back to the track. The open girls.
Remember, the open division is sponsored by Dasani Water.
Absolutely. And of course, can never have enough praise and thanks to shower upon the sponsors that would have made this all possible.
Yes, Corporate Barbados has been doing a lot of good work with supporting the youth in all spheres, especially track and field.
And so, they're off and running once again. This is the open girls 400 meters. Young lady on the outside doing most of the running. Outstanding colors indeed.
They're from St. Michael's School, I believe.
She's taken command of this race, but she's going to get a little challenge from a young lady I'm seeing on the inside. Looks like from the Lester Vaughan School, but we'll see what color she is wearing so we can identify the zone correctly. Looks like blue. Is it, Perry? Is that the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone blue?
Yes, that is that. Actually, we have a
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
And 4, in fact. They're all representing the same zone, Perry.
Oh. So we know for sure that they
will have a presence in the final. They will have a presence in the final.
Will be dominating the 400 meter for the open 400 meter for women, for sure.
You're seeing a time here, 1 minute 01.48. That's Worrell from the St. Michael's School, of course, representing the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. There is a second section, it looks like. So I'm seeing the
second section. This is very strange.
Yeah, because there were only 4 persons
from the same zone.
From the same zone in the first prelim.
And now we're seeing from the same zone again.
Yeah, we seem to have representation from across each zone in this particular heat, though. So all 3 zones, yes, as I can confirm that now. On the outside, representing, we're seeing the Peter Vaughan zone. Looks like in lane, is that lane 6? Yeah, lane 6. The Jeffrey Burke zone represented.
Hope maybe someone from our technical team could furnish us with some hard copies of these first set of events, the assignments, the first set of events, until we get our
systems up
system
and
up and running.
It is quite a lot that goes into making these broadcasts and meets possible.
And we have to, but a lot of persons, they see the end product, but they really need to really appreciate all of the work that goes into it.
Behind the scenes, all the technical staff. So, all the technical persons listening, if we haven't told you for the morning, we appreciate you. We are back. BSSAC is back, and we are back on track. The second section of the open girls 400 meters on the as they go across the backstretch, Perry, looking like the young lady from the Jeffrey Burke zone.
That's Darryl Jordan's secondary.
It looks like Darryl Jordan to me. She is doing all the running right now, but the race is not yet over. She may get a challenge from the athlete from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone.
Let's see if she has. She's really running still. Like, she still has good rhythm. She's really running, and she the other lady there from Jennifer Anthony Jones zone has to run back at her, but she's not going to get there. And this young lady, kudos to Mr. Lennox Ellis, who is her coach. I think she runs. Yes, she trains with Lennox Ellis.
I know that name. I know that name.
I can't remember her name, but Mr. Ellis has been training her for a few years now. It's good to see her hard work paying off.
So we should expect to see her in the final. Boyce, a time of 1:01.92. Claiming the top spot in that second section of the open girls 400 meter dash. Well, it's time for the big boys to make their lap around.
Usually with two heats, it's normally the top three and the next two fastest times go through to the finals. So we see if that holds up as well. And as you see with this format, you have more than normally. We would normally see like two athletes per school running in the zone, and when the other format, okay, with less school, I guess you can have your qualifying standard, which is why I assume that they would have done. And that's why we saw so many young ladies from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone running their first heat. All four of them were from that zone.
How do you feel about the times you've been seeing this morning, Perry?
The times for me, I am not one of those persons that who have delusion of grandeur and say, oh, we're going to see some fun. Yes, there'll be some good performances from athletes over the weekend circuit, especially the junior nationals that were completed last weekend. But for a lot of these athletes, they have not been into a lot of competition. So you're going to see some decent times. I am satisfied with the times so far.
Okay.
You're going to see some decent times, but I'm not expecting to see a big hurrah.
So I'm seeing in lane 2 Amir Gustav, lane 3 Ross Waldron was taken from me. I will try to call the action for you as we see it here. I'm noticing a lot of persons still identifying their schools in the chat, Perry. I know that we are people that hold fast to tradition, and
there's nothing wrong with beginning with school still.
Of course not. But I know how things go. So, with about 200 meters left, looks like from the Christchurch Foundation School is going to get some challenge on the inside from the two lads from Combamere, who are representing that zone that we've been calling all morning. It's like a recurring decimal here, Perry.
Oh, yes.
The Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, followed by the athlete from the Peter Vaughan zone, taking the top 3 positions. So 1 and 2 go to Jennifer and Anthony Jones. The third spot goes to the athlete from the Peter Vaughan zone.
And I am going to see if you can get some hard copies of these heats.
That's all right.
Later assignments.
While you do that, Perry, I will hold the fort down. A strong wind blowing across the Usain Bolt Sports Complex this morning. Officially coming to us now, we can see that Armstrong has crossed the line in first place, 48.88. Decent time. Of course, he represents Jennifer and Anthony Jones. Yeah, and Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. There will be a second section coming up, so you can look out for that as well. Lots of athletes here in this particular one from the Frosties, Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. Being seen a lot of this blue this morning. And this is just in terms of the 400 meters. We'll see how things play out as the day goes on. Just by way of reminding you, we have the 110 meter hurdles coming after these 400 meters. First we'll have the 100 meter girls, the under 17 girls. The hurdles will be set at a height of 76 centimeters. That would be for the under 17 girls, and for the big girls, that height will be raised to 84 centimeters. So again, if we can just listen into the stadium announcer here, if we can, to see if we can get these official lane assignments. It's been a tough task for us to get something in hand this morning, but we are trying our best to make sure that we bring you the action. I can tell you that in lane 2 we have, representing the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, athlete from the Commonwealth School in lanes 3 and 4. We also have athletes from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, I believe. Let me see the angle that we are at here. I'm seeing one or two more. Those will represent the Peter Vaughan zone, as they're wearing red. They also carry the colors of Christchurch Foundation. So 2 zones will clash here. Of course, we will await those fastest times from the prelims and the names, and that will make their way to the final. We can expect the final a little bit later on today. As I would have mentioned that to you a bit earlier, around 1 p.m. or so. We should have those 400 meter finals. By then, hopefully all technical glitches will be sorted and we can have a good flow of information coming to you. But for now, we are under starters orders. As we wait for the second section of the Open Boys 400 meter dash.
Okay, Ian, very shortly we're going to be able to see the lane assignments.
Brilliant, Perry. Thank you so much for that. But for now, we have the Peter Vaughan zone versus the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. Let's see how they go. And of course, the sponsors, Signia Glow Peter Vaughan zone and Frosties Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone.
2 versus 3.
Let's see how it goes. 200 meters left. Young lads from the Peter Vaughan zone looking pretty good. They're running on the outside. A challenge coming on the inside from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. Let's see how they go, Perry.
Josiah Paris trying to run them down. And also on the inside, that lad from Converse.
It's going to be tight finish here, Perry. Very tight finish here. Too tight to call, really. We have to wait for the official result.
Yes, we keen competition there in that heat. Josiah Paris is one that is no slouch. He's one that we will expect to do well in this event.
Paris, yes,
he would
confirmed it.
49.76.
The first heat was a bit faster. That was, as I recall, 48.88. So it should be an interesting final.
A lot of these athletes are still feeling the way around and trying to conserve as much energy as possible just to go through the round and get into the finals.
Absolutely. So there appears to be a lull now in the activity on the track. Not in, well, what I mean is a lull in terms of the running, but there is activity on track because we can see the officials now bringing out the hurdles.
Right, so what we will do, Ian, while they set up the hurdles, that because the 400-meter series for the under 17 and the open divisions have come to an end, the hurdles are scheduled for 10:55. So we are going to take a quick break and be right back with you with more Powerade-Dasani BSSAC here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex here in beautiful Barbados on the Ryan Braffett track.
Have you heard about the big Berger Easter discount?
The one with 17.5% off Berger 303, 404, Everglow, Royale, and Weatherproof 2. The offer is valid until April 30th at all 3 Color Shop locations and participating hardware stores while stocks last. Quality, performance, and value all in one can. I am ready to paint.
Berger Paint for lasting beauty and protection.
Now that your age is not everything, now that your kids call you for advice, now that you can achieve anything you set your mind to, why stop? Nourish your strength and energy with Ensure. Ensure provides protein, antioxidants, key vitamins and minerals to support your immune system. Now that it's your moment to enjoy your vitality, why stop? Your life, your health, your Ensure.
Cash flow. Ching, ching, ching. First thing me do when me get up, me look for cash down. Even if I not want the energy me have for the money, me have to prosper. I have big money energy. Born hustler, money. Big money energy. Born hustler, money. I have cash on my mind every day now. I'm money from the bank that feel lay down. Me hustle.
Sun Power hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. The fastest installation in the industry. We are proud of our reliability. We'll inspect and service any brand. Staff committed, dedicated, over 40 years working in this land. At Sun Power hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. It's your Sun Power.
Get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Before things get COVID-19, so go ahead, get your vaccine. Listen, in Barbados we blessed. Not other countries that got no access. No, to the resources we acquire. So we should let them expire. You might get headache or cold sweats or fever or dizziness. These side effects temporary. Your body fighting ain't necessary. You running from a lady, does stick. You running from a lady, does it? It can be easy on a ventilator. COVID-19 ain't come to play. So get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Because we need wider coverage. So let me push up this percentage. Understand? Get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Before things get COVID-19. So go there, get your vaccine. Yeah. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Task Force for Global Health.
no, no. Latino love. No, 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 no. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, no, no. Yeah, 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 yeah. Me want your bubble for me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Me don't want your whole bar. Body full of melanin, pretty little dark skin. Girl, me want you know that. I got my eyes on you. See your papa got the check them ties on you. You wine good. I love you. I love you. You all like a talking thing and a feel me girl. Action start when you see me girl. Roll up your waist and your mini skirt. We are not idle, so you give me word. Me want you turn back, we on my head.
My name is Troy Brown. I build houses for a living and do contracted work. Elite Investments Inc. We've been doing work from 2004. We build a lot of projects, hotels, residential houses, commercial work, schools, anything in construction. Yeah, we cover it. I've been working with SunPower for the last 10 years. We use them in commercial buildings, residential homes, and small private residence. Quality is great. It's outstanding. For anybody that requesting a solar water heater, I think SunPower is the way to go because I use it personally when outside is overcast to get the hot water for a long period of time. SunPower system is the way to go.
From the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Task Force for Global Health.
able to get a little saying, man. We go up a little saying, man. These are the finalists. Finalists.
Zone is 61.26. We have Ebony Jones.
So where we going, huh?
That's how it's heard. Come on now. 61.26. Dash girls. Rashawn Herber of the Duffyburg Soul Service 2 points to the score. Zaria Perez of the Peter Bond Soul.
So welcome back to Sports.BB's live coverage of the Powerade-Dasani Barbados Secondary Schools Athletic Championships 2022. We are back on track, been able to get some results for you and can give you some information as to the athletes advancing to the finals of the 400 meters.
Yeah, so while you read those results, Ian, your viewers should be seeing on the screen the shot put going on.
Yeah.
The shot put there's a shot put area here. It's not in view of the spectators really. So it's kind of off the beaten path, so to speak. So you can enjoy watching those eventers as well while we give you those qualifiers for the 400 meter series.
Alright, so in the under 17 girls 400 meters dash, these are the qualifiers. We have Kadia Rock of the Peter Vaughan zone. We also have Ariel Archer, and she is going to represent the Jeffrey Burke zone. We also have Keelia Bentham of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, as well as Jazara Holford. So Jazara Holford, Keelia Bentham, Ariel Archer, Kadia Rock, And we also have in the mix, looks here like, hold on, we can, okay, got it together now. So we have Kendra Morgan, Ebony Jones, Rihanna Price, and Calicia Downs. Most of the representation here coming from the Peter Vaughan zone though. So we have 3 from the Peter Vaughan zone and 3 from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. 2 athletes from the Jeffrey Burke zone. Once again, those names are Kadia Rock, Ariel Archer, Keelia Bentham, Jazara Holford. We have Kendra Morgan, Ebony Jones, Rihanna Price, and Calicia Downs, the under 17 girls 400 meters finalists. Looking now at the boys, we have Nikolai Clark, Cade Dowrich Roach. This Caden could possibly be Caden, the name's cut off at the end there, but we have Christian Nurse as well, Amari Brown, Nathan Brathwaite, Nathaniel Nurse, Keshawn Griffith, and Nikolai Cox. Those are the under 17 boys advancing to the final. We turn our attention now to the under 12, the open girls. These are the big girls. We have Shade Worrell, Brianna Boyce, Tionce Warren, Tuana McLean, Tiana Applewaite, Jada Worrell, Zariel Price, and Rashan Herbert. Those are the finalists. Worrell, Boyce, Waldron, McLean, Applewaite, Worrell, Price, and Herbert. And in the boys, we have Jaleel Armstrong, Josiah Paris, Ross Waldron, Aquan Waith, Kobe Hudson, Fabian Gollop, Xavier Eiffel, and Amir Gustav, finalists in the open boys 400 meter dash. And Perry, we can now turn our attention to what's happening on track. We've been able to get these lane assignments sorted.
I see
girls.
The athletes have gone up to the start. We still have some hurdles being put in place on the track. I think one more flight of hurdles to be placed on track, but we're waiting to get. Interestingly enough, on our system they are not seeded as yet, so we're still waiting, and maybe gonna have to run an update and see what happens, refresh the system and see what happens.
Well, we'll use that. We continue to play it by ear here on a very windy day.
We still have some field events going on. I think it's on the 17 girls high jump over there, and the shot put going on, the boys shot put as well going on in the shot put area. So events still going on. It's still early days yet. If you are on your way, you can still come and view these proceedings live. Again, this is a new format for the Powerade-Dasani BSSAC 2022. We are now doing a zonal competition rather than an inter-school meet. It's an inter-zonal meet where athletes from each school in the zone go out to represent their zone, not their schools, their zone. They're running in their school colors, but they're representing their zones. I think, Ian, it would be interesting to have them in zonal strips as well. They see them in the zonal track suits and warm-up gear, but the running gear as well should have been.
Well, this being the first time this format is being executed, I can only imagine that, everything won't be quite as perfect. There are a few kinks to work out, so we will, monitor how things go over time, and hopefully those things come on stream. But
yeah, it all comes down to funding, and money. We have corporate Barbados is on stream, but we still have.
What I'll say, Perry, is that what I'm happy for is that we actually have something.
Yes,
right. We actually have something. I mean, we would have talked about it a little earlier, that the last time we would have had the opportunity really to see these youngsters come on track and demonstrate their skill would have been 2020.
Yes, and they didn't even get to the climax because
no,
they didn't get to the finals.
We had completed the estimated and Frank Blackman zones, but we were not able to get in those last 2 days. Of course, we would have had our first COVID case and everything pretty much went haywire thereafter. And then in 2021, again, we missed that year. So the fact that something is happening, albeit that it's not a refined product per se, but it is good that we have the athletes on track. They've been training, they've been active, and we can do this once again. People can have a sense of school pride. They can all be in the zonal context, but you know, we can come out and celebrate our young people and let them showcase their talents.
Yes.
I see you've gotten some information there, so it looks as though things are going to be on the up and up from here. Perry, we hope things continue to improve.
They're working with us, and
Yes,
we're working with them,
us.
and we're getting somewhere. Hopefully before the end of the day, before even the next set of series of events after the hurdles, we will be up and running our system, so we wouldn't have to rely so much on the paper.
Absolutely. So we see the under 17 girls having a bit of a run through. Should soon be under starters orders. The officials are on track, just making sure that the height of the hurdles are what they're supposed to be.
Right, and while they're doing that, let me just go through the lane assignments for the under 17 girls 76 centimeters. They're running 100 meter hurdles. They're going over height on 76 centimeters for the under 17 girls, and these will be in lane number 2, Takara Brown Hall from the Peter Vaughn zone. In lane 3, Aisha Moore of the Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane number 4, Zarina Williams, of course, from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. And in lane number 5, Aleka Harewood, of the Peter Vaughn zone. And they are going to be also chasing that BSSAC record set in 2018 by Sarah Bell of Christchurch Foundation, the time of 14.01 seconds. There was only one heat, I believe, in that division.
Okay. This is actually a final, Perry.
Yes. Straight finals. And we are only 4 athletes, I should say. Straight finals.
The hurdles, of course, sometimes tend to be an event that young athletes may shy away from. Obviously, there's a greater risk involved.
Yes, you have to have
having to clear the objects.
You're running at speed and clearing the obstacle as well. So it calls for a certain level of bravery and commitment.
So Brown Hall, Moore, Williams, and Harewood.
One athlete fell already. One athlete is down, and it looks like on the outside, Harewood. Just stuck her in her last 2 hurdles, but she's going to win this one comfortably.
And winning handsomely, Perry.
However,
an authoritative performance, really.
As I said, the times in hurdling is something you really have to work yourself into to get those times coming down. And if you've only run a few hurdles, let's say in the prelim, the qualification or whatever, to come here and try to challenge that, and we know Sarah Bell was no slouch at that in that division or in any division when it comes to hurdling. So for you to come and even try to challenge that record or that time, and the time speak for themselves.
So Harewood won
16.21 seconds.
And then after her we have Moore in 18.60, and getting that 3rd spot, Brown Hall, a time of 20.31.
I'm dead.
All right. papers flying all over the place. So that was the final of the under 17 girls 100 meters hurdle. Just to remind you once again, the hurdles are set at a height of 76 centimeters
for the under 17 girls.
That will go to 84 for the open girls. In this one, we should have 6 competitors. In lane 1, Ayana Ellis. In lane 2, we should see Jadine Ford. They both represent the Peter Vaughan zone. In lane 3, Malia Edwards. She represents the Jeffrey Burke zone along with Anika Blackman, who's going to be running out of lane 4. In lane 5, Michaela Smith. And she's going to be representing the Jones. I think we should call it the Jones zone. There's a lot of just 2 names, Barry.
Jones zone.
The Jones zone.
That's going to be a tongue twister as well. Jones zone.
Yeah. Nia Brown, and she will round out the field. She'll be running out of lane 6. So in lane 5, we have Michaela Smith, and we have Nia Brown in lane 6. So all 3 zones are represented here. We'll see how things shape up.
Well, all 3 zones are in with a chance to get some points. As a matter of fact, everyone will get points here.
Yeah. Jennifer and Anthony zone.
And we have kudos to all of the young students who are volunteering as track and field assistant. They're working out, making sure the hurdles are at the right height, making sure that they're straight, and they are the right markings for the 100-meter hurdles.
There are also some teachers among.
Yes, and of course Miss Oxley there from Barbados Community College, and she is always ably assisting these youngsters and teaching them the craft, the officiating craft, so to speak, as we say. Kudos to her. She is an avid track and field person. She really loves track and field. She represented Barbados. She ran. She's done it all, and she's now into teaching.
Of course, these zones are sponsored, Perry. BNOCL Jeffrey Burke zone, the Frosties Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, and the Signia Globe Peter Vaughan zone. We want to express our thanks to the sponsors. We also have another list of sponsors, Perry, that would have come on board to ensure.
Sponsors who are also sponsoring the different age divisions.
Of course, so we say thanks to Powerade-Dasani, of course, the Insurance Corporation of Barbados, we know that to be ICBL. We mentioned Frosties, we mentioned BNOCL, Signia Globe Financial, of course, the City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Armstrong Agencies, Cooperative General Insurance, Wabisco, Infinity on the Beach, Laboratory and Sports, BSL Athletics, Made It Against the Odds Foundation, Premium Security Services Limited, SANI, as well as SANI Services Limited. We want to say thank you for the role you have played in making these championships possible. So, the big girls are on the line. Ellis, Ford, Edwards, Blackman, Smith, and Brown.
Yo, imagine, I remember Malia Edwards and oh gosh, imagine these names. I remember Malia Edwards as on the 13
Spring Memorial.
I also remember Anika Blackman when she first came in. Nia Brown as well.
Yeah,
and these girls have, a lot has happened in 2 years here.
You're actually quite correct about that.
Women, open women too on the 20s, moving up and on.
One of the things we haven't talked about yet, Perry, is the Carifta qualifying standard. Is this a qualifying meet?
I would hope that it is. But we had nationals over the weekend. BSAC would usually, the old format, BSAC usually would have qualified as the final qualifier for Carifta. I may be speaking out of turn. If anyone from the Athletic Association of Barbados can hear us, maybe you can shed some light on this for us. Is this BSAC the final qualifier for Carifta?
The zones are sponsored and the division names are sponsored as well. So just to give you those specifics, the under 13 division is sponsored by Laboratory and Sports. The under 15s are sponsored by Armstrong Agencies. And the 17s are sponsored by Infinity on the Beach. The open divisions are sponsored by Dasani Water, and the relays by Cooperators General Insurance. Again, thanks to the sponsors.
So the more sponsors we have for track and field, the better. We get more competitors, we get more competitions, we get the athletes to as they compete more, they get to run better time, throw better distances, jump further because they're seasoning, and it argues well for track and field, and it'll give our spectators something to look forward to on a bi-weekly basis or whatever the case may be.
Absolutely. So just to remind you of those lane assignments and those zones, again, we have Ellis representing the Peter Vaughan zone, Ford representing the Peter Vaughan zone as well, Malia Edwards, Jeffrey Burke zone, as well as Anika Blackman. We have in here as well Michaela Smith, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone closes out our field here in lane 6 with Nia Brown. So in lane 1 Ellis, lane 2 Ford, lane 3 Edwards, lane 4 Blackman, lane 5 Smith, lane 6 Brown. There's a false start. Let's see what happens here.
The recall. We were told not to call it a false start. We call it a recall.
Let me recall that call then.
Yes, you recall that call. Yeah. The recall. A lot of things could go wrong. It could be from the starter's end. It could be a technical, where there's something wrong with the equipment, and
it is possible.
It's not the athlete's fault. It could be the athlete would have indicated something wasn't right, and the starter didn't see it with the starter assistant. That the second gun you would normally hear would have been the person who picked up on it and fired off that second shot. So you will see that the start team will go and confer with each other, and now we see Miss Sharon Strong coming out as a green card, which means that the holes, they're safe. It was a technical, so it's safe. Everyone is safe. No one is being penalized, because at this stage, you know, if you see that red card, you're off the track.
That's it.
You've been eliminated.
Getting the juniors to do the right things from early.
Yep.
Because once they move on from here, Perry, that is how the rule will apply.
Of course, an athlete can't run under protest. Now we have a clean start. Who's going to go to the first hurdle first? In the middle, the run is done by Edwards. Ran done by Edwards and Blackman. Blackman now starting to... Is it Blackman leading? No, Edwards. No, where did that young lady come from on the outside? We missed her. That's Nia Brown on the outside.
Nia Brown followed by
Nia Brown ran
Edwards.
a very cagey race in the hurdles on the outside. Because if we were watching it before, maybe it was our camera angle, Ian, but I was not seeing her really factoring into this at the early stages. But good to see that.
Her name, remember, Nia Brown, officially now taking first place, 14.19.
Yes, of course, the record is 13.66, set in 2008 by Kerry Beckles, then of the Lexington School.
Malia Edwards officially second, 14.72, and Blackman running a time of 15.59 is third. Top three finishers, so Brown, Edwards, and Blackman.
Yes.
That too would have been a straight final, Perry.
Yes, of course. We say congratulations to all of those young ladies.
And now we have a mammoth effort here by the officials to raise the height of the hurdles and certainly add another flight.
As we go to the 110 hurdles, first for the
110
under 17 boys. Remember the under 17 division. I think that the Sunny Water.
The under 17 division, I believe, is sponsored by the
Infinity on the Beach. Sorry.
Is it?
Under 17 division sponsored by Infinity on the Beach.
Yes, they are.
The open events are sponsored by the Sunny Water. So you get our sponsors within a sponsorship within a sponsorship. They also have to move the hurdles back, Ian, because the extension of the start area, they move back the start, so they have to move the hurdles back as well, giving these youngsters a longer end of longer distance of sprint to the finish.
I want to take a little time to say good morning to Captain Michael Jules. If he were here, he'd be saying that these hurdles are ran, they're not jumped.
That's correct. You run over the hurdles. I remember hearing Mr. Fingal telling the youngster, "You run over the hurdles." And I looked at him as a young boy in the first form, saying, "This is my mad. How can you run over something that is all the way up there?" But hey, if you think about it, running is just continuous jumping.
Preparing an athlete for this type of event, Perry, as a coach, what are some of the things that you would be doing to make sure that your athletes are in peak condition to compete at a meet like this?
It's a lot of flexibility for hurdlers. Hurdlers have to be flexible. There's a lot of flexibility, a lot of core strength as well involved in that. I dare say more so than the actual flat out sprinting, because of the way your body, you have to get your legs up, get over the hurdle. You have to develop that rhythm between the hurdles, as well as getting the technique going over the hurdles. So you have to break it down in stages. Sometimes people see athletes at the stadium say they're doing hurdle training and just doing step overs, or they're just going over a few hurdles at a time or whatever. You're like, but that's not, they don't have to run the whole distance. They just have to make sure they get the technique right. And of course, there's that mental side to it as well. As you said, running as fast as you can towards a barrier, you have to be mentally committed to going over that barrier. If not, you're going to find that you're going to be in a whole heap of trouble when it comes to actually trying to get yourself over the first barrier. And once you get over that first barrier, then you get the rhythm and you keep going. So a lot of things go into preparing, not only physically but mentally, for any event, especially hurdles. Any event where there's an obstacle, especially, it is a lot harder, because of flat out 100, you just get up and go. Come out the blocks low, you stand up and you drive, and you come out and you run. But with the hurdles, you still have to do the drive phase, and then you have, when you pop up, you have the obstacle in front of you. You have to negotiate a whole series of obstacles as you come down the track. So it's a lot more difficult, and I think that may be one of the reasons why we don't see as many hurdlers as we would like to see. Even though, for me, we still have quality hurdlers, even though we don't have the quantity that I would like to see.
Well, the hurdles are being raised to a height of 99 centimeters. We're going to see in just a little bit the under 17 boys. Of course, Infinity on the Beach is sponsoring that division. Based on what I'm seeing here. Is this the right one, Perry? Are our papers getting mixed up here? Oh, yes, here we are. Got it. So, the under 17 boys, just about 4 of them or so. The record is held by Trey Hollingsworth. The record set back in 2016, a time of 14.44 seconds. In this one, we should see in lane 2, Kevon Newton of the Peter Vaughan zone. In lane 3, Taija Bishop representing the Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane 4, Mackay Clark representing the Peter Vaughan zone. And in lane 5, Jaden Boeing representing the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. 4 athletes. Of course, Perry just mentioned the fact that there's quality, but don't see quantity as far as this event is concerned. Maybe a thing to look at in the future. See how best we can get.
I think with quantity, we will get better quality. With more competitors in the event, you'll be able to have that more competition.
Numbers are important. Numbers are important. And
I want to take this time in to say a special good morning to some very special persons over there in Antigua. Foundation Primary, Primary, that's a private school as well. Foundation Primary, I think that's a public school. They're always locked in and locked on to BSSAC when we are on, and They have been lamenting the fact for the last 2 years that they weren't able to see anything because of COVID. So I just got a message from one of the teachers there saying they're locked on, the class, the students are watching. So welcome to the broadcast. Also, we have persons as far as Canada watching in as well, Ian. So
wonderful.
BSSAC is back, and they still have the supporters.
Well, that's wonderful, this technology, the way that we can, send this stream all over the world. So no matter what part of the world you are, if it's morning there, good morning to you. If it's afternoon, good afternoon. And if it's night, well, good night.
Good night.
We are happy to have you in company here at sports.bb. This is, of course, the Powerade-Dasani Barbados Secondary School Athletics Championships, the 2022 edition. The first in 2 years.
Yes, with a different vibe to it, a different format. BSSAC has gone inter-zonal rather than inter-school. So wrap your brains around that one, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoy.
Absolutely. It would have been nice if the students were able to come in. Bring that drum, bring that atmosphere, the drum, the chants.
Yeah, baby steps here, baby steps.
Yes, I know.
We're going to get there.
I'm happy about that.
As the old people would say, a little bit content is great gain. So we are very contented with what we are having right now. And it's not even a little, this is a lot still going on.
It is true. But
a little compared
runners,
to what person would be accustomed to.
The starters orders: Newton, Bishop, Clark, Boyne in lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 respectively. Let's see who is in the lead at the moment. Looks like Bishop in lane 3, crossing the line first. Taija Bishop. Of course, this is the 110 hurdles, longer distance. The flash time looks like, Perry, we're seeing 15.54. Let's await the official time, official placings. So yes, indeed it is Bishop representing the Jeffrey Burke zone, who would have taken top honors in that particular final in second place.
Remember, these are finals, so we're going to get some points coming at you shortly.
Absolutely.
You can still rep and pick up your school. You can still pick up your schools if you want to, but remember, now the schools who are normally rivaling against each other are now coming together to put on a different type of sports spectacle for you.
Still awaiting that official time for the second and third place finishers. But no doubt about who the winner was. Taija Bishop, representing the Jeffrey Burke zone.
15.56 seconds.
So from here we move on.
Open.
Yeah, the open boys. That was the under 17 boys final. We now go to the open boys. Second place, receiving official word. Clark, time of 16.25.
6.5?
No, this is Boyne.
6.5 is Boyne. Clark was 2.5. Yeah, 16.25 for Clark, 16.65 for Boyne. Newton
came in fourth, and he got the time of. Well, we just missed that. It's been moving so quickly. But again, the difference here, one of the major differences, of course, Perry, is this electronic clock that we have here that makes life a little bit easier for us to call these times as soon as the athletes cross the line. So having it present here is really
it has its benefits. It's helped us a lot. Unfortunately for our viewers, our electronic system is still not where it should be in terms of readiness. So we're fighting with that to get you the scores and stuff as well. I know you guys are really keen on the points standing, regardless of whatever is going on. So you still want to know the points. No matter if you're not representing the schools, you still want to know the points. So we're going to try to get some points for you. After these hurdle events, we're going to dive back into that system.
Alrighty. So while you do that, Perry, I'm going to just provide our viewers with some information here as far as the open boys 110 meter hurdles are concerned. The record is held by Tremaine Maloney. The time he attended the Lodge School, that's your alma mater.
Yes, yes.
A time of 13.39, record set back in 2011. Looking to challenge that record now. You're going to see in lane 1 Joshua Dottin representing the Peter Vaughan zone. In lane 2, Natari Sargent representing the Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane 3, Shem Williams also representing the Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane 4, Jadon Pierce, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. Then we have in lane 5, Rodnico Carrington representing the Peter Vaughan zone, and rounding out the field, Nikolai Kennedy representing the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. From our vantage point here, Perry, it looks as though lane 2 is unoccupied. So that looks like Dari Sargent is not going to be in this one. He is the athlete that is assigned to that lane. They're all chasing a time of 13.39.
Very few events are scored right now, and we're waiting to give you those events as well. Those scores for the events that have been scored. It's early days yet, and we are gonna see the boys getting their run-ups, making sure the blocks are set properly. And right now, as it stands, only 2 schools have scored points so far. Ian,
schools or zones?
2 zones. Sorry, what about the old format? Only 2 zones have scored points so far. It's early days, as I said.
Right.
So we only have the Jeffrey Burke zone with 8 points and the Peter Vaughan zone with 16 points. Remember those
400 meters, those were preliminaries,
ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to be seeing a strong surge from the Jones zone, as Ian wants to call it.
Jennifer and Anthony Jones, yes.
Zone. We're going to should be seeing a surge in girls, especially when those finals run off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bearing in mind, like we said, the only finals we have had would be those as far as the hurdles are concerned.
Yes, we haven't gotten any results from field events. I know the under 17 girls high jump has been concluded, as well as I think the under 17 boys shot. So we're waiting. Of course, with those are different. Those are not electronic. The track events, as soon as they go across the line and they're seated, you can get the points in, and they're placed in position. The points can be automatically placed into the system. With the field events, it is paperwork, handwritten work, and they have to now bring it back to the officials to get the results, the positions and stuff typed in, clicked in, and the points will then go in. So it's going to take a little bit of time. It's still early days yet as we get ready for the Dasani Water Boys Open 110 meter hurdles.
So again, those lane assignments: in lane 1, Dottin, Peter Vaughan zone. In lane 2 is unoccupied at this time, so we will just go straight to lane 3. Shem Williams is occupying lane 3. He represents the Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane 4, Jadon Pierce, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, is represented there. In lane 5, Rodnico Carrington representing the Peter Vaughan zone, and in lane 6, Nikolai Kennedy representing the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. 5 athletes chasing a time of 13.39, record set by Tremaine Maloney, formerly of the Lodge School, back in 2011. Any results from the field as yet, Perry? We pay lots of attention to what's happening on track. But of course, there are viewers who are interested in what's happening on the field. We can see the high jump in progress.
Like I said, there are some results. As we're going to get to that as soon as this race is finished. As the young athletes come down the line, it looks like this is going to be a three-way split. Oh, this is going to be close to the line on the lane number 6. Nikolai Kennedy, lane number 6. He looked sharp. He was really running and gunning for the lane. Let's see if he got there first.
See a flash time of 14.44. Has been rounded down.
14.36.
So Kennedy. Yeah, Kennedy takes that one in 14.36. And that is the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. So Perry, is that the commentator's curse or blessing? Because the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone has just gotten their first set of
official
points.
points.
So,
yes.
yeah.
I've been checking for the field events. Like I said before, as well as explaining to our viewers, Ian, the field events are not, the tabulation of their points are not as instantaneous as the track events, because they have to bring those sheets in. They have to first make sure that the chief or whatever event, the chief of the throws or whatever is sign it, the official, the event signs it to make it legal, and then they bring the scores in, and they have to be put into the system. So that's really point on top of it. So they're going to see some field event scores hopefully a little later, right about now, as they get ready for our next series of events.
I think those are the 100 meters. We're
This
going
will
to
be
take
the 100-meter sprints.
a short break.
We're going to take a short break, and we'll get back to you right here live from the Powerade-Dasani BSSAC 2022 here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. See you soon.
Have you heard of the big burger Easter discount?
The one with 17.5% off Burger 303, 404, Everglow, Royale, and Weatherproof 2. The offer is valid until April 30th at all 3 Color Shop locations and participating hardware stores while stocks last.
Quality, performance, and value all in one can. I am ready to paint.
Berger Paint for lasting beauty and protection.
Now that your age is not everything, now that your kids call you for advice, now that you can achieve anything you set your mind to, why stop? Nourish your strength and energy with Ensure. Ensure provides protein, antioxidants, key vitamins and minerals to support your immune system. Now that it's your moment to enjoy your vitality, why stop? Your life, your health, your Ensure.
Cash flow. Ching, ching, ching. First thing me do when me get up, me look for cash down. Even if I not one, the energy me have for the money, me have to prosper. I have big money energy. Bonus money, money. Big money energy. Bonus money, money. I have cash on my mind every day now. And money from the bank that feel lay down. Me hustle.
Sun Power hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. The fastest installation in the industry. We are proud of our reliability. We'll inspect and service any brands. Not committed, dedicated, over 40 years working in this land. At Sun Power hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. It's your Sun Power.
no. Daddy no la. No, 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 no. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, no, no. Yeah, 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 yeah. Me want your bubble for me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Me don't want your whole bag. Body full of melanin, pretty little dark skin. Girl, me want you know that. I got my eyes on you. See your papa got the check them ties on you. You wine good. I love you. I love you. You are like a talking thing and a feel me girl. Action start when you see me girl. Run up your waist and your mini skirt. Rihanna, I just so you give me word. Me want you turn back pain on my head.
My name is Troy Brown. I build houses for a living, do contracted work. Elite Investments Inc. We've been doing work from 2004. We build a lot of projects, hotels, residential houses, commercial works, pools, anything in construction. Yeah, we cover it. I've been working with St. Paul for the last 10 years. We use them in commercial buildings, residential homes, and small private residence. Quality is great. It's outstanding. For anybody that requesting a solar water heater, I think St. Paul is the way to go because I use it personally when outside is overcast to get the hot water for a long period of time. St. Paul system is the way to go.
From the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Task Force for Global Health.
Welcome back to the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, where we are bringing you live coverage of the Powerade-Dasani Barbados Secondary School Athletic Championships 2022.
Yes, it's a beautiful day. We're seeing a different dynamic in terms of the colors because they're zonal, and then when they strip off this kit, you're seeing a different in the running attire. They're running still in their school strips, but so just so persons do not get confused, no, this BSSAC for 2022 is zonal meet, interzonal meet, not an inter-school meet. Okay, it's an interzonal championship. You have schools coming together as zonal teams, and they are running for zonal supremacy. Okay, so don't get confused. You can still cheer on your school, favorite school, rep your colors. I know I will be repping my colors anytime you see a lot of school athletes. I will be beaming with pride. But at the end of the day, it is all about the new zonal system they have put in place. The 3 new zones they have put in place. Remember, we had 2 zones before, the Esther Maynard and the Frank Blackman zones, and now we have 3 new zones. These zones are paying homage to 3 stalwarts in physical education.
I also want to encourage our viewers, Perry, to, as they're commenting and supporting their schools and so on, you know, let's try to keep the comments clean.
Yes, please. We want you to we encourage the friendly banter, the friendly rivalry, but please be respectful at all times. We don't want, remember that this is being seen all over the world, not just in Barbados.
All right.
Not only in Barbados, it's all over the world, and we really want to leave a good taste in the mouths of those persons who are viewing from outside of the country. and even within the region. Okay, so you can have your fun, but do it respectfully. Please keep it clean.
So not doing too badly in terms of time here, Perry. I'm just looking at the scheduled time for the commencement of the under 17 girls 100 meters prelims. Those events were scheduled to start sometime around 11:45. It's just about 2 minutes before 12 o'clock.
Yes.
We're seeing the officials in position. Not yet. Oh, the athletes are over on the far side.
And right in front of us, we see
they're making their way over.
Some more. They guess it will be the under 17 boys making their way across the infield as well. And going on the southern side, we have a high jump event. I'm not sure of the age division.
I think it's the junior boys. Junior boys high jump.
So we have high jump going on. The shot put area. Have some athletes over by the shot put area. I can see out there getting warmed up as well. We see some athletes over by the long jump, the sandpit, the northern sandpit, all the way over on the eastern side of the facility. They're getting their steps in, making sure they have their marks down, so that they're getting ready to do battle over there in the various age divisions in long jump as well. So a lot of activity, hive of activity going on the track, in the field, and behind the scenes. You know, a lot of officials, bustling around and hustling around to make sure that they get every little thing great, because we know we can plan, we can put things in place but we have to see how it holds up as soon as we really open up to the public. So a lot of teething problems, they're getting themselves worked out, and they're doing an excellent job too, if I may say so myself.
So we have the under 17 girls and boys prelims, followed by the open girls and boys, and then we will turn our attention to the juniors. I think it's the first time you'll see the junior athletes on track this morning, the under 13s, the under 15s. You'll see those divisions in the 200 meter preliminaries.
Yes, I am eager to see those. Remember, these under 13s, Ian, for the most part, all of the under 13s to be precise, no one has seen them run.
Speaking of no one having seen them run, Perry, I think back 2 years ago, at this very venue, a young man by the name of Hart.
Actually, it was at the National Stadium. Ethan Hart.
Ethan Hart, yes.
As an under 13, he ran some big times at knapsack. He ran faster than the under 13s and some under 15s at BSSAC that year.
I believe he had a teammate called Wall as well.
Zachary Wall. Cannot forget those two names. But that bomb squad from St. George's Primary, they are now the record holders in the school. That team is the record holders in the boys medley relay for knapsack. It's going to take a lot of work to beat that record when we go back to normal knapsack.
So my line of thinking is, are we going to see them here today?
Well, we should, hopefully. Again, with the format for the selection, they would have to come up against some competition from all the schools. This is why I'm saying that we needed to keep the zones, but have an inter-school meet within these zones, so you can see these youngsters for the first time, even if some of them don't go through to this stage.
All right. Of course, when you go into first form, sometimes you find yourself going straight into the under 15 division, based on what time of the year you're born. So it would be there should be under 15 now.
Yeah,
both of them. If not in their final year, they may very well be first year under 17. Is that possible?
I think they should be on the 15 still, I think.
They should be on the 15. They should be on the 15, yeah.
Should be in his final year on the 15. How many years did we miss this so long ago? 2 years ago?
But the thing about it, I believe we had knapsack back in 2020.
And he was on the 13.
Yeah. And
he was on the 13.
And he ran at knapsack. That's when we took note of him, I should say. Nothing in 2021, we're here in 2022, so he should be on the 15.
Yes.
Should be on the 15. So we'll wait and see if his name appears among the athletes.
Seeing some, I was looking at the. I'm going to bring up the lane assignments for I'm going to bring up the lane assignments for the next set of events. Ian, I was just looking through the whole list of athletes, and some interesting names kept popping up at me. Took me back down memory lane.
Well, looks like the first heat is off, Barry. We didn't even give the lane assignment. Well, let's see. On the inside, looks to be the Peter Vaughan zone. We'll confirm that shortly. And they may be followed by the athlete from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. If you're wondering how we are able to decipher the zones, the athletes are wearing their numbers.
The bib numbers are
differently
coded.
colored. So Nichols coming out first in that first heat, 12.95. And she represents the Peter Vaughan zone. Peter Vaughan is identified by red. The Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone is identified by the color blue, and the Jeffrey Burke zone is identified by the color yellow.
Yes, it's a lot to take in.
It is.
It's new format, as we keep repeating and emphasizing, so that people don't get lost with what's going on. Brand new format, and we have to keep that in mind.
And of course, these zones are sponsored, so it's important to acknowledge the sponsors. BNOCL Jeffrey Burke zone, Frosty's Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, and the Signia Globe Peter Vaughan zone.
Yes, we thank all of the sponsors for coming out and putting money into this. We are moving on. I see now we have our system up and running, Ian.
Excellent.
And we can say goodbye to killing the trees. And we move on to the technology here. It's always good to have the paperwork, so I'd like to keep it for a few years and look back at it myself. And we are going on to prelim number 2 in the under 17 girls 100 meter dash. And these girls are chasing the record of 11.87 seconds set in 2014 by Tristan Evelyn, then on Springer Memorial, and Tristan Evelyn OLY.
Oh yeah,
went on to represent Barbados at the highest level, the Olympics, and she's still in college, and we wish her all the best and hope that she goes from stride to stride. As we go through the second prelim, we want to see some names of new persons listening. You can remember when these young ladies were doing the dog, as they so to speak, in primary school.
Yeah.
And then number 2 we have Casaria Ballantyne. That's the Jones zone. In lane 3, Romancia Wiltshire of the Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane number 4, Alika Yearwood, you saw her in the hurdles. She's representing Peter Vaughan zone. Ciara Pigot, also from the Jones zone. Davina Gaskin of Jeffrey Burke zone. And Maya McCollin of the Peter Vaughan zone. Of course, Casaria Ballantyne from St. Michael's School. Wiltshire from Springer Memorial. Pigot, I think she is at Courage and Parry. So they're scattered all over, and they're here to do battle. I see a seed time here for Wiltshire of 12:98.
So
and there they go. And as they come down the line, this is going to be a good one now. Wiltshire is really gunning. Wiltshire going all the way, determination on her face, and she crossed the line now. Whoa, little Wiltshire. I taught her at Blackman and Gollop, you know.
Looks like Wiltshire, Yearwood, and Pigot.
Yes. Wiltshire, 12.49.
12.49, so that's better than her seeded time.
Oh, yes, an improvement. Always good to beat your own time, so it shows improvement. When I said that, it reminds me of a young Julia Denny, who's was overseas in college on a scholarship. Whenever she ran, she would never win in the finals. She would make the finals, but she never got on the podium as a young primary school athlete. But she would always ask me at the end of the day, sir, did I run faster than I ran the last time? And I found that thought process that she had as a primary school child to be extremely exceptional. And now look where she is. She's also the under 13 100 meter record holder.
Here within 2, Pigott in 3. Yeah,
so you call it 1, 2, 3.
The official results: Ballantyne takes 4, 13.03. So they're giving.
Ballantyne was 4th, of course. Sarah Ballantyne, she was dominant at knapsack in her final year. I think she would have won the 1, the 2, and the 400 meters in her final year at knapsack. Who then represented the Cuthbert Moore Primary School.
So it looks like the boys are getting ready, setting their blocks, going through their paces.
And like I said, Ian, it's a hard transition. You've been out for 2 years. Last time these young ladies were run, they were on the 15s. Some of them were second year on the 13s, going into on the 15. And now you come out from running in a lower division and you're thrown to the deep end of the pool, so to speak. You're back up on the 17. So it's a hard transition for the athletes. And we've got to be mindful of that and give these young athletes as much credit as possible for turning up, showing up, and putting on a performance. It was a very determined run from Young Wiltshire. A very determined run from Young Wiltshire in that 100 meters. She was
You mentioned Jalea Denny a while ago, and while you mentioned her name, I was wondering about Wickham, Delano Wickham, who would have left the Alling School, gone over to Christchurch Foundation, and of course, we had COVID.
Yes,
we pretty much haven't heard.
That the COVID pandemic really severely impacted a lot of our athletes. I remember Wickham would have been awarded a scholarship, and then COVID would have hit, and then everything just shut down. So he wasn't able to pursue his dream of going over to college and studying and running in the college circuit, which was very disheartening and heartbreaking for him. But we have to sometimes understand that's how life is. We roll with the punches. I'm not sure where he is right now, what he's doing, but he was one for the future as well.
Under 17 boys now on the line, Perry.
Yes, we have the under 17 boys, first of 2 prelims, and the record 10.56 seconds set way back in 1992 by a very young and sprightly Obadiah Thompson of Harrison College. That was a big run. 10.
So we have King, Corlett, Ford, Spencer, Nurse, and Haynes. The action is in the middle of the track. It looks like Spencer and Ford going to battle it out.
Yes, Spencer and Ford. And I'm glad to see Ford running. I remember he would have missed his on the 13 year at BSSAC because he had broken his leg or something like that. And now he's come back to win the first prelim. We're going to keep an eye on that time.
11.13.
11.13. Let's see what the times go and who's going to factor into this final when it comes about. Ian, this start.
Harry Ford. So Spencer, I anticipate, would be in
second position. So we're gonna see who can do what. Let's keep track of these times, Ian.
Yeah, sure, why not? So far we have Ford. And let's see how the other shape up.
Right about now, we are paying homage to Captain Michael Jules, who will be jotting down these notes and trying to figure out how the finals would look. Painting it right, giving you a pen picture of the finals, basically. So we're waiting the other times for the other runners, but for sure, Amari Ford. And I remember Amari Ford representing Barbados as on the 9 at the CUT games as well.
So Spencer,
that is Reginaldo Spencer. So Jeffrey Burke zone will have 2 in the finals. Corlett, Jamar Corlett, King 1178. Let's write down that 1178 as well. See how the times pan out.
Okay. 78. Contain all of that. So we have Ford in first position, Spencer. Second and third officially, Haynes. And he represents the Jennifer
we have the
and
second
Jones
section now.
zone.
Yeah.
Yep.
And in this second section, we are going to be seeing the likes of Rico Aline representing the Jeffrey Burt zone. We have Jaquan Pilgrim from the Jones zone. We have Enrico Jean-Pierre Green of the Jeffrey Burt zone. Trey Callender of the Jones zone. Representative Peter Vaughn zone on the outside. The two athletes will be Shadon Hinkson and in lane 6 and Jaquan Blaze in lane number 7. Let's see if any of these athletes can split these 4 up for the first heat.
Well, time will tell. A slight breeze and a shower comes across. Yeah, comes across the Usain Bolt Sports Complex.
We're on the line here.
Second section, Aline Pilgrim, Jean-Pierre Callender, Hinkson, Blades. Remember that record, 10.56, set by Obadiah Thompson.
In 1992, where were you when that was happening?
Primary school. I was in primary school, Perry.
Ooh.
Probably watched it on television.
Right, once again, Aline in 2, Pilgrim in 3, Jean-Pierre in 4, Callender in 5, Hinkson in 6, and Blades in 7.
So we're looking at the times. The time to beat from last heat, 13.13. That was ran by Ford. Let's see how this second section goes. And there they go. Aline Pilgrim, Jean-Pierre, Callender, Hinkson, and Blades. Again, the action is in the middle of the track. And it's looking like Jean-Pierre running out of lane 3. No, that's Pilgrim actually. Jaquan Pilgrim. And he's representing the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. Jaquan Pilgrim, wearing the colors of the St. Michael Cougars.
We have Mustangs and Cougars and Lions.
What's that his name there? So
we're missing Tigers and Bears.
So Pilgrim, 11.20. So
He's
that's a clear
indication.
Numbers 1 and 2.
But he looked more relaxed.
Yeah.
He looked a lot more relaxed than Ford, to be honest. He actually had more in the tank. So we're going to see when they come up with the finals how these guys match up. Who's going to be dominant one. But Pilgrim looked very relaxed all the way through the line. He had no one to challenge him, so he just cruised across the line, 11.20. So the time is not an indicator for right now. I just want to see how they would have run, the times they would have run in the prelims, and who was comfortable and who looked like they were struggling. Ford was pushed. I wouldn't say he was struggling, but he was really pushed by the young man on his inside. He was really pushed, so he had to step.
So it should be an exciting final. We'll see how it plays out. The second heat was a tad slower.
Yes.
11.43 we saw there. Is that Jean-Pierre? That was second.
Yes.
And Callender in third.
And Hinkson ran 12.20.
So the under 17 boys are completed. We then turn our attention to the open girls. So let's get those lane assignments up. Of course, this is the Powerade-Dasani Barbados Secondary School Athletics Championship 2022. Back after 2 years. And indeed, we are happy to be back. We have the open girls 100 meters coming up. The record for that event is held by Yolan Strawn, a record that dates back to 1985.
Wow.
Would have been about 2. Yolan Strawn, of course, attended the Ellerslie Secondary School.
I will not say where I was at that point in time, Ian.
That's all right, Terry. you may be a little embarrassed of your age.
No, I'm not. I don't want to overwhelm you with my maturity.
Your maturity overwhelm me. Oh, my goodness, interesting. The record set by Yolan Strawn, a time of 11.64 seconds back in 1985.
Yes,
the 18th of March.
I was just speaking to this Esther Maynard from the AAB. She has confirmed that this is a Carifta qualifier.
Oh, wonderful!
And we're going to be seeking those qualifying standards for these ladies and gentlemen running the divisions that will be competing at the Carifta Games in Jamaica. Of course, I want to give a shout out to the Signia Globe staff. They are logged on.
Oh, wonderful!
Yes.
Good afternoon to you.
There for Keitha wearing her repping her Dayton Griffith tie.
I'll say good afternoon to Mr. Paul Ashby.
Oh, Paul Ashby. You know, he went to my primary school and he went to the law school. He took me to school in first form. He made sure that I got on the right bus and I got home safely as well.
My goodness, I hope he doesn't want to overwhelm you with his maturity. It's all fun and games here. We're really happy to be back though, Perry.
Oh, I'm so glad to be sitting next to you. I'm only missing the goodly captain. The goodly captain is missing.
They tell me he's on national duty.
Yes, he's on national duty. You have to do our part. Everybody has a part to do. He has his part to do, and he does it well.
Absolutely. A little lull in the activity though on track. The blocks are still in position, but we have not seen the young ladies make their way to the starting line. They're over on the northern side of the ground, it looks like. You're seeing some activity over there, but nothing in the area where the 100 meters usually start.
I think what's happening over there would be the athletes who would have run just now, going back over there to put on their track suits.
Right.
Normally we would have seen the young ladies with the baskets bring them down to the finish line. That's not happening this time because, of course, things have changed. But nonetheless, they're still flowing. You're just awaiting the women to come out now, so we can get the 100 meters up and running. So while we wait for them, Ian, let me see if I can bring up some points.
So an observation very quickly. I'm noticing we don't say under 20 anymore. I'm noticing that on all of our listings here, once it gets past the under 17 level, we call it open. And certainly there must be a reason for that, Perry.
You have to find one of the organizers, because they still have the under 20 events that these athletes compete in Carifta and stuff like that.
Right.
So, and before last BSSAC format, we would have had the under 20 girls, under 20 boys, as we would call it. The open event would have been the 4x400,
yes.
Right. So maybe the rationale behind it is you have the under 15s, you have the under 17s, you have that group transitioning between there. So I can only speculate. I was not sitting on the committee that would have come up with this. So
it would be quite interesting to hear the rationale behind it, though. Maybe at some point in time we'll be able to get an interview, have a conversation with one of the members of the organizing committee.
Yes.
And see what would have been the rationale behind that particular change.
So let's look at some. Let me see if we can bring up some points while we wait, Ian.
Yes, points.
Some scores.
Points.
Everybody likes points. Let's see how many things have been scored here. 1, 2, 3, 4 events have been scored. Do we have any? Yes, we have some more coming up here.
Coming up, we have some field events that have been scored, so we're going to put them in.
All right.
So we have 8 events scored so far. After 8 events in track, 7 events in track and the field. So these are combined scores, these are track and field scores, ladies and gentlemen.
We are waiting results from the field events, and once we get those, we will give them to you.
Some field events have been scored. The ones that are just concluded, they have not been put in as yet, and we have some ongoing as well. So Ian, can you call the female scores?
Let's see what we have here for the females. All right, in third position, we have the Peter Vaughan zone. They have amassed 27 points. In second, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, 31 points. And in first place, the Jeffrey Burke zone with 35 points. It's very close at this point in time. So, early days yet. We still have the 400 meters to be completed, the 100 meters to be completed, because they were only preliminary events, qualifiers. And of course, we'll remind you of those qualifiers once again. But very close.
Yes.
And it's closer among the boys.
Oh, yes. In the male scores, in third, the Jeffrey Burke zone, 41 points. Second, Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, 45 points. And the Peter Vaughan zone, 48 points. So it's close in both male and female.
Yep.
And this is going to go down to the wire. I like it when track meets go down to the
So,
relays.
question for you.
Yes, please.
Let's say the Jeffrey Burke zone goes on to win, hypothetically. Where does the top prize reside? Which school?
Oh my Ian, you are asking me some very interesting questions that I've been asking myself. I must say they have a whole year.
They have a year, so they split the year into
how many schools there are. There was just
it is really
pass it
interesting.
around. Or I'm assuming, I don't know. But that's a very interesting question.
It would be interesting to hear a response to it. We definitely have to do what we can to get somebody from the organization and have a conversation with them. It's really, really interesting, this new format.
I knew that is where you were going with that, Ian.
But it's a fair question.
It is a fair question.
Who gets to hold it first? Are we doing it in alphabetical order?
How long do you hold it? Will you hold it? Will you prorate the time you hold it by the amount of athletes you had in the zone competing for the school?
Exactly. There's another variable to consider. It's interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yep, I'm not seeing any of the girls coming out for the open 100 meters.
So what this may give us an opportunity to do is to take a break, Perry, and you can come back with some more action here from the Usain Bolt Sports Complex.
Yes, I'm going to try to see if we can get the knapsack qualifier standard, sorry.
Knapsack?
The BSAC.
BSAC qualifying standards.
I'm thinking knapsack because we had a whole week and a half of knapsack doing what we call the Get Moving Festival. It was an attempt a virtual Get Moving Festival. It was an attempt to get all the schools that participate in knapsack, the children of those schools up and keen and running and back in form after that long break they had from COVID. You know, it's very hard to teach physical education online. Speaking from my experience, a lot is lost when you try to interact with children at that level. But it was done and it was fun. We had a good time on those 8 days. And NATSAC, of course, also had to do a little change. They went from 5 zones to 8. And they have added in 3 new icons for those 3 zones. 3 new icons for those 3 zones. And we would have said welcome to those icons being Ryan Brathwaite, Peter Nichols, and forget the other one. Forgive me, it was so busy.
I'm seeing the young ladies now. I believe the Open girls now heading over.
My apologies to Marcia Trotman. Rest in peace, Marcia Trotman, of course.
We're going to take a very short break and come back here with some more track and field action. You Open girls are making their way over. So we're just going to pay some bills and come right back and bring you more action of the Powerade-Dasani Barbados Secondary School Athletic Championships 2022.
Have you heard about the big Berger Easter discount?
The one with 17.5% off Berger 303, 404, Everglow, Royale, and Weatherproof 2. The offer is valid until April 30th at all 3 Color Shop locations and participating hardware stores while stocks last.
Quality, performance, and value all in one can. I am ready to paint.
Berger Paint for lasting beauty and protection.
Now that your age is not everything, now that your kids call you for advice, now that you can achieve anything you set your mind to, why stop? Nourish your strength and energy with Ensure. Ensure provides protein, antioxidants, key vitamins and minerals to support your immune system. Now that it's your moment to enjoy your vitality, why stop? Your life, your health, your Ensure.
Cash flow. Ching, ching, ching. First thing me do when me get up, me look for cash down. Even if I not one, the energy me have for the money, me have to prosper. I have big money energy. Barbados, money, money. Big money energy. Barbados, money, money. I have cash on my mind every day now. And money from the bank that feel lay down. Me hustle.
Sun Power hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. The fastest installation in the industry. We are proud of our reliability. We'll inspect and service any brands. Not committed, dedicated, over 40 years working in this land. Sun Power hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. It's the Sun Power.
Get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Before things get COVID-19, for go there, get your vaccine. Listen, in Barbados we blessed. Not other countries that got no access. No, to the resources we acquire. So we should let them expire. You might get headache or cold sweats or fever or dizziness. These side effects temporary. Your body fighting ain't necessary. You running from a lady, need a stick. You running from a lady, need a stick. It can be easy on a ventilator. COVID-19 ain't come to play ya. So get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Better we need one the coverage. So let me push up this percentage. Understand? Get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Before things get COVID-19. So go there, get your vaccine. Yeah. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Task Force for Global Health.
And welcome back to the action here. Before we took our break, the open girls, the big girls made their way across, and I guess they've set their blocks and gone through their paces. Let's see if they've done that. Looks like they're getting ready to do so. A strong breeze comes across the Usain Bolt Sports Complex here. Lots of color, lots of activity.
Yes, all the high jump events for today seem to have been concluded. They saw the officials wheeling back in the high jump apparatus. So that would indicate that there will be no more high jump today. For BSSAC, we'll probably see the younger ones doing battle in the high jump tomorrow.
Yeah, so while we have a little time, Perry, what we can do is just recap these qualifiers for the 400 meters.
Okay.
The under 17 girls. As the sound of Kiss.
Sweet song.
Now come through the complex. So in terms of qualifiers for the under 17 girls 400 meter dash, Kadia Rock, Ariel Archer, Helia Bentham, Jazara Holford, Kendra Morgan, Ebony Jones, Rihanna Price, and the final qualifier, Calicia Downs. We also have for the boys, Nicolai Clark, looks like Caden Dowrich Roach, Kristen Nurse, Mary Brown, Nathan Brathwaite, Nathaniel Nurse, Keyshawn Griffith, and Nicolai Cox. The qualifiers in the unboys 400 meters final. Moving on to the open girls, Shade Worrell, Brianna Boyce, Tionce Waldron, Tuana McLean, Tiana Appleway, Jada Worrell, Zariel Price, and Rishan Herbert. Those are the finalists. And in the open boys, Jaleel Armstrong, Josiah Paris, Ross Waldron, Aquan Waith, Kobe Hudson, Fabian Gollop, Xavier Eiffel, and Amir Gustav. Finalist in the open boys 400 meters.
Looking forward to seeing those athletes do battle in the 400 meter finals as the young ladies look like they are ready. Let's give you lane assignments now, Ian, for the girls open 100 meters. These are prelims. You have 2 heats. Okay. So having the 2 heats, you will see the 3 fastest times plus the next 2 fastest losers going through to the finals. Okay. And we are going to be seeing the lane assignment for this one will be in lane number 2, Jenna Ellis of Peter Vaughan zone. In lane number 3, we have Nia Brown from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. In lane 4, Azaria Nurse of the Peter Vaughan zone. In lane 5, Dania Niles of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. In lane 6, Donisha Moore of the Jeffrey Burke zone. And in lane number 7, Jada Hines, also of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. They're going to be chasing a record of 11.64 seconds, set in 1985 by Yolan Strawn. Yolan Strawn, then of Ellerslie Secondary School. Whoa.
Long time ago, Perry.
Oh yeah.
Very, very long time ago. They say records are meant to be broken. I don't know if it applies to this one. We'll see.
Some records are harder to break than others.
That is true.
And but it's good when you can get records being broken. It shows progression. It shows improvement in the sport, right? And it gets tongues wagging. And people are always anticipating what the athlete will do, what said athlete will do next. How far will they go in their track and field career? Will they run on the biggest stage? Will they go on the circuit?
Yep, lots of questions. Only time can provide those answers. For those who are interested, and following the test match over in Grenada, the Spice Isle, England have been asked to bat first, and they are 46 for 3 after 27 overs. This is sports.bb, so we'll keep you up to date with what's happening outside of BSAC, but our focus, of course, is BSAC for today and tomorrow. So, England 46 for 3, West Indies not looking too bad on this, the opening day of the 3rd and final test. Hopefully you can go on to win.
We'll see. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties.
That's what they say. Stadium announcer here introducing the athletes.
I think what happened here, Ian, because some of these young ladies would have run the hurdles,
right?
So they were giving them a little time.
Understood.
Right.
Understood. That is one of the elements that
because Nia Brown is in there.
We often forget the multi-eventers and sometimes the workload that they have to bear throughout these championships.
And that's where it comes down to the coaches, the team managers, the coaches selecting the events wisely.
Absolutely.
There's a clear example of that not working out the way it should.
On the started orders, they're off and running. Ellis Brown, Nurse Niles Moore, and Hines. Let's see in the middle of the track on the outside actually. Oh, there's action on the inside, the middle, and on the out. Nia Brown once again crossing the line. Flash time here, it looks like 12.39. We'll see. Wait confirmation, of course. That's how we do it.
Yes, Ellis didn't start. Ellis did not start from Peter Vaughan's zone, so they left Azaria Nurse to carry the weight of the Peter Vaughan zone on her own. Nia Brown, 12.20.
Nia Brown, Queen's College?
Yes, Queen's College.
I remember when she came into BSAC, had a very good under 13 year journey. Under 15, her first year in particular, she tended to struggle a little bit.
Yes, the transition is hard.
She is back with a bang.
That transition is hard, Ian. It's very hard for coming from primary school and going into
12.20.
So that transition is very hard, but she's gotten back. So she's gotten back into form and she's looking good. 12.20 seconds for Brown.
That's the open girls. Brown 12.20. Be taking note here.
I see you, Ian, ladies and gentlemen. Ian becoming a student of track and field again, taking notes.
Yeah. Notes are necessary. We can compare and contrast, gives us a good perspective as to what we can expect and anticipate.
Still waiting for those CRIFTA standards, qualifying standards.
Hopefully we get them soon.
I would like to see, maybe I would hope that we have some qualifiers out of this.
Are the standards ever adjusted?
Yeah, they are adjusted. They are adjusted.
So there's a possibility that this year we can see an adjustment. Is that a possibility, Perry? Given the fact that we have, had a 2-year layoff.
Well, we will see. That is
not your call. We know
that is way above my pay grade. That is not in my purview. But
we know also that you sit among the upper echelon in athletics in Barbados. So we know that you may be privy to certain.
I may sit with them, but I'm not always privy to everything that's going on. You're not going to get me in that one, Mr. Mr. Webster, sir.
Yeah.
You're not going to get me trapped.
In the absence of information, you ask questions.
Yes,
so.
I can ask the question. I was speaking to Miss Maynard earlier.
Right.
She had confirmed that this is a CRIFTA qualifier. So I was instructed and directed by her to ask Mr. Best for those standards, which I am doing right now.
As we await the second heat. In this second heat, let's see what we have here in terms of lane assignments. Remember, the time that they're chasing is 11.64 seconds. Alright, so in the second heat, in lane 2, we should see Niobe Holder, Peter Vaughan zone. In lane 3, Crystal Martindale from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. In lane 4, Zaria Graves of the Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane 5, Kishana Niles of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. And in lane 6, Malia Edwards of the Jeffrey Burke zone. 2 names in particular here stand out to me. 3 in fact. Crystal Martindale, I remember her. Zaria Graves, Springer Memorial, and Malia Edwards. We would have seen her earlier in the hurdles. And they're off and running. Let's see how they're shaping up here. Looks like Edwards. No, that's Graves going to the front. It's a ding-dong battle between Graves and Niles. But Niles is going to cross the line first. Looks like Graves in second. And I make it Martindale for third. Of course, we await the official results. So it's Niles in 1, 11.99.
Sorry, that's a good time.
Yeah, definitely faster than the first heat. So in heat 2, 11.99. So that is the time to beat. Zaria Graves should have gotten in there for that second spot. And possibly Martindale for third. Just waiting to see as a light drizzle comes across every now and then, Perry. It's a cool day.
This is Ian. If you look to your left, you'll see a picture worth taking. You see the chairpersons of NATSA and BSAC.
Oh.
They're together. Solidarity within the two entities, primary and secondary schools, track and field.
Oh man.
So we're eagerly awaiting those big boys, as we like to call them. Let me go to their page and see what names pop up here that will jump out at us. Of course, you know, the record, the BSAC record set in 2015 by Mario Burke, then of Harrison College, 10.35 seconds. That's a big time as well. And there are two heats. And here this one, and we see, I remember Oregon Straker, Hashem Vaughn. These are names that popped out at me straight off without even batting an eyelid or thinking. Christine Cummins.
Hashem Vaughn. I remember Straker.
Yes, so that's
Marco Gill will appear in the second heat.
He's Jamarco. I love Jamarco Gill. He has so much potential. Okay, so as I said, the record is 10.35 seconds set in 2015. As the wind picks up over here, we get some light showers as well. So we welcome the wind because the wind is going to blow those clouds away quickly down to the sea. And in lane number 2, we have Kristen Cummins of Peter Vaughan Zone. In lane number 3, we have Oregon Straker of the Jones Zone. Tashawn Seeley, Peter Vaughan Zone. Seth Dean in lane number 5 for the Jones Zone. And in lane number 6, Hashem Vaughn of the Jeffrey Burke Zone. This is the first of 2 prelims in the open boys, the big boys, 100-meter dash.
And of course, we'll see the finals later.
Looking forward to those finals.
Off and running, Perry. Good start by the young man on the outside, Vaughn.
But the guy on the inside is flying.
That's Kristen Cummins. Kristen Cummins.
Cummins, man.
And if that time is right, Perry.
10.62.
If that time is right, Perry,
that's a
the young man is doing some good numbers. Actually rounded down to 10.60.
That's a very good time, 10.60. Let's see the second heat. But Cummins, he really had a good start on the inside, and he really held his form. He looked a little tight coming on to the end, but he had done enough coming out the first 3 quarters of the race to really win this one at a good time, 10.60 seconds. Remember the record, 10.35 seconds, and that's another fairly long standing record if you look at it from this point of view, because there's some 7 years of record. That's a good one. 10.75 for Straker in 4th position. Remember the top 3 times. The top 3 times fast. The top 3 winners, persons for each. The top 3 from each zone, each heat, and the next 2 fastest times will go through to make it the final 8. So who will be joining Cummins, Dean, and Seeley in the finals? Let's wait and see. Now for the second heat, the guys have just finished setting the blocks. They've done their run-throughs. They look satisfied that they have the block set correctly, and we are going to skip down to that second heat.
Jamarco Gill certainly would be one to watch in this one. I remember Jadon Pierce as well.
Amani Masco Beckles.
Time to beat here 10.60. And that was the time ran.
Well, actually, the time to beat for the finals would be running faster than the fourth place person in the first heat, who came fourth and fifth in the first heat. Because don't forget, once you come first, second, or third, you automatically go through. You have to be one of the two fastest losers, as they say, to get in as well. So, for me, if I'm smart enough, I would say, you know what? I would look at that first seat and say, okay, I just have to finish in the top 3. And I hope my heat is fast in case I don't finish in the top 3 and I could edge in with the fastest loser time.
Conserving energy.
Yep.
Very, very important. At the highest level we see the best in the world try to manage their energy by not doing too much during the rounds, doing just enough once they advance to the semi-finals, and once they get into that final they give it all they've got. And so the same must apply at this level. It's a process.
Yep, it is a process, and they have to accept that and just trust the process and let it work. And we now have the boys coming to the line. Let's give you the lane assignments for the second of 2 heats in the qualifiers for the boys, the open boys 100-meter dash. These boys are also going to be chasing not only to qualify, but also want to be chasing the record set by Mario Burt 2015, that time of 10.35 seconds. And we have Cummins in 2, Straker in 3, Seeley in 4, Dean in 5, and Vaughn in 6. And a clean start. Everyone is running and gunning. Who's going to come across the line first?
On the outside, Perry. On the outside.
Vaughn.
That's not Vaughn.
Oh, that's not Vaughn.
That's Maskell Beckles. Manny Maskell Beckles.
I think my finger scrolled up to the wrong.
Very good run there
so
by him.
And that one was Rashad Williams. My apologies. So viewers in 2. As Cario Berger Thomas in 3. Jadon Pierce in 4. Jamarco Gill in 5. And Amani Maskell Beckles in 6. Amani Maskell Beckles. It was given to Gill on the inside in lane number 5, just on his inside.
Interesting.
10.96. 10.96. So Jamarco Gill. See the young man from the lodge there asking what happened. He's questioning what.
He's asking what happened.
And Gill is probably saying the same thing, but smiling nonetheless. I think both of them are safe and have gone through to the finals regardless.
Absolutely.
So it's just a matter of getting it right in the final and dominating in that final one, that open boys 100-meter finals later.
I don't think Gill got a particularly good start.
No, he had to fight back, but he has the pedigree. He has the pedigree.
Actually, they've just changed it. It is Maskell Beckles, in fact.
Right. Gill second.
Gill is second. As I was a little confused myself.
Yeah. Jadon Pierce is
in there for third.
And Williams 11:34.
So we are correct. Perry, we called that one correct. Maskell Beckles taking the second heat floor time, but that was not the final.
We're going to wait and see how the dust settles in the finals. Who wants it the most will get it at this point in time.
Absolutely, Perry. Going to take a break at this point. And when we come back, the 200 meters, they should be on the way. The under 13 girls and boys, as well as the under 15 girls and boys. So you have that to look forward to. But in the meantime, in between time, we're going to pay some bills and come right back to you with more action from the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. This is the Powerade BSSAC 2022. Powerade-Dasani, I should say. BSSAC 2022.
I know, boy. I done put that thing there for you, know. Oh, yeah, I put it on your bike.
Hey, man, I see you have some chicken wing in you. You want a little bit far, I thought you want chicken wing in you. Come on, come to the wall. I have chicken wing in you, a bit far. We wouldn't have it talk. Oh, you get? What did you do in the shirt? Oh, yeah, the beer smell.
No. Daddy no lie. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. Me want your bubble for me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Me don't want your whole bag. Body full of melanin, pretty little dark skin. Girl, me want you know that. I got my eyes on you. See your papa got the check 10 ties on you. You wine good. I love you. The whole of the talking thing and the feel me girl. Action start when you see me girl. Run up your waist and your mini skirt. Rihanna, yeah, just so you give me work. But when you turn back, we ain't on my head.
My name is Troy Brown. I build houses for a living and do contracted work. Elite Investments Inc. We've been doing work from 2004. We build a lot of projects, hotels, residential houses, commercial works, pools, anything in construction. Yeah, we cover it. I've been working with SunPower for the last 10 years. We use them in commercial buildings, residential homes, and small private residence. Quality is great. It is outstanding. For anybody that requested a solar water heater, I think SunPower is the way to go because I use it personally when outside is overcast to get the hot water for a long period of time. SunPower system is the way to go.
From the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Task Force for Global Health.
Have you heard about the big Berger Easter discount?
The one with 17.5% off Berger 303, 404, Everglow, Royale, and Weatherproof 2. The offer is valid until April 30th at all 3 Color Shop locations and participating hardware stores while stocks last.
Quality, performance, and value all in one can. I am ready to paint.
Berger Paint for lasting beauty and protection.
Now that your age is not everything. Now that your kids call you for advice.
And we are back live here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex for the 200 meter series, starting with the under 13 girls. 200 meters, these young ladies, it will be the first time you're going to be seeing them running ever. And we have in lane number 2 Crisada Hope Johnson of Peter Von Zone. In lane 3 Katie Cadogan Jeffrey Burke Zone. In lane 4 Azaria Chase of the Jones Zone. And 5 we have Shakira Hinkson of the Jeffrey Burke Zone. And in lane number 6 Gia Greenwich also of the Jones Zone. These young ladies are going to be chasing the record set in 2011 by Christina McConney, 25.62 seconds. So remember, this is the unknown factor in BSAC because there was no knapsack last year. Nobody has seen these children running in any competition whatsoever, and they are out now for the first time to compete for BSAC. And we welcome the babies of BSAC to the track here.
Absolutely, Perry. Looking forward to see them run. They're under starters' orders. And there they go, making their debut.
That's right.
Hope, Cadogan, Chase, Hinkson, and Greenwich. Let's see how things are shaping up on the outside. Looking good.
Greenwich.
There's Greenwich from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. And she is putting some daylight between herself and the rest of the field. She's actually slammed the entire field, Perry.
This girl looks smooth.
Very, very smooth indeed. And that is obviously a preliminary run, but we certainly look forward to seeing her and what she will do.
So in this one, you will see that we end the two winners from each heat, plus the next 2 fastest times. So let's keep track of
Nichols
up to 4th place in each heat.
Yes, Peter Vaughn. She's from the Peter Vaughn zone.
27.
Nichols 27. 0.08.
They're really rolling off these under 13s as expected. There are no blocks to set, and they're just going to roll them off. Okay, so in the second preliminary lane assignment. In lane number 7, Kristen Greenwich, Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. And lane 6, also from that zone, Denisha Fields. In lane number 5, from the Peter Von zone, Trinity Aline. In lane number 4, Kaimara Blackett of the Jeffrey Burke zone. And on the inside, Jabaya Williams, also of the Jeffrey Burke zone.
Just being asked to stand.
They're chasing, remember, viewers, they're chasing this record. Besides also chasing a spot in the finals, the record is 25.62 seconds.
That time that Nichols ran in the first heat, 27.08. So they're off and running.
A slower start for this one.
Yeah, so let's see if they pick the pace up going around the turn, Perry.
The athlete in lane number 4 looks sharp.
Yes, and she looks like she's from the Springer Memorial camp. She's running out of lane 4, is it, Perry?
Oh, that's in lane number 4, yes, correct.
Lane number 4. She's getting a stiff challenge on the inside, but she's going to hold on. Both athletes representing the Jeffrey Burke zone. So I call it Blackett followed by Williams.
Followed
both
by Aline.
Yeah.
But those are the 2 automatic qualifiers, Blackett and Williams. So Jeffrey Burke having two athletes qualified outright for the finals in the under 13 girls 200 meters.
That's Blackett.
So let's move on to the third and final heat.
Motoring along here, really.
Yes, the under 13s go pretty quickly because there are no blocks are set. They just put them on the line and go. Right? They plug and play, Ian. Plug and play.
They're really motoring along here with these 200 meters.
We're going to give you the lane assignment for the final section. And in this one, we're going to see in lane number 6, Jazara Levine. She's there
from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. Also from that zone in lane 5, Jazara Ennis. In lane number 4, Shantae Gill of the Peter Vaughn zone. In lane 3, Derica Howell of the Jeffrey Burke zone. And in lane number 2, Cara Small of the Peter Vaughn zone. 2 automatic qualifiers, and the next 2 fastest losers go through to the finals.
Gone again for the third time, the under 13 girls.
The lady on the outside, that's Levine on the outside. She's really going out hard.
We're watching the middle of the track, Perry, coming around the bend, looking is that lane 4 again. Is that Gill?
Yes. Coming down to the wire now. Can she hold on though? Because she was getting a strong challenge from Gill. Gill is starting to tire.
On the outside.
Levine is going.
Levine is going to hold on. Yes. Gill is going to take second, and they make it in lane 5, Jazara Ennis for third.
So Levine, 28.15 seconds.
So the fastest heat would have been the first one.
Yes, and the under 13 boys are ready, Ian, believe it or not. 3 preliminaries again with the under. We always get a lot of heats in the under 13. The youngsters are always keen to compete. And we are going to see in the first of 3 sections in lane number 5, Josiah Gill of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. In lane number 4, Naeem Thomas of the Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane number 3, Jamarco Johnson of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. And in lane number 2, Tajay Coward of the Jeffrey Burke zone. And all of these names, Ian, I remember calling that knapsack when they were under 11s. Imagine that.
Well, they're here. Secondary school. Racing.
Sorry, under 13s, under 11s. Yes,
you said under 11s. So Howard, Johnson, Gill, right. Thomas.
So,
only 2 zones represented here.
We have a
recall.
A recall.
I recall.
Yeah. That's a very good recall, Ian.
You can add retention to that. Retention and recall.
And we are here. We're getting a lovely breeze under this tent. That was furnished by one of the sponsors, and
Signe Globe actually.
Yes, and I received a WhatsApp message. Apparently, one of the cameras panned across from one of the other media houses, and I got asking, will you all guys have your own security? Because we have a security guard. She's not our security guard. She's working for the BSSAC, but she's stationed at this end, so
it's cooler under the tent, you know.
Yes. So for those for those who want to hear different, yes, we got our security.
Okay. With the other 13 boys, the first heat still on the line.
Yes, they're gonna go again. They're gonna let them go again. Of course, in the under 13s, they get that second chance.
Only 2 zones represented in this heat. The Jennifer and Anthony Jones.
This is the first heat.
The first heat of the under 13.
So we are here.
All right, 2 zones represented, and Jeffrey Burke, Jeffrey Burke zone. So they're off and running, and on the inside, looks like Jamarco Johnson putting his mark, stamping his authority very early. Arms and legs pumping, looking very solid here. Will he get a challenge on the outside?
Yes,
looks like he's running out of gas. Perry's gonna get that challenge. It's gonna be taken over now by the young man, Josiah Gill.
Josiah Gill.
Very good run from Gill.
He had a very slow start, Gill, but he came off the bend. He started accelerating off the bend, and while Thomas was decelerating, Gill was accelerating.
You go ahead, Perry.
So we're going to move on to the next heat, section 2 of 3, and the under 13 boys walk 200 meters, and lane number 6 we have Wayne Denny of the Peter Vaughn zone. In lane number 5 we have Javonte Selman of Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane number 4, Rosario Connell of the Peters Vaughn zone. In lane 3, Jaden Aline of the Jeffrey Burke zone. And in lane number 2, Zarel Harding of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. And they're now on the start orders. And a clean start for this second one. Not much to show in terms of leadership as they hit the boat, come off the bend at 100 meters now. The lad on the outside, he still looks strong. That's Denny. But the inside of him, we see the youngster Selman. So Selman and Denny. Selman and Denny. Selman and Denny. Denny on the line from Selman.
Keenly contested.
Yes, and let's look at the time for that one. 26.73. Just look faster heat.
That's Denny.
Yes, Denny.
Unfortunately, I didn't get the time from the first heat, but the important thing that we can acknowledge here is that was the faster of the two, and we'll get the third. Perry, I did get hold of those Carifta qualifying standards, and we're going to share them.
Okay, we're gonna share them after we go through these seats here.
Of course.
Third final heat of the under 13 boys 200 meters, still chasing that elusive record of 24.05 seconds set by Shea Nurse of the Law School way back in 2009. In lane number 6, Tyrell Clark, Peter Bonzo. In lane 5, Rashad Lashley. In lane number 4, Alex Simmons. In lane 3, Shamar Taylor. And on the inside, Jordan Blackman.
Let's check out the man on the outside.
Boy, that guy is showing a clean pair of heels in lane number 6. Tyrell Clark. Tyrell Clark, remember the first two qualify. And he's just cruising to the finish line. Tyrell Clark, the Peter Vaughn zone, booking his spot into the finals.
Oh my goodness.
Easy.
Bury the fans. You have to love the fans. There's a gentleman to our right. He was saying, come on, Foundation, tear the bark off of those. The fans helped to make this atmosphere.
Oh yes, without the fans, track and field would just be blah.
Yeah, that is so true. Cheering on the...
I want to thank those spectators who have decided to come out.
Did you see what the wind just did to that palm tree?
Oh yeah.
The wind is extremely strong here today.
That palm tree has been getting abused for the whole morning, Ian. This is the third time for the day that has fallen down, believe it or not.
My. So, after the under-13s, we should have the under-15s, and will we see Ethan Hart? Will we, Perry?
Let's go through. Let me go down to the boys and see if you're going to see an Ethan Hart in here. Everybody's asking that question. Oh, I have to go back out and come back in because they have not been seated. They were not seated when they created this.
You're only seeing the girls, so the girls are going to go first anyway.
Yes, I'm going to come out and I'm going to go back in. Okay, because
in our shot now we are seeing the stands. So some activity, still some supporters on hand. That's good to see. Managing the numbers, according to you, Perry, you said baby steps.
Baby steps, baby steps.
So hopefully next year we can have a full return. All of the drums and all of the atmosphere, the chants, and the children back in the stands.
Yes, we know the National Stadium is going through some issues in terms of the conditions there on the track, especially. We hope and pray that they get it sorted out before next year's BSSAC and the NAPSAC. And we have the boys seated now, so we're going to the under 15s.
Let's see.
Girls and boys.
Whereas the under 13s were rolling speedily along. A little lull in the activity. But I think we can see the under 15 girls making their way across. Let's see if Ethan Hart is involved in these 200 meters.
Okay, let me bring it up here a little bit. You know, we are outside, so we don't want to.
Put your glasses, Barry.
No. We're outside, Ian. That's my story.
Would you like to borrow mine?
And I'm sticking to it. Thank you very much. I'm looking, let's see, there are two heats in the boys.
All right.
There's no heart there. And there's no heart here.
There's an Ethan but not heart.
Ooh.
Ethan McCollin.
Well, like I said, just maybe this may not be his time yet.
Scroll down. No sign of wall either.
Unless they've dropped up to under 17, which I don't think should happen.
I doubt it very much, Harry. I doubt it very much, but we shall see if we see those young men. They certainly did create quite an impression in Knapsack.
Yes, but we have to understand as well, Ian. At Knapsack, you have a child running those kind of exceptional times, looking good, and then they transition to secondary school. All this we still have to look at. We still have to look at the body, physical development. We have to look at what changes the body goes through when they get into secondary school. Sometimes they switch coaches, so that kind of plays into whether they continue to develop or they plateau for a bit before they move forward. The whole thing is to keep the athlete into the sport and just let them know that, okay, well, we're going to go through a little plateau area, we're going to go through a little low, but just trust the process. Okay, so for him, I'm sure with the love that he has shown for the sport, he will be back. You will see him. I know he ran some very decent times at on the weekend circuit. He was running in the weekend circuit AAB meet, so I know he was there. So okay, so right about now we are going to take a short break, and when we come back we are going to have more action on the track with the under 15 boys and girls 200 meter dashes, and then we go on to the 400 meters. We're also going to try to get some points for you. Remember, you're watching the Powerade-Dasani BSSAC for 2022 here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, live through sports.bb.
The one with 17.5% off Berger 303, 404, Everglow, Royale, and Weatherproof 2. The offer is valid until April 30th at all 3 Color Shop locations and participating hardware stores while stocks last.
Quality, performance, and value all in one can. I am ready to paint.
Berger Paint for lasting beauty and protection.
Now that your age is not everything, now that your kids call you for advice, now that you can achieve anything you set your mind to, why stop? Nourish your strength and energy with Ensure. Ensure provides protein, antioxidants, key vitamins and minerals to support your immune system. Now that it's your moment to enjoy your vitality, why stop? Your life, your health, your Ensure.
Just in time for the start of the under 15 girls 200 meters in. There are 3 preliminaries in this one as well, so of course the 2 fastest times, and then the next 2 fastest losers will make up the 8 finalists. So we're going in this order. In lane number 6, Crystal Bentham, Peter Vaughn. In lane 5, Shanicia Bryan. In lane 4, Kanisha Strawn. In lane number 3, Chelsea Worrell Carter, and in lane number 2, Leah Ellis Wilson.
As they chase a record, Perry, of 24.54 seconds. Record set by Tristan Evelyn, coming off the turn now, looking good on the outside. Looks like Crystal Bentham of the Peter Vaughn zone may get some competition from Brian, right on her shoulder there, but she's going to hold on. It's going to be Crystal Bentham from the Peter Vaughn zone and Shanicia Bryan of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, the top 2 finishers, and their time 26. Well, the first position First place finisher, 27.57.
That's Ian, and these under 15s are going to roll in just as fast as the under 13s. The under heat number 2 is there already. And lane number 6, Daniel Skeet. And lane number 5, Lemia London of Peter Vaughan zone. And lane number 4, Savannah Brown of the Jeffrey Burke zone. And lane 3, Kezia Mona of the Peter Vaughan zone. And in lane number 3, Amari Yearwood. This one, Amari Yearwood, remember her from Knapsack as well. Attended the St. Albans Primary School.
Alright.
And they're off and running. Looking even so far, these 4 young girls in this heat.
The outside.
Have some missing.
And the outside once again, Perry. That looks like Dania Skeet.
But look on the inside. You have Yearwood coming up on the inside.
Coming up.
And as she starts to tie up, so Skeet is going to run away with this one. It's going to be Skeet over London.
Followed by London, yeah. Young lady on the inside here would kind of fade it toward the end, tied up a bit. 26.56, Perry.
Yes. Times, remember the record 24.54. I've decided before at the beginning, Ian, they're going to run some okay times, but so the second heat was faster than the first heat.
By some way. So there's Skeet.
And the third and final preliminary now. This on the 15 girls 200 meters. Still chasing 24.54 seconds. Set by Tristan Evelyn. In lane number 6 we have Kayla McConney of the Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane number 5 on the Peter Vaughan zone, Anaya Nurse. In lane number 4 from Jeffrey Burke zone, Alexis Masco. In lane number 3, Ariel Small of the Peter Vaughan zone. And in lane number 2 from the Jennifer and Anthony zone, John zone, Tania Applewhite. Now, fun fact here for you, Ian.
Go right ahead.
Applewhite and Nurse would have competed as teammates in the CUT games in Tortola as under 9s.
Wow. Well, they're competing against each other now, Perry, and they're on their way. So let's see how they're going. Looks like in the middle of the track there, we're seeing Nurse doing the early running. We'll see how she
coming up on the inside.
Goes. Nurse is leading at this point, but she is going to get some challenges, a challenge rather, namely from Small.
But Applewhite, but Nurse is going to run. Nurse looks very smooth. Nurse looks very smooth and comfortable with that one.
Very comfortable.
Look at the time.
25.85.
So this final is going to be mouth-watering, Ian. I'm looking forward to seeing Anaya Nurse. She's really coming into her own as an athlete, and she's one of those athletes that you say is very coachable. She listens and she executes exactly what you tell her to, and she does exactly what she's told to do, and she follows her training program to the letter. So she's an extremely coachable young lady.
Very smooth run by her indeed. I wonder how difficult it would have been for them during COVID in terms of eating habits. Because most of us, we were at home, and because we were home, the fridge is right there, and you go ever so often to get something from the fridge. And I mean, these athletes are only human, so they too would be inclined to do similarly. But it's interesting, at least to my mind, what they're managing that whole eating process, because a large part of this as well is nutrition and honing the right habits from young, getting the children eating on time, eating well. Of course you will have a little cheat meal every now and then.
There's nothing wrong with that. Like I always tell my charge at that school, it's okay. I'm not telling you to stop eating your favorite snacks and stuff like that, but in moderation. Just cut the numbers down a little and find some fruit that you may find, hey, I like this more than that. So you add that to your list of things you want to eat. As the wind begins to really pick up here and move our laptop around. Thank you, Mr. Wayne, for bringing it a little close to us. As we get ready, we see the boys on the 15 boys getting ready to roll out. Let's go to the under 15 page for the boys. Let's go to the page for the under 15 boys. Only 2 preliminaries in this one, so the top 3 finishers plus the next 2 fastest times.
Darian Clark holds the record in this one, a time of 22.13 seconds, set back in 2016 on the 11th day of March.
Yep. And we want to call the lane assignments there.
Go right ahead. You asking me? I am humbled. Let me do that, Perry. In lane 7, the man here with in lane 6, Tamarion Lynch. In lane 5, Jacordell Adams. In lane 4, Moreland King. And lane 3, Xavier Knight. And in lane 2, Joshua Lord. So Yearwood represents the Jeffrey Burke zone, Lynch the Peter Vaughan zone, Adams the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, King represents the Peter Vaughan zone, Knight the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, and Lord represents the Jeffrey Burke zone.
Yes, full field there. We have all of the athletes there for this one. All 6 athletes registered are there, and they're on the starters' orders. As a stand, the starter is the evergreen Mr. Basil Cox. Basil probably has started races for almost everyone in Barbados from the time they were at primary school up to the time they retired, some of them.
Of course. Used to be assisted.
Bad start there with the lad on the inside. That's Lord.
I was going to mention the late Vincent Burke, who was the assistant starter at our last BSAC.
Oh yes. On the outside though, however, Yearwood had a really good start. I am impressed with this lad on the inside though. He had a horrible start and he fought his way back. That's Lord. He's fighting back. Can he get there? Ooh.
A close thing there for third. The young men on the inside, Knight actually, and Lord, they would have been fighting for that third spot. But no doubt about who the winner is.
Guess that is Yearwood from the Jeffrey Burke zone.
24 point.
Second and final heat. In lane number 6, Nathan Conrad of the Peter Vaughan zone. And lane number 5, Ethan McCollin of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. And lane number 4, Renako Yard of the Jeffrey Burke zone. And lane number 3 from the Jennifer Anthony zone, Giovanni Lee. And lane number 2, Jaquan Blackman Gittins of the Jeffrey Burke zone.
I was just looking at our schedule here. So it's just approaching 1:30. We're not doing too badly, Perry, for time at all.
I think we're missing an athlete there. The athlete in lane number 3, Lee, is not in. And we have a false start.
Recall, Perry, a recall.
Sorry, thank you very much. I was testing you, sir. A recall for a young Rico Yard. It looks like he moved before the gun, and he was of course, the official did the right thing.
All right. So after these 200-meter events, we will then turn our attention to the 400-meter finals.
Those should be interesting.
Yes, they should be actually. Then we'll get a chance to look at those qualifying standards for Carifta once those events get underway. I want to say thanks to the officials furnishing us with the information that we need to keep this broadcast flowing as smoothly as possible.
Yes, very well done to them. Of course, everyone is playing their part, trying to make sure that everything runs as smoothly as possible.
Second and final heat, and then we get into the finals of the 400 meters. Under 17 girls and boys and open girls and boys. Don't forget we have the relays later on.
Clean start this time, and the athlete in the middle of the field, they're looking good.
Ronico Yard, is that? Very, very smooth, very. Let's see if he's gonna get a challenge. It doesn't look that way. Very, very smooth.
Yard.
Looking quite easy, Perry. 24.28 flash time.
So that is going to be
securing their places in the final.
Colin, is that?
That's actually yard.
That's yard in lane number 4?
Lane number 4, yes, indeed. Renaco yard. And so that brings us then to the end. The end of the prelims of the 200 meters.
I think we had it. I think what happened there, Ian, is that we have them in lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, but they were actually in lanes 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Oh.
So that would actually be Yard who would have been in lane number 5 instead of lane number 4. Right? That was where the confusion came. That's why we would have thought that we would have missed that athlete, but they were all 5 were there.
Well, Perry, we have some Dasani water here, and I'm getting a signal that we need to take a water break so that we can consume this water.
So we're going to take a Dasani water break here at the Powerade-Dasani BSSAC for 2022. And please stay tuned, stay logged on, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with more live action here at BSSAC 2022.
Cash flow. Ching, ching, ching. First thing me do when me get up, me look for cash down. Even if I not want the energy me have for the money, me have to prosper. I have big money energy. Bonus money, money. Big money energy. Bonus money, money. I have cash on my mind every day now. I'm money from the bank that feel lay down. Me hustle.
Sun Power hot water system designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. The fastest installation in the industry. We are proud of our reliability. We'll inspect and service any brands. Not committed, dedicated. Over 40 years working in this land at Sun Power hot water system designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. It's your Sun Power.
Get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Before things get COVID-19, so go ahead, get your vaccine. Listen, in Barbados we blessed. Not other countries they got no access. No, to the resources they acquire. So we should let them expire. You might get headache or cold sweats or fever or dizziness, but these side effects temporary. Your body fighting ain't necessary. You running from a lane, need a stick. You running from a lane, need a stick. It can be easy on a ventilator. COVID-19 ain't come to play ya. So get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Business we need wider coverage. So let me push up this percentage. Understand? Get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Before things get COVID-19. So go ahead, get your vaccine. Yeah.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Task Force for Global Health.
No. Daddy no lie. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. Me want your bubble for me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Me don't want your whole bag. Body full of melanin, pretty little dark skin. Girl, me want you know that. I got my eyes on you. See your papa got the check them ties on you. You wine good. I love you. You are like a talking thing and a feel me girl. Action start when you see me girl. Roll up your waist and your mini skirt. Rihanna, yeah, so you give me word. When you turn back, pain on my head.
name is Troy Brown. I build houses for a living, do contracted work. Elite Investments Inc. We've been doing work from 2004. We build a lot of projects, hotels, residential houses, commercial works, pools, anything in construction. Yeah, we cover it. I do work here with St. Paul for the last 10 years. We use them in commercial buildings, residential homes, and small private residence. Quality is great. It's outstanding. For anybody that requesting a solar water heater, I think St. Paul is the way to go because I use it personally when outside is overcast to get the hot water for a long period of time. St. Power system is the way to go.
From the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Task Force for Global Health.
To the action at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. The under-17 girls, they're getting ready. So let's take a look at that list of qualifiers. Hopefully we can get the lane assignments. Now let's see here. As I look at my list, here of the junior standards for the Carifta Games, the under-17 girls have to run 56.50. That's the Carifta qualifying standard. The lane assignment should be coming to us shortly. We have those lane assignments, and so let's look at the record first of all. The record for this event, the under-17 girls 400 meter dash, is held by Maro Weeks, and that record was set on the 20th day of March in 2007, a time of 54.91. On track, we should see in just a little bit the athletes settle into their blocks. They've already done their run-throughs, they've already set the blocks, just now to get the races underway. Lots of conversations taking place by the start of the event, the area of the starter, lots of pointing and these kind of things. Want to get everything right for the athletes. Of course, at the start of the event, we want to make sure that the area closest to the athletes, in fact the entire stadium, is as quiet as possible. Give the athletes the best opportunity to hear the instructions of the starter. And so we see the athletes now making their way onto the track. Of course, we have the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, Peter Vaughan zone, and Jeffrey Burke zone. In terms of lane assignments, Perry, the absence of Ebony Jones in lane 7, that lane is not occupied. But in lane 8, we have Kendria Morgan from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. Lane 7 is unoccupied. In lane 6, though, is Kadia Rock, representing the Peter Vaughan zone. In lane 5 is Jazara Holford from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. In lane 4, Ariel Archer, representing the Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane 3, Kelia Bentham, representing the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. In lane 2, Rihanna Price, representing the Peter Vaughan zone. And in lane 1, Kalicia Dungs, representing the Peter Vaughan zone. So if I'm looking at this correctly, we have 3 representing the Peter Vaughan zone, 3 representing the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, and 2 athletes, well, 1 really, representing the Jeffrey Burke zone, because we're not seeing Ebony Jones. She is not their fastest qualifier. In this one is running out of lane 6, Kadia Rock. She qualified in a time of 59.45, so let's see how she goes. But the running should be mostly done in the middle of the track. Perry, that record, 54.
That's a lot of running.
Well, these girls have the time. And there they go, Perry. They're off and running. Not a very fast start by any stretch of the imagination, but we will see if they pick things up. Yes, on the outside, that is lane 6, should be Rock, yeah. Rock looking pretty good. She is the fastest qualifier. Let's see if she's able to maintain all the way home. Just about 200 meters now left in this under 17 girls 400 meter dash, and it's Rock. Rock seems to be followed here by Holford, yes, Jazara Holford. She ran a qualifying time of 61.15, but it's Rock. Rock is looking good as they now reach the 100 meter mark. It is all Kadia Rock, followed by Jazara Holford. Rock is going to rock them here today at the Usain Bolt complex, crossing the line now. Flash time 57.75. Let's see, Jazara Holford getting in there for second place and possibly in there for third. Could very well be Bentham, but we will await the official result.
By on the clock, 7.73 for Rock.
7.73 Rock. That's Peter Vaughan. Alright, so looking back then, Perry, at that Carifta qualifying standard, let me take a look here. The qualifying standard 56.50, and Rock just ran 57.73.
No qualifiers there.
So no Carifta qualifiers.
You would not be hearing about the Carifta qualifying standards of the in-house system. The emphasis for them is to have the athletes run BSAC, focus mostly on BSAC. However, we here at Sports.pp, we're going to try to keep you abreast of everything sports-wise, because we know some of these athletes, even though they're just here running for zone supremacy, some of them, the more serious ones, are going to be hoping that they can run that qualifying standard or throw that qualifying standard or jump that qualifying standard. So we're going to keep you abreast of what is going on here all throughout the day as much as possible. Even in the field events, we're going to be tackling some field event results as well. As on the boys come out, the under 17 boys, remember this under 17 division is sponsored by Infinity on the Beach. Once again, thanks and kudos to Infinity on the Beach, stepping up and playing their part for the youth, the track and field, and youth in general. Good job to you guys over there at Infinity on the Beach. This one is also going to shape up to be an interesting one, Ian. We have times of 52 point, 53 point, 54 point.
So this is the boys. So let's pay attention then. Let's take a look at the qualifying standard. On the 17 boys, 400 meters, 48.90.
I am not expecting anyone to run the qualifying standard here in the boys, but
I'll tell you what,
it's going to be a competitive race nonetheless.
I'll tell you what, earlier I can't remember the name of the athlete off the top of my head, but I do remember seeing a 48.88. I do remember seeing a 48.88.
Well, it's probably
in a different, that may have been actually the under 20. It was the under 20. Yeah, it was the under 20, and their qualifying time would be 48.25. So
he's
even
close.
then,
He's close.
Yeah. So we'll see how that
So
goes.
we have those boys on the line getting ready for this one. On the 17 boys, 400 meters. In lane number 8, Nathaniel Nurse of Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane 7, Nathan Brathwaite of the Jennifer and Anthony zone. In lane 6, Kristen Nurse, Peter Vaughn zone. In lane number 5, Nikolai Clark, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. In lane number 4, Amari Brown of the Peter Vaughn zone. In lane 3, Kaden Dorrich Roach of Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. In lane number 2, Nikolai Cox of the Jeffrey Burke zone. And in lane number 1, Keyshawn Griffith of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. So the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone have 4 athletes in this one.
Yes, they do. Peter Vaughn has 2, and Jeffrey Burke has 2 as well.
And these youngsters, the record for this event, the BSAC record, 47.86 seconds, set in 2016.
It's a lot of running, Perry.
Anthony Hikes one of them. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the record is safe.
You're going to do that, Perry?
Of course.
You're going to put your neck on the guillotine?
All the way up.
My goodness, you're a brave man.
I'm going to roll down the collar of my shirt as well to get a
brave man, Perry.
Yes.
So the athletes are on the starters' orders. And the 17 boys.
There they go. Griffith, Cox, Dorrich, Roach, Brown, Clark, Nurse, Brathwaite, and Nurse.
On the outside, looking good. Nathan Brathwaite, yeah. Going
looking
well.
smooth. Look at that boy going up the back stretch, man. Cruising. Looking nice and smooth. At 200 meters, it's all Brathwaite so far. The race looks to be on for second and third, but they landed on the inside from that's going to be Clark, I think, coming up on the inside, but on the outside is still Brathwaite. Brathwaite is still running. Brathwaite is cruising. Brathwaite is looking effortless, Ian. And they're coming now, and he's being challenged now on the inside, but he's being passed. He has to struggle now. He digs deep, and it's going to be Brathwaite on the line, it looks like, from this point.
So 1, 2, 3. That's the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. They have taken all the points in that particular event. They have taken 1, 2, and 3.
Dorrich Roach, Kaden Dorrich Roach with a very strong finish, coming in there 51.62. 51.62 51.62 for him. He ran a 52.9 in the prelims, and he's come back now and ran 51.62 in the finals. So he has bettered his time. That's very good for him. Top three positions for the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. It's going to be interesting to see these points. They were already leading in both the boys and the girls, so everybody else have a lot of catching up to do. Moving on to the open girls. This is the Dasani Water open girls and boys events.
And so for the the open girls,
we'll call on the 20s.
They'll be definitely under 20. So we're looking at a time of 56 seconds flat to qualify for the Carifta Games.
One of these ladies will have to get up and run the race of their life for this, to get there, because I'm saying 61 points.
The fastest qualifier coming in here, my goodness, 61.48. That's Shade Worrell. So you may very well have use for that guillotine again.
For the BSAC record, yes.
For the BSAC record.
I will put my neck on the guillotine for the BSAC record. Let the girls come out, set their blocks, then they go back into the holding area. We want to remind you of the sponsors. Some of the sponsors. We're going to remind you of all the sponsors, but we're going to remind you of them throughout the day. We have, of course, we know the title sponsors, Powerade-Dasani Water. We have the sponsors of the zones, Frosties, for sure. We have Signia, BNOCL.
Yep.
Okay, those are
Barbados National Oil Company Limited.
Those are the sponsors for the respective zones.
We also have to say a special thank you to Ensure, who has been coming on board with Sports.BB now for a number of years. So we want to extend our sincere gratitude to the folks at Ensure. You never know. Perry may get into the ear of the boss and have him get some prizes for us to give away tomorrow. Perry is influential like that.
We'll see.
So we'll see how that goes.
We also want to thank the division sponsors, Laboratory and Sport, for the under 30 Armstrong agencies, Infinity on the Beach, Dasani, and Cooperative General Insurance.
So let's look then at these finalists. In lane 8, Tiana Applewade representing the Jones Zone, Jada Worrell, Jones Zone, Shade Worrell, Jones Zone, Beyonce Waldron, Jones Zone, Tuwana McLean, the Peter Vaughan Zone, Brianna Boyce, Jones Zone. What else do we have here? Rishan Herbert, Jeffrey Burke Zone, and in lane 1, the Zariel Price representing the Peter Vaughan Zone.
Yes, and coming in with the fastest time, Shade Worrell, 61.48. The record, the BSAC record, set by Shade Williams.
Yep.
In 2014, 55.13 seconds when she represented Corridor Primary School. As I said, someone will have to get up and really run.
Five athletes from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones Zone. So they have numbers. Numbers are on their side here, Perry. They've already gone 1, 2, 3.
Worrell is out like a shot out of a gun. She's made up the stack on everyone. She's clearly out front going at the back stretch. She's running like a woman on a mission as she goes at the back stretch. She's looking very strong, very good. She's controlling her pace, controlling the rep on the front. As she hits the 200-meter mark now, let's see what she does here. The race is on for second and third right about now. But front is going to be all Worrell. Will this be another 1, 2, 3?
It is possible. They have the numbers to pull it off. 5 athletes from that Jennifer and Anthony Jones.
Worrell is showing them a clean pair of heels at 41 seconds coming at the 100-meter mark.
Lots and lots of distance between herself and the second place athlete. So it's going to be a 1, 2, 3 here again for the Jennifer and Anthony Jones Zone. Very, very, very good run from her. 56.75. That is a very good run. If she was able to get down to 56 seconds flat.
Good
She
run.
would have been in with a shot.
Whoa.
She would have been in with a shot for qualifying for
Yep.
Rifter, but you never know.
Look at that.
Sometimes.
I always say it, and I know what you're going to say.
What am I going to say, Barry? What am I going to say?
Sometimes you can take an athlete that's knocking on the door.
Yes.
And I always say
Yes.
that the under 20 division, especially the girls,
Yes.
for the most part, we've been seeing, and a lot of the Caribbean territories have been lamenting of the under 20 girls division and the struggle they have to get the girls to compete. So sometimes you can't use, if an athlete in a 400 meters or 6 or 8, those longer distances, just on the bubble, sometimes you can, we've done it before where we sent some gentlemen down that they didn't make the qualifying starting, but they medal.
But I must tell you, Perry, looking at where she came from in terms of how she managed herself and managed her energy output, 61.48 during the preliminaries. To cut that down to 56.75, tremendous effort. Very, very commendable.
It shows maturity. When she went through the round, she did just what she had to do, enough to get in. And then she came out and she really put it all out there in the finals. This is what you're supposed to do.
Absolutely. So, as I was telling you, I did remember a 48.88 earlier.
Yes, you were
Jailil
right.
Armstrong. That was during the rounds. Now, he is going to get some challenge here from Ross Waldron and Aquan Waith. So we can look out for this. This is going to be exciting. I almost preempted the stadium announcer here. This is going to be an exceptional race.
Yes, of course. We have 4, 2, 3, 4, 5 athletes running under 50 seconds. One running sub 49. What's the correct qualifying standard for the under 20 boys?
Correct qualifying standard for the under 20 boys. Let's get that very quickly. My application is causing me some distress, Perry. But I'm going to get it for you, don't worry. I'm going to get it. Have it. So let's look. The 400 meter qualifying standard for the boys under 48.25.
48.25.
48.25.
I am backing Armstrong to get onto that mark.
You're backing Armstrong to get onto that mark. Any guillotine this time around?
We have in lane 8, Fabian Gollop. Hold on a minute, let me get the lane assignments first. I'm going to get back to you.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Fabian Gollop in lane 8. From the Jones zone, Kobe Hudson, Peter Vaughn zone in 7. Josiah Paris already ran the qualifying standard. He's from the Jones zone. He is in lane 6. In lane number 5, Aquan Waith of the Peter Vaughn zone. In lane 4, Ross Waldron of the Jones zone. In lane 3, Jailil Armstrong coming in with the fastest time of 48.88 seconds. Also the Jones zone. And lane number 2, Amir Gustav, the Jeffrey Burke zone. And in lane number 1, Xavier Eiffel, Peter Vaughn zone. So let's see what fireworks will happen here. As I said before, Josiah Paris has already run under the qualifying standard for Carifta. So he is good. He's good to go. He has nothing to prove besides bragging rights at BSSAC. I'm the most dominant 400 meter runner in the island.
You know, I wonder about some of the mind games that the athletes try to play on each other at the start of a race.
You know, listen to the old series talk about this strategy before when they was not that false start rule. They would run out and just look real quick and real sharp, and then come back in. Don't ever, hey, all right, I have them all set, so they're gonna sit back for the second start.
I'm pretty sure the persons who applied that rule back in the day are the ones who then turned around and changed it.
I would not even argue that point. I would not argue against that at all, Ian.
So they're off to a clean start, Perry.
Eiffel, Gustav, Armstrong, Waldron, Waith, Paris, Hudson, and Gollop. Josiah Paris is off on a flyer.
Let's see how Jailil Armstrong will go, though.
He's tracking nicely going at the back stretch, but Paris is still flying at 200 meters. Paris is there.
Paris looking good.
Paris looking good. Armstrong is coming as well.
150 meters left, Perry.
Paris and Armstrong. That's between the two of these young men.
Let's see what they have left in the tank.
Yes, and Armstrong. Paris.
Oh, this is going to be a tight finish here, Perry. Armstrong and Paris. It's going to be Armstrong. Ooh.
No, that is not Armstrong at all.
Who was that, Perry? In lane 4,
Waldron.
that was Ross Waldron.
Ross Waldron. So Armstrong, I would call that an upset.
Oh my goodness.
I would call that an upset.
And I'm seeing a time here 48.20. So that means then, Perry, that Waldron has just met the qualifying standard.
Yes.
He has met the qualifying standard, 48.20. Of course, we are not the ones that make the official announcement, but, the standard has been met.
He has met the standard. We can't send him, but we can say he's met the standard.
A very good run from him.
Yes, it was a good run. He was not one that even though we look at the time he ran, we were looking at Armstrong running at 48 point and Paris, who would have run under 48.25 already.
Paris out second, 48.53.
Armstrong 48.84. So Armstrong ran faster than in the prelims, but just not fast enough. Yeah, so he ran faster in the prelims, but just not fast enough.
Very, very good effort there.
So it was a very competitive race.
Ross Waldron.
Wow.
Looking here and actually came in with the second fastest time, it looks like.
Yes, he came in with the second fastest time, but nobody was counting out Josiah Paris because of the fact that he has it in him. He has shown he has it in him, pedigree. He's shown that he can do it. And so we were looking at those two youngsters to come and dominate in this event. Coming up will be the 400 meters. So before we get the 800 meters, before we get to that, let me give you the point standings as it stands up to this point. So we're going to bring up some scores here.
I'm pretty sure
I'm going to
that the Jones, Jennifer and
Anthony Jones
team, well, zone rather, would have put some distance between themselves and the other two zones. They really dominated the.
I will not argue with you. I will not argue with you at all, sir. I will not put my neck on the block for that one to argue against that one. So let's see by how far.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So indeed. So in terms of the boys, I'll go with the girls first.
Yes, call the girls first.
So I'll call the girls. In terms of the girls, in third position with 66 points, we have the Peter Vaughan zone. In second with 68 points, the Jeffrey Burke zone. And in first place, as we anticipated, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, 97 points.
And in the boys, third, the Jeffrey Burke zone, 58.50 points. Second, Peter Vaughan zone, 81 points. And opening up a gap now in first, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, 96.5 points. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the point standings up to this point. We still have some field events outstanding. We're going to take a break at this point in time as we prepare for the 800 meter series right here at the Powerade-Dasani BSSAC 2022 live at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex.
Have you heard about the big Burger Easter discount?
The one with 17.5% off Berger 303, 404, Everglow, Royale, and Weatherproof 2. The offer is valid until April 30th at all 3 Color Shop locations and participating hardware stores while stocks last.
Quality, performance, and value all in one can. I am ready to paint.
Berger Paints for lasting beauty and protection.
Now that your age is not everything, now that your kids call you for advice, now that you can achieve anything you set your mind to, why stop? Nourish your strength and energy with Ensure. Ensure provides protein, antioxidants, key vitamins and minerals to support your immune system. Now that it's your moment to enjoy your vitality, Why stop? Your life, your health, your Ensure.
Cash flow. Ching, ching, ching. First thing me do when me get up, me look for cash down. Even if I not want the energy me have for the money, me have to prosper. I have big money energy. Bonus long, money, money. Big money energy. Bonus long, money, money. I have cash on my mind every day now. And money from the bank that feel lay down. Me hustle.
Sun Power hot water system designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. The fastest installation in the industry. We are proud of our reliability. We'll inspect and service any brands. Not committed, dedicated. Over 40 years working in this land at Sun Power hot water system designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. It's just Sun Power.
Get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Before things get COVID-19. So go ahead, get your vaccine. Listen, in Barbados we blessed. Not other countries that got no access. No, to the resources we acquire. So we should let them expire. You might get headache or cold sweats or fever or dizziness. These side effects temporary. Your body fighting it necessary. You running from a lane, need a stick. You running from a lane, need a stick. It can be easy on a ventilator. COVID-19 ain't come to play. So get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Business we need wider coverage. So let me push up this percentage. Understand? Get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Before things get COVID-19. So go there, get your vaccine. Yeah.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Task Force for Global Health.
So welcome back to the action here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. The athletes are on the line now for the 800 meters. These, of course, are the junior girls. They'll be followed by the junior boys. And then the 800 meters will be followed by the 1500 meters. And those 1500 meter events will be open girls and open boys. Hoping to have a chat with one of the persons responsible for the organization of this year's tournament, this year's championships rather. With the 800 meters, you have that starting list for us, Barry?
Yes, I do, Ian. And in this one, we have Sky Edgel Mapp, Zoe Thomas, Renecia Brooks, Janae Ford, Tania Lashley, Victory Bourne, Jasmine Motley, and Kenya Hines. As we see them going up, remember this is 800 meters.
At the 300 meter mark, they all come into that first lane. Cones have been set.
So when they get to they usually break at the 300 meter mark. First 100 meters you run in lanes, and then they cut in into lane one. So we have Sky Edgel Mapp. She's out front so far as they come down the home stretch for the first time, and here's the bell. We have
is followed by Thomas.
In the mix. Oh, there's a dead heat there in second.
Three there, and then we have to bring up the rear, Bourne, and looks like Brooks. But meanwhile, on the business end, Sky Agent Map is still leading.
I think the split was about 1.2. 1 minute.
Pace has slowed considerably.
1 minute 2. An average split. The record in this event?
Still leading, 200 meters to go.
What's the record for this event?
There's no record here. I tried to bring it up on this in the system, and nothing came up.
Would have been interesting to see what the BSAC record time is.
I asked the system for a record, and it said no, sir. So we move on. And we're coming off the bend. Sky Edgel Map still leading, and she's now being challenged. And there's a sprint on for the finish. The race is on for first. Sky Edgel Map.
Serious challenge.
Map, and Lashley Map holds on. 2 minutes 29.71 seconds.
Very courageous run from Lashley.
Oh yes. That's Map seems to have the bigger heart of the two.
She was thereabout after the first lap.
The athletes now finishing up. We have Victory Bourne from the Dayton River School now coming in.
If we talk about managing your energy, she certainly did quite well there. Just a little more. If she had that extra kick, she could have probably gotten past Edgel Map.
I think Edgel Map was more determined of the two. I mean, to lead and then just say, okay, I can't go with you. Some 20 meters when you finish later, so no, in my book. So she did well. I'm not taking anything from Lashley.
That's all.
Nothing at all from Lashley, but Map ran the better race, if you ask me. She went out, she controlled the pace from the front. She controlled the pace, but when she slowed, the others slowed. When she picked up, the others picked up. So she kept that distance, and just Lashley decided, you know what,
official time, 2 minutes .2970. That was Map's official time. Title Map.
It's not a bad time, man. You see, and what I tell people all the time with these races, Ian, and I tell my youngsters that it's a race. Who wins the race? The person who runs the fastest. So there's still an element of speed in these 800s and 1500s and stuff. So you have to go fast at some point in time. You cannot ever just, as we say, one pace and expect to win a race. The person who can build up their race and run their race, because there are different races within a race in the 800s and stuff as well. The person who can do that the best usually is the one who's successful. You have person who come out and they look really smooth and they come in the one pace, but they have no kick. They're going to be left behind. Well, we have some boys coming out now, and the junior boys coming out, and we have now Imhotep Brown of the Peter Vaughan zone, and we have Jacob Lambert of Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. We have Noah Jordan of the Jeffrey Burt zone, Amari Wickham of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, Luke McIntyre of Jeffrey Burt zone, I remember him running for Providence Elementary, I believe it was, and Laquan Nash, I remember him as well, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, the Vinci Francis of the Peter Vaughan zone, Ken Banfield of the Jeffrey Burke zone, so they have to be apparently there's a change in the change in it. So Brown is on the inside and it looks like Javanci Francis is on the outside, and we have Ken Banfield of Jeffrey Burt zone and Evidence Bailey of the Peter Vaughan zone on the inside. So this seems to be a change that was made under the tank, not within the system. Try to remember that, but they're going to be wearing different hit numbers. So it looks like Brown is wearing the hit number 3,
A bit of a delay here at the start once again, but looks like they got things sorted. Brown, Lambert, Jordan, Wickham, McIntyre, Nash, Francis, Banfield, and Bailey. Remember, as they approach that 300-meter mark, they're going to make their way onto the inside, where they're running on the inside for the remainder of the race, really.
Laquan Nash out front. It looks like he line there, Laquan Nash.
Lovely strides as he goes across the backstretch. Looking quite composed. So let's see how things shape up. 200 meters, first time around is passed, and going to turn for home shortly.
For the first
that
time.
bell.
Yeah. First 300 meters done and dusted as they come down the home stretch right about now. Well, Nash comes down the home stretch right about now.
So as they get ready to pass this here,
looking comfortable.
Good perspective.
Nice rhythm, nice bouncy rhythm there from the youngster.
So it's Nash, followed by Lambert, Banfield in there for third.
McIntyre. Banfield and McIntyre there, running side by side, basically stride to stride.
Nash looking pretty good though.
Nash is out. Nash is just smooth.
Very controlled run.
Yes. Moving efficiently. We always like to see the children be efficient movers. So the more efficiently you can move, the less energy you have to exert to do the same amount of work.
And if you'll allow me for a brief moment, Perry, just to bask in the glory of some school pride. He's representing my alma mater.
I visit the Blacker boys, eh?
The Mustangs.
Now the Mustangs, before they were the Blacker boys, or the Mustangs, and they're running good. He's running out, looking well, looking comfortable as he comes to the 100-meter mark, coming down the home stretch right about now. For the final time, it's Laquan Nash. The race will be on for second and third, but first place has been decided from the gun by Laquan Nash.
And we can also tell you here that Jennifer and Anthony. Oh, it's going to be clipped. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no. Nash, what did you do?
Oh, my goodness.
What did you do, Laquan Nash? Oh, my gosh.
Has he stolen defeat from the jaws of victory?
What did Nash do?
Let's see. Oh, my goodness.
I am sure his coach, Mr. Garnes, is going to be living.
Oh, my goodness. As he snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, Perry Barnett.
Oh my.
They tell you to run all the way through the tape. Lambert
beats him on the line.
Oh my goodness. That young man must be quite disappointed.
That was a basic rookie mistake.
Oh my goodness.
You get too comfortable up front and you just cruising along. Like I said to you, Ian, remember I said this before the start of this race. I tell my kids all the time, it is a race and the fastest person wins. We saw that here just now.
There is no lie in that, Perry. My goodness.
Lambert finished faster.
We were expecting that Nash, who would have led for the...
Well, he was cruising.
He was cruising for the entire race, you know, and just nipped on the line. Very, very critical close.
It's a good thing I didn't put my neck on the guillotine.
Yeah, it would have been chopped right off,
oh,
I tell
right
you.
off.
Well, Perry, it seems as we have one of the organizers here.
Yes, I will give you the honor of asking all of those questions that you were posing to me.
Oh yeah,
to him.
I do have some questions, and I'm sure that the viewers, if you have questions, you can post them in the chat, and some we'll ask questions as well. If you want to know anything about the organization of BSSAC. So I'm going to find out the name of the gentleman. We also have the 1500s coming up, so we're going to pay some attention to that as well. Lots of activity, not doing too badly in terms of time at all. Lots of activity here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. Events have been moving along quite nicely.
Oh yeah, I hear I went.
Good afternoon to you, sir. Please let the persons listening to your voice know your name.
My name is Dave Small.
Mr. Dave Small.
Yes.
So thank you for joining us. First of all, let me offer a word of congratulations to you and certainly the team that would have been working with you on what we've seen so far. How difficult was this to put together, considering that we had a 2-year break?
It wasn't that difficult, just that because we're using a new venue, some of the logistics were different. Actually, it might have been a little bit easier than the National Stadium. Not that I'm putting a plug for UE, but I'm just saying that some of the, because it's a smaller meet, there's some things that we were able to get done easier, especially the management of our athletes on our database and stuff like that. It's a lot less, 300 athletes as opposed to almost 2,000.
So the think tank behind this, in terms of the process, how the elimination process worked and so on, give us a little insight into how that think tank actually worked, you know? And then the zones and, of course, the renaming of zones and these kinds of things, or the naming of zones, because it's not really being renamed, naming of zones. But the 15, we're going to get back to that question, but the under 15, not the under 15, the 1500 meters juniors, they're underway. So let's see who we have in this one. We have, I'm seeing Justina Bishop, Peter Vaughan zone, Jaquela Waterman from the Jeffrey Burke zone, Dara Stoddard, Peter Vaughan zone, Shante Seal, Jeffrey Burke zone, Jade Williams representing the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, Maya Rowe representing the Jeffrey Burke zone, Ashlyn Simmons representing the Peter Vaughan zone, and Abigail Morjani representing the Jeffrey Burke zone. Looking good so far in the lead. Ashlyn Simmons representing the Peter Vaughan zone. She is up front, leading the pack. Jade Williams some way behind. Lots of daylight separating them at this point in time. That is only the first time that they would have gone around. Some distance to go still, so this would allow us to have a little bit of a conversation. Do you remember the question?
Yes.
Okay, so we talked about the think tank, right?
Right, well, we knew we could not have done BSAC as BSAC normal, but we wanted to get back out here. We wanted BSAC to be back, and we sort of had a 3-prong attack. One would have been our virtual race, because we wanted to get people moving again. So we attacked the whole community, get the whole community moving again. And then we will then work on the schools. So I can't remember whose brainchild exactly was with the zones, but it was something that was bought into easily. And we would have used past records to determine how we would compile the zones. I know some people may say something's not lopsided, but we're just, this is just, let's say, a first time. So maybe even if we got the compilation not totally correct, we did it from, I guess, a scientific background as opposed to just randomly choosing.
So one of our observations here at Sports.BB, we noticed that rather than say under 20 girls, you're now using open girls, open boys. What would have been responsible, or the rationale for that kind of situation?
We haven't had BSAC in 2 years, and we still had some children, students, athletes in school who now, because of the fact that they would have deferred and so on, they would have been out of the BSAC threshold. We did not want to disadvantage these athletes, because the 2 years they waited, and there's nothing like running in your senior year. So both your senior division, there was no BSAC. So we said, you know what, there are not a whole lot of people, so we're gonna there are not a whole lot of people, so we could give those schools that opportunity.
So we're hearing the bell. That's the bell lap there for Ashlyn Simmons. She really and truly led from the beginning of the race, continues to lead, and she's put some distance between herself and the rest of the field. We would have seen Shantae Seal and Jade Williams try to battle it out. Shantae Seal wearing the colors of Springer Memorial, and then we have alongside her Jade Williams. Of course, they're representing the zones, and Jade Williams represents the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. Seal represents the Jeffrey Burke zone, and the leader at the moment, and probably who we anticipate to be the eventual winner, Ashlyn Simmons. Really and truly, this one is done and dusted. Ashlyn Simmons is going to go on to win this, representing the Peter Vaughan zone. A very good run from her. Of course, this is the junior girls. Well, actually, it is just open. Yeah. I thought it was junior girls, but it is the open girls 1500 meter run. Yes. So here we see it. The finish of Ashlyn Simmons, finishing strong, looking good. A good run by her. Crossing the line now, a flash time of 5 minutes 02.28 seconds. Ashlyn Simmons, the unofficial winner of the Open Girls 1500 meter. So the battle is now for second and third, and we anticipate that those two positions will be decided between Shantae Seal and Jade Williams. They're heading for home now.
They're ready for a second position.
It looks like Shantae Seal ahead of Williams. So she's going to take the second spot here.
Followed by Jade Williams.
Jade Williams almost just getting a challenge there from that young lady from Foundation. But the top three positions have already been decided. Simmons, Seal, and Williams. Still a few athletes on the track, but that gives us another opportunity to get back to our conversation here. You were saying something else? You wanted to add to what you were saying previously? Or you can't remember? Because I have another question.
Another question.
So my final question to you is this. How do we determine who keep these spoils after this championship is won? Which school is the hardware going to go to first?
Well, there'll be some
deliberations.
There'll be some cash.
There's some cash
that can easily be divided. Yes, there'll be some trophies, but I guess that will be left up to the zones to determine if they decide 3 months at one school, 3 months at another school, or whatever, how they want to break it down.
Okay.
I don't know. The question is that where will be the final resting place?
The finality of that statement sounds as though you're burying the hardware, man.
Well,
I don't understand.
Not really.
Okay. But thank you very much for your time and for taking this opportunity to just share some insight with the viewers and certainly with us at sports.bb. We really appreciate it, and congrats again on a meet that has been running pretty smoothly thus far.
All right, thanks very much. Thanks for having me, and I'm free for your request for any interviews or anything like that.
I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Professor.
Alright, so we heard from the administration, those responsible for planning this meet, giving us a little insight. Of course, the idea of adopting open girls and open boys in what would have previously been the under-20 division, just trying to give an opportunity to those persons, those athletes who would have missed out over the 2-year break, to give them a chance to come out and show what they can do. Thoughtful on the part of the organizers. Of course, now after the girls, the open girls, we are going to have the open boys 1500. I'm going to get those lane assignments for you. Well, not lane assignments really. We're going to look at the athletes that are going to be running this 1500 meter event. This one is not. This necessarily run in leads. So the boys. All right. So in the open boys 1500 meters, we can expect to see Joseph Neblett, Kimani Graves. Neblett represents the Jeffrey Burke zone. Graves represents the Peter Vaughan zone. Kimani Cox, the Jones zone. John Raven represents the Peter Vaughan zone. Kimari Johnson representing the Jones zone. Ethan Thompson represents the Jeffrey Burke zone. Daniel Duncan, Peter Vaughan zone. Simon John, the Jeffrey Burke zone. John Clark, Jones zone. Finn Armstrong, Jeffrey Burke zone. Christopher Listrad, the Jones zone. And Aaron Morris, the final athlete involved in this open boys 1500 meter. In the lead at this point, that hit number Thompson it is.
Yes, number 301, Thompson.
And Listrad is following him.
Yes, number Lestrade is good. We also, some names popping up in there. Lestrade, Daniel Duncan, from who goes to the Christchurch Foundations, who is there. I think he's sitting in fourth right about now.
I remember Lestrade from 2020.
Oh yes. We have some household names at this distance. Let's see Duncan moving up into third. Remember, this is the 1500 meters.
Thompson has some daylight between himself and the pack, but it looks as though they're closing that distance and
Duncan
closing
is
it very
chipping
quickly.
at it, chipping away at that wall there between the two of them, chipping away, eating up some distance. Still have some time to go, some distance to go. But I guess Duncan wants to put himself in a more comfortable position where he doesn't have to work too hard to catch anyone.
Or run out of real estate, as you would put it.
Yes. And on their outside, we see this is Finn Armstrong. Yes, he's a
Daniel
strong...
Duncan is now taking over the lead.
Finn is a strong runner as well.
Taken over from Thompson. Finn is there. Duncan. Lestrade is in the mix.
I remember Duncan as an under 9 representing Barbados in Tortola as well in the CUT games. Whoa, how much these children have grown.
It really is surprising, you know.
So it's Finn Armstrong and Daniel Duncan who've taken out the lead, and you see the lad there trying to get back in the mix as well. That is
Lestrade has fallen off the pace.
Yes, Lestrade has fallen off significantly.
So too Thompson. So up front is Duncan, Finn.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens when they hear the bell, because these two boys in second and third, they are really running at Duncan already. Duncan is just still taking it easy. The lad coming from the outside on the bell lap.
So now in second.
And Johnson now in second.
In fourth, Kimani Graves.
And like I said, these two boys are running already, racing already. Duncan is running a smart race. He's doing something what people call surging. You know, he's sitting back, controlling the pace from the front, and then they get closer and he sprints out a little bit, and then he gets comfortable again. So he's making them work harder than he's working, because they have to run faster to catch him and then keep his pace when he accelerates.
Finn Armstrong looking to make his move now as they approach the 200-meter mark, trying to close that distance. We can't see that distance being closed though.
Duncan is now trying to open up his legs.
Looks very, very strong. Just about 150 to go. Daniel Duncan still in the lead. Will he get a challenge, a late challenge from Finn Armstrong? Does Finn Armstrong have what it takes, Barry? Do you think so? I don't think that he's going to catch Daniel Duncan today. No, he is not. Daniel Duncan finishing very, very strong. Crossing the line now. Finn Armstrong. And in third position, that's going to be Kimari Johnson.
So good run from Daniel Duncan. He ran a very smart race. He sat back, he watched what was going on, and he's gradually chipped away at the lead. Then when he got his nose in front, he just said, okay, I'm going to control this race from here, and that's what he did all the way around for the other 2 laps. Of course, he had Finn there with him for a bit. He had Johnson there with him for a bit running. I think Johnson did the wrong thing, trying to push him so early, okay, at the bell lap. He tried to push him at 350 meters.
My. Lee Strad and Thompson, who would have done most of the early running, just crossing the line there. Did a little too much too early.
You have Simon John now cruising in. Simon John of the St. George Secondary School.
Alright, so
people like John and Medley and Graves and Raven, this will maybe their last year at BSSAC. They're 18 and 19, so they'll be out. This is their last hurrah. So we say farewell to those youngsters for this year. It's good to see that they got a chance to run again before they went off to college or wherever.
So Perry, we know that after the 1500 meters, we then get down to the business of speed, the 100 meters, but they're telling me that we're going to take a break now.
Pay some bills,
drink some water, mind our business, and come back here and then pay attention to what's happening on track, and more specifically, these 100 meters finals. So I'm going to take a quick break and come right back to you here with more action.
No. Daddy no lie. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. Me want your bubble for me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Me don't want your whole bar. Body full of melanin, pretty little dark skin. Girl, me want you know that. I got my eyes on you. See your papa got the check them ties on you. You wine good. I love you. You all like a talking thing and a feel me girl. Action start when you see me girl. Roll up your waist and your mini skirt. We and I just so you give me work. Me want you turn back, we and on my head.
My name is Troy Brown. I build houses for a living and do contracted work. Elite Investments Inc. We've been doing work from 2004. We build a lot of projects, hotels, residential houses, commercial work, schools, anything in construction. Yeah, we cover it. I've been working with St. Paul for the last 10 years. We use them in commercial buildings, residential homes, and small private residence. Quality is great. It's outstanding. For anybody that requesting a solar water heater, I think St. Paul is the way to go, because I use it personally when outside is overcast to get the hot water for a long period of time. St. Power system is the way to go.
Okay, so we're back here live and direct from the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, bringing you the action of the Powerade-Dasani Barbados Secondary School Athletics Championships 2022. Getting ready. The finals of the 100 meters, the under 17 girls. We can also factor in here the qualifying standards for Carifta Perry. Those of you who are wondering about the zones and the schools that are in the respective zones, in the Jeffrey Burke zone, we have Harrison College, Lester Vaughan, Parkinson Memorial, Princess Margaret, Providence Secondary, Springer Memorial, St. George Secondary School, St. Leonard's Boys, and the Ursuline Convent. That's the Jeffrey Burke zone. In the Peter Vaughan zone, Alexandra, Aline, Christchurch Foundation, Codrington High, Darrell Jordan, Dighton Griffith, Grantley Adams Memorial, and the Lodge School. In the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, Corrigan Parry, Combermere, Frederick Smith, Graydon Seeley, Queen's College, St. Winifred's, the Ellerslie School, the St. Michael's School, and Young Explorers Barbados.
Young Explorers, another new school, and they're jumping straight into the fray. I was told by the coach at the Sports Council that they have applied for coaches for almost every discipline. They just want to do everything, want to get involved in everything. So we're going to bring up the heat sheets for the
this is actually the final, Perry.
Finals, yes.
This is
if my system catches up with what is going on.
So in the meantime, what I will do is try to get those Carifta qualifying standards back up, so I can bring that to the attention of the viewers. So for the under 17 girls, the qualifying time 11.95. That's the standard that these girls will need to meet if they want to take that trip, or rather,
to be considered
for taking the trip.
We're waiting for the system to work with us, give us what we asked for, and here they come now. Ian, we laying assignments for the finals, these exciting 100-meter finals. And lane number 1, Davina Gaskin, Jeffrey Burke zone. And lane 2, Chrisaria Ballantyne, Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. And lane 3, Azara Husbands, also of the same zone. Aleka Herwood of Peter Vaughan zone is in lane 4. Soraya Nichols of the Peter Vaughan zone in lane 5. Romancia Wilcher is there in lane number 6 for the Jeffrey Burke zone. And on the outside, Naima Taylor and Sierra Pigott of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. Of course, Taylor coming in with the fastest round. That is Wilcher coming in the fastest time, a time of 12.49 seconds. And their BSAC record 11.87. You would have set with Christian St. Evening in 2014 when she represented Springer Memorial School. And of course, you heard from Ian the Carifta standard 11.95. So it looks like Wilcher will have to really get up and run the race of her life to get that 11.95.
Well, the 100 meters, the adrenaline is rushing. Everybody behind that line right now is nervous. And there they go. A clean start, looking good in lane 3. It looks like Azara Husbands. Let's see how things shape up though. Azara Husbands leading the pack at this point. Will she get a challenge on the end? Oh my goodness, who is that running out of lane 6, Perry it was?
That was Wilcher. She came in with the fastest time. She had a very bad start. She didn't start as she would have started in the qualifying heats. So it goes to Husbands, 12.76.
Yep, Husbands, Azara Husbands doing the business, 12.76.
Wilcher had a very bad start, but she really fought back. And if you look at all of these athletes, Wilcher is the shortest of them all up there, and she really has a lot of determination. So kudos to Husbands.
So the under 17 girls,
and they ran into a strong headwind as well. Okay, as we heard, the wind measurement was fairly high. So, but it just goes to show you get one part of your race wrong, and that can throw you off. And Wilcher had a not so good start.
Had to fight extremely hard.
Yeah, not as good as she had, because in the prelims she was out like a gun, a bullet out of a gun. She was flying. She was clearly ahead of everyone. By the first 10 meters, she was out. And then today, in the final, she had to actually run back at them.
So from the girls, we turn our attention then to the boys, sorting themselves out in terms of the blocks, doing their run through. This under 17 boys record set back in 1992 by Obadele Thompson, then of Harrison College, time of 10.56. The Carifta qualifying standard for the under 17 boys, 11.80. Oh no, sorry about that. The under 17 boys 10.80.
Okay.
Under 17 boys 10.80. I was looking at the wrong column, Perry.
It's okay. That happens.
These things do happen.
Yes,
Yeah, so once again, just so we're clear, the qualifying standard for the under 17 boys 10.80.
Immediately after the 100-meter finals, as the officials move over to the 200-meter start, we're going to be giving you the point standing here. See which zone is leading at the end, coming into the end of day one, coming into the relays. And then we're going to give you a point standing just before the relays. So we are ready for the finals of the Infinity on the Beach. All boys under 17 100-meter finals. And we have a lane King of lane 2, Jamar Corlett of the Peter Vaughn zone. And lane 3, Enrico Jean-Pierre Green of the Jeffrey Burke zone. And lane number 4, Reginaldo Spencer. Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. And lane number 6, Amari Ford of the Jeffrey Burke zone. And lane number 7, Trey Callender of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. And in lane number 8, Tion Haynes of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone.
Fastest qualifier coming in here. Looks like
Amari Ford. That 11.13. But we have 11.15 in there and 11.20. So, and they're the ones to look at. Lanes 4, 5, and 6.
And of course, the start that you get will determine quite a bit.
As was demonstrated by young Romancia Wiltshire just now. Unfortunate for her, I honestly had her to win that one. But
it's all about on the day.
On the day, on the line, and we have a recall.
There's a recall. There is a recall. Body language here. As I look at the body language of is that Trey Callan?
Lane 7.
Lane 7. I wonder if indeed we may have had a mishap, but we shall see. We await the official word. But his body language doesn't suggest that he is very comfortable.
He's hoping that they get the green card and it's a technical. I really don't like to see athletes getting ejected from a final, but I understand the rules and you have to respect the rules of the sport.
Oh, whoa.
Oh no, it is.
It is actually Haynes. Lane 8, yes, Tion Haynes.
Whoa.
So disappointment for the young man.
Yes.
Ran a qualifying time of 11.57. And so the 3 fastest qualifiers still in
the 4, 5, and 6
in the action. In a situation like this, Perry, where someone has false started or been recalled, as you say, the tension or the degree of caution that will now be paid is heightened.
Yeah, everyone sits back in
so
the box.
everyone sits back indeed. So we'll see how things turn out here. Oh.
Yeah, that's
My
not their
naked
fault.
eye.
That's not their fault. I'm not giving it to any of these athletes.
Let's see.
I'm going to give it to the starter.
Are you sure, Perry?
Maybe the gun misfired. That happens sometimes.
Looking on the inside. What's a little movement there? But
there's no conference, so
good. As you may have correctly said, could have been a misfire. So we're happy to see that nobody else at least has been taken out of the race. Let's hope we can get a clean start this time around.
Yep. And they will be asked to stand again.
They certainly must be frustrated.
Oh, the nerves are really frazzled now, Ian. If you think they were nervous before, these boys are now on the edge of a slippery slope with one foot on a banana peel. They're just frazzled right now.
So Pilgrim there just flaring his hands just a little bit in a sense of frustration, just wants to get it over and done with, really.
When you get to this stage and you get those recalls and stand up, you just want to let me get to the finish line, please. Get to the finish line. Let's see if we can get it done this time. Clean start this time, Ian.
I hope we do have one indeed. And I'm sure we're not the only ones hoping for a clean start. Let's see how it goes. Here they go.
Finally off and
middle.
Ready. Good start.
Lane 4. Spencer laid back a little too much. Let's see though. Oh my goodness. Look at this young man, Pilgrim. Oh, fantastic run from him. Oh my goodness. Looked quite strong. Jaquan Pilgrim.
11.31. It's
11.31.
a lot slower than he ran in the preliminaries.
Yep. Of course, we can factor in that wind element because there's significantly more wind.
And of course, the false start and the recall with the elimination.
Yes.
And the two others recalls with the Aston stands.
Officially 11.22.
11.22. Let's see what Ford, if they put up Ford's time. And they run into a strong headwind as well. So all those factors you take into consideration. You had a false start with an ejection. You were asked to stand up twice. You're all coiled. These springs are all coiled to pumps, and you have to stand up. And then you run into a headwind, a strong headwind. It's a lot of going against them with that one.
I like to take in the ambience of the complex, you know. A bit of banter being exchanged here between the Jamar, the star. He's the announcer here. And Mr. Ken Morbino.
He's the in-house stage. Those are two foundation boys together. You don't get involved in that.
Sure, man. We just stay on the peripheries and watch the action. So the boys and girls in the under 17 divisions.
Yeah, so we move on to the Dasani Water Open boys and girls.
Should I say Infinity on the Beach under 17s? Is that correct?
Infinity on the Beach. Well, I'm not seeing the girls. Did you have open girls prelim, or that was straight finals?
Let's look back at the schedule. The schedule would be able to give us that information and let us know if indeed let's see. Looking back here, Perry, the open girls, those were preliminaries. No, unless I'm seeing.
I'm not seeing the sheet for the girls. Let me look again. Oh, okay. There it is. Got it. I found it.
All right. So those were prelims. This is the final. The big girls. The record 11.64. Time ran in 1985. Perry would have just grown his afro. Record held by Yolan Strong. Then attended the Ellerslie Secondary School. 11.64. The open girls.
Yes, we have in lane number 1, Nayobi Holder, Peter Von Zone. Lane 2, Malia Edwards, Jeffrey Burke Zone. We have 5 athletes from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones Zone. In lanes 3, 4, and 5 for that zone, we have Kishonna Niles. In 4 is Naya Brown. And in lane 5, Jada Hines. In lane 6, splitting the other 2 Jones Zones athletes, Zaria Graves of the Jeffrey Burke Zone. And on the outside in lane 7 and 8, Dania Niles and Christelle Martindale.
All right, so the Carifta qualifying standard for the under 20 girls in the 100 meters, 11.80. 11.80, so bear that number in mind.
Niles has run an 11.99 to get here, and they're off and running.
So let's see. The action is in the middle.
Niles, oh my God.
Zaria Graves going great guns. Let's see Graves and Niles. Let's see. Oh my good. 11.71. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. In the finals. You need that push in the finals.
That is a correct qualifying round.
Yes, Edwards didn't start. I think her legs may be just out of it. She did the hurdles. She came back in the hurdles. She did came back and ran the prelims of the one. I think it may be a little too much for her. The Niles
held on.
11.67.
Oh my goodness.
What's this qualifying standard? 11 what?
She is pretty close to Yolanda Strong's record.
Oh yes.
11.6.
Well, they gotta see if the win is legal.
Oh my goodness, Barry! This was a tremendous run. Very quick race indeed.
The win is legal.
So Niles has met the qualifying standard. I'm wondering.
You have to see if the time the win. If it's a legal win.
Do you have the win meter handy, Perry? I'm looking for it. Have you loaded out?
I was listening to the officials over there.
Okay.
They're the ones monitoring the wins and stuff with readings. But that was a good race nonetheless, and like I say, you just need that push.
I'm wondering if this is held up.
So
if indeed you would have seen.
Yeah, Graves push Niles.
Oh my goodness! So if this is official, I reckon it is.
Brown reading.
Just waiting on that win reading, but Graves ran 11.73. So she also met the qualifying standard. Brown ran 11.99.
Whoa. Which will be Niles' qualifying time for the finals.
Correct. So Niles coming the closest, I mean, in a lot of years. How many, let me see. Let me do the math here. My math is not my strongest subject, but I'm going to do the tallies here. So let me see. We've seen some outstanding runs, but this one, I'm talking about over the years that we've been covering BSSAC.
Yes.
But this is definitely an outstanding effort here.
Oh yes, by
from
far.
Kishwana Niles and Zaria Graves from Spring Memorial. So this record is 37 years old. And that is probably the closest that I have seen.
Anyone coming to that?
Coming to it. I have been covering.
I think we were robbed. We were robbed of because of COVID.
Right.
There was a young lady who what school was she at? Oh, it was Frederick Smith Secondary. You remember her? The name wasn't coming back to me. No, Frederick Smith. She was flying coming.
I can remember that young.
She was flying coming into the finals of BSSAC, and she obviously because of the 2-year hiatus of BSSAC, she's now out of.
You are correct, Perry. I can't remember the name right now.
So if you remember the name, give me a shout out, Captain Jules, if you're listening.
Frederick Smith. She represented Frederick Smith.
So we now on to the Dasani Water men open 100-meter dash, and the record 10.35 seconds set in 2015 by Mario Burke, then of Harrison College, as we welcome to the stage in lane number 1 Ashem Vaughn 11:03. Aragon Straker from Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone 10.75. Kristen Cummins of the Peter Vaughan zone 10.60. Amani Masco Beckles, Peter Vaughan zone 10.96. Tashawn Seeley coming in with the fastest qualifying time the second fastest qualifying time of 10.79. Jamarco Gill of the Jeffrey Burke zone 11.18. Jadon Pierce of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone 11.19, and Seth Dean of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone 10.73.
Curve to qualifying standard for the under 20 boys 10.55.
Oh my God! You want to hurt somebody's heart here? That's 5-1.
Yeah.
So 10.55.
And the record.
Kristen Cummins, the record is 10.35, set by Mario Burt from Harrison College in 2015. They're now in the blocks and they're waiting that goal from the starters.
Somebody's missing, Perry. Somebody is missing.
Someone is missing?
Looks like lane 5. Seeley?
To Sean Seeley, lane 5.
Yep.
Yes, lane 5 is empty.
Lane 5 is empty.
And a clean start for the first time asking, and they're really flying now. This is going to be interesting. Oh, looks like Kristen Cummins. Jamarco Gill was struggling. He didn't look as confident. He didn't look his normal self, Gill.
A time here looking like 10.89. That looks to be the flash time. Oh, in 0.80.
So he ran slower than he did in the qualifiers.
Interesting dynamics that go into this sport, particularly that being the factor. The adrenaline, the nerves, so many different things. You know, these athletes have to go through. There's of course that mental pressure of knowing that there's expectation.
Yep.
You have persons that are supporting you at your school, you have your family supporting you, your coaches are supporting you, all these things sometimes.
I know into zone dynamic, you have other schools relying on you to perform well for the sake of the zone. So it's a lot of things going on there. As we see a whole congregation up there with the 200 meters. I'm going to try to see if we can get these scores quickly before the 200 meters. We know the under 13s, they roll them off.
A thought popped into my head, Perry. You know,
yes, please.
If we are to keep it real here at Sports.pp, as we often do, you know, there's on ground a lot of talk about, for example, you know, coaches would be at knapsack, some coaches, and kind of canvassing, you know, trying to prepare away from knapsack to BSAC to go to a particular school. If this format is obtained, is there any significant benefit for a particular school, any school, by coming to knapsack per se and then recruiting?
There's always a benefit for when it comes to recruiting. Some schools will.
But remember, back in the day, the motivation could have been because
your school
is going to win the championship and there is a cash prize, as we would have been told earlier.
We need to keep this format.
But if they keep this format,
that's a different dynamic.
In this format, that particular dynamic may not necessarily.
That may be null and void.
Yeah, it may be null and void. It would be interesting to see, though.
True, you are on the ball, Mr. Webster. We look at the scores. I'm going to give the female scores. In the female division, you have the Peter Vaughn zone, 98 points. Second, the Jeffrey Burke zone, 124 points. And running away so far, that looks like some 45 points ahead. The Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, 169.
And the males in third, we have the Jeffrey Burke zone, 97.5 points. In second place, Peter Vaughn zone, 127 points. And in first, Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, passing 175.5 points.
About 48 points ahead. About 47.5 points ahead. Looking good. Let's get the lane assignments now. Let's see if my finger can move as fast as the runners in.
So these are under 13 girls, followed by the under 13 boys, finals indeed, and then the under 15 girls, followed by the under 15 boys.
My finger is fast, the computer is slow.
Well, either the computer or the internet.
Yeah, it could be the
one or the other.
Well, don't worry, we're going to get there, ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to try to make sure we continue to bring this action to you. After the 200 meters, you can look forward to seeing the 4x100 meter relays. After the 4x100 meter relays, there will be the sprint medley for the junior athletes, girls and boys. And that will bring us to the end of today's action.
Okay, we are up and running. We're gonna do a quick run through. And this one from lane 1 to lane 8, we have Jazara Ennis. Lane 1, Shakira Hinkson. And 2, Sharifa Nichols. In 3, Jamaya Williams. In 4, Jazara Levine. In 5, Kimara Blackett. In 6, Azaria Chase. In 7, and Shantia Gill in lane number 8 as they're off. First time calling. I like the athlete in lane number 3. She's motoring that.
Looking
Nichols.
nice,
Eating up the stagger already. She's really going.
Look at our teammate on the outside as well.
Yes, looking good.
So let's see what happens here.
Nichols.
In lane 3, it's all Nichols. And she's being tracked. In lane 5 by Levine. So Nichols, Levine, and Gill, top 3 finishers. Seeing flash time 26.63.
So Nichols ran a faster time than she ran in the preliminaries, just short of the record of 25.62 seconds. Set by Christina McConney. As we see the boys already on the line, so we're going to go straight into the lane assignments for these boys on the 13 boys final. This is Laboratory and Sports, sponsored on the 13 100 meters. And we go in lane number 8 in Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, Alex Simmons. And lane number 7, Jamarco Johnson, also of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. And lane number 6, Javonte Salmon of the Jeffrey Burke zone. And lane number 5, Wayne Denny of the Peter Vaughn zone. And lane number 4, Tyrell Clark, also of the Peter Vaughn zone. And lane number 3, Josiah Gill. We saw him running very well. There is he from the Jennifer Anthony Jones zone. Tajir Coward of the Jeffrey Burke zone is in lane number 2. And Jarrell Harden of the Jennifer Anthony Jones zone is in lane number 1. Coming to the finals in with the fastest time, it looks like Wayne Denny.
Yeah, should be a close thing between Denny and Selman. Yes. Those are the 2 fastest qualifiers. The record is held by Shane Nurse, 24.05, record set back in 2009 on the 19th day of March.
13 years ago.
And the 13s are under starters orders. Under 13 boys, Simmons, Johnson, Selman, Denny, Clark, Gill, Coward, and Harding. They've been asked to stand.
How ironic is that in a 13-year-old under 13 record?
Good observation, Perry.
And they get ready now. Second time asking, let's see what's going to happen. Looks like the youngster in lane number 4 is a little eager to get going. That's Tyrell Clark. He's getting into the set position before he's told to. He'll have to remember the starter runs the show. You'll have to follow the starter's instructions. As we see on the infield, some relay teams going through their paces and warming up. It's good. This is going to be a different dynamic as well with the relays, because you're going to have the best from each school in their zone, not a school team,
right?
A zonal team.
Oh, this should be exciting stuff. Should be very exciting stuff.
I remember Captain Jules and myself having this discussion at the end of a BSSAC about it would be interesting to have the 4 best from the school running against the 4 best from the other schools in the zones.
Well, we no longer have to wait for that, at least not too much longer.
And what makes it interesting now is that there are 3 zones, so we don't only be a 2-horse race, you know, 3 horses in it, so it gives a different dynamic. So we'll
give the viewers an idea once again of those schools as far as the zones are concerned, so that you can be aware when you see the teams running in the relay. So the under 13 boys.
And the lad on the outside, Johnson was off on the flyer.
Jamarco Johnson. Let's look on the inside though. Not looking
Gill
too bad
is
in
coming
lane
up
3.
on the inside as well.
Gill, yep. In fact, coming off the turn, Perry.
Oh, he ran a beautiful turn there just now, Josiah Gill.
Gill is looking very good. Look in the middle of the field. A big lad though. Is there going to be a tight finish here? No. Gil is going to
get there now.
Get there. Flash time. Waiting on that flash time. I'm seeing 26.44. Let's see if that stands or is rounded up or down.
Gil ran a brilliant curve. He didn't panic because he could have seen Johnson in front of him. He didn't panic when Johnson got off on a flyer. He ran an excellent turn and he accelerated off the bend, and that was it. All she wrote, and all he had to do was hold his form and hold on right to the finish line, and he executed it well. His coach will be proud and pleased with the performance.
And talking about doing enough to get in, he ran 27.16 during the preliminaries, and he's brought that down to 26.44. Is that the time we saw just now? 26.44. So a good run from him. Improving.
Yes, improving. And we're going on to the next section. This is the under 15s finals in lane number 8. Tania Applewhite, Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. In lane 7, Shanicia Bryan, also of that same zone. In lane 6, Diana Skeet, also of that zone. In lane number 5, Crystal Bentham of the Peter Vaughan zone. In lane number 4, Lemia London of the Peter Vaughan zone as well. And in lane number 3, Anaya Nurse, also of that zone. She incidentally is the fastest qualifier, 25.87 seconds. In lane number 2, Ariel Small of the Peter Vaughan zone. And in lane number 1, Alexis Masco of the Jeffrey Burt zone. I remember Alexis Masco running for Hinesbury Primary. Hinesbury Primary at the time when she was in primary school. I think Captain Jules would have had a hand in her fundamental development as an under 7, under 9 athlete. He must be beaming with praise seeing her at this stage. She's still in the track and field. We're going to keep our eyes on Anaya Nurse, 25.87. Clean start. These blazers are chasing 24.54.
Look at lane 3 moving briskly through the gears.
Anaya Nurse is out and flying. Anaya Nurse is out on a flyer. So we're going to watch her.
Coming off the turn very nicely as well.
And she's straight it up. And she's up and running. They're not going to catch Anaya Nurse today. She's running like a woman possessed as she runs to the finish line. And she's going right through the line. 24 point. I think it's going to be rounded down.
Let us see.
25.18 is a flash time. You see the official time. I told you we're going to watch Anaya Nurse. She is a quality athlete and she's going to be one to watch for the future.
Of course, Nurse in the prelims.
What really happened about her is when I interviewed her at the end of the zonal meet when she ran the 400 meters, and I asked her, how do you feel about just coming short of the record? She says, I don't feel too good because I can go faster. So she knows what she's capable of doing.
25.87 coming in.
Let's get the official time.
Let's wait on the official time though. We saw a flash time of 25.18. Nothing official as yet.
We're waiting. I think everyone is waiting. Everyone is waiting because Anaya Nurse just slammed. That didn't even look like a finals. She demolished that field.
Yeah, she absolutely did.
And when you can dominate a field of that caliber, I mean, there were some female athletes, they were not slouches to say the least, but she came in with the fastest time. She showed her dominance in the prelims, and she continued to show her dominance throughout and in the finals as well. So we really want to know this time. If we don't get the time from them, Ian, we're going to bring up the time ourselves when this 200 series is over. We will let you know.
But Perry, joining us here is Mr. Paul Ashby, Signia Globe.
We mentioned, yes,
one of the sponsors.
We mentioned
happy to have you here
earlier.
Happy to have you here. We sent you some greetings. We sent you some greetings.
A very good man. Coming all the way from Christchurch, went to school at St. Paul Boys School, which is where I went to school, primary school, and then went on to the launch school, another great school.
No comment.
Don't feel left out.
I don't.
We respected Ellerslie.
But I have not disrespected the
No, I said don't feel left out. We have respect for Ellerslie.
We have respect for God as well. Of course.
Come on, let's see. The clock is not showing what you want to see.
No, we're not seeing that official time at all. It's taking
Dwight
a lot of time.
Dwight Deere, Ian, Dwight Deere.
You anticipated that it would be rounded down?
I anticipated it should be rounded down. Dwight Deere.
But while we wait, we should take some time to acknowledge the sponsors.
Yes, please do.
Of course, we have the BNOCL, Barbados National Oil Company Limited, sponsoring the Jeffrey Burke Zone. Chafette Frosties sponsoring the Jennifer and Anthony Jones Zone. Signia Globe sponsoring the Peter Vaughan Zone. We also have the title sponsors, Powerade and Dasani, along with Laboratory and Sport, Armstrong Agencies, Infinity on the Beach, Dasani Water, as we mentioned before, Cooperative General Insurance. ICBL is also one of the sponsors. Let me get that particular list up. I feel, Perry, like I'm missing some people. I don't want to miss anybody out at all. 2520. 2520.
I told you it was going to be rounded down. Closest was 26 and changed from Appleway and then Ski 26.
Okay, so then we have the boys coming up next. While I speak of the sponsors and continue to thank them, right? I was correct. So the ICBL.
Boys aren't ready yet, so you can go on with the sponsors here.
Absolutely, thank you. Cooperative General Insurance Company Limited, Wabisco, Infinity on the Beach, Laboratory and Sports, BSL Athletics, Made It Against the Odds Foundation, Premium Security Services Limited, as well as Sani Services Limited. All the persons coming on board to make this possible. Of course, we have to give a special thank you to Ensure, who has continued to support this stream. I want to say thanks to all the sponsors for coming on board.
Yes, we really
making it happen.
We really need corporate Barbados to keep on playing a vital part in the development of sports at the youth level, because this is where it starts. Okay, Oba was a youth athlete. All of our athletes who have gone on to represent Barbados at the highest level started out as youth athletes. And these children are getting now more impetus than those athletes would have gotten. And once we continue to groom and nurture them and give them the opportunity to compete and to get better and to shine, the future of track and field is going to be very, very bright.
Also more opportunities as well, the opportunities for scholarships. The scouts are coming here, they're looking at the athletes, when you look across the NCAA championships, we're seeing Jonathan Jones, we're seeing Kyle Gale, Tristan Evelyn, those caliber of athletes still representing Barbados with distinction at the collegiate level. And this is where they would have had that opportunity. They would have been spotted, the talent would have been seen, and somebody would have said, this young man, this young lady has potential. Let me give them an opportunity to go.
Before them would be Akila Jones.
Of course, Akila Jones.
Going all the way back up. We had, there's so many of them. Some of them are still overseas as head senior coaches. Some of them have come back here as coaching. We all know, of course, we cannot, and I say this without any apology, Ian, one of the best coaches in the region that we have is a man by the name of Leo Garnes. Okay? And I like his work ethic. I like what he's been doing with the youngsters, and you can see what is going on, and you can see the difference in the children as they're coaching. There are a lot of great coaches in Barbados, but I as a level 5 coach, Leo, as a level 5 coach, he's doing great things. And also, he led by example. He's a multiple 5-time record holder. Has 5 records in the national records with various distances. And we have other coaches as well who've come back from college and put in the work. You have King and Burnett, and the list goes on. And I was applaud all of those coaches for the different various clubs who have come back and really given their all human service to youth development and watch their charters grow into mature adults and go on to the biggest stage. We cannot forget Mr. Alvin Bav as well.
Under 15 boys 200 meter dash though, Perry. In terms of lane assignments, in lane 8, Joshua Lord, Jeffrey Burke zone, Renako Yard, Jeffrey Burke zone, Jaheem Griffith, also of the Jeffrey Burke zone. So this 8-7-6 in lane 5, Ethan McCalling, Adams, Lynch, Knight and King. Doing the early running in the middle of the track, that looks like Adams of the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. So he's going to get a challenge from the inside though, and that's Knight. No, he's not going to get that challenge. In fact, he's going to continue with it. Adams is going to cross. Is it McCollin?
Yes, that's McCollin. I think Adams scrapped. Well, it was Ethan McCollin in there.
Lane 1. Is it lane 2 that is unoccupied? We didn't take note of it.
I think it would have had to be lane number 1, I believe.
Lane number 1.
But Ethan McCollin.
The time of 23. Is that what I'm saying there? Rounded up.
23.80.
So McCollin takes first place. He's running out of lane 5.
Okay, so while we move next to we're going to have the relays. We are going to, while they set up for the relays, we are going to take a very short break, and we are going to come back with more live action here at the Powerade-Dasani BSSAC for 2022, right here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex on the Ryan Braffett track.
About the big Berger Easter discount?
The one with 17.5% off Berger 303, 404, Everglow, Royale, and Weatherproof 2. The offer is valid until April 30th at all 3 Color Shop locations and participating hardware stores while stocks last.
Quality, performance, and value all in one can. I am ready to paint.
Berger Paint for lasting beauty and protection.
Now that your age is not everything, now that your kids call you for advice, now that you can achieve anything you set your mind to, why stop? Nourish your strength and energy with Ensure. Ensure provides protein, antioxidants, key vitamins and minerals to support your immune system. Now that it's your moment to enjoy your vitality, why stop? Your life, your health, your Ensure.
Cash flow. Ching, ching, ching. First thing me do when me get up, me look for cash down. Even if I not one. The energy me have for the money, me have to prosper. I have big money energy. Bonus long, money, money. Big money energy. Bonus long, money, money. I have cash on my mind every day now. I'm money from the bank that feel lay down. Me hustle.
Sun Power hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. The fastest installation in the industry. We are proud of our reliability. We'll inspect and service any brands. Not committed, dedicated, over 40 years working in this land. At Sun Power hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. It's your Sun Power.
Get your first doorstep
Wellness, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Task Force for Global Health.
Cash flow. Ching, ching, ching. First thing me do when me get up, me look for cash down. Even if I not want the energy me have for the money, me have to prosper. I have big money energy. Bonus long, money, money. Big money energy. Bonus long, money, money. I have cash on my mind every day now. And money from the bank that feel lay down. Me hustle.
Sun power, hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. The fastest installation in the industry. We are proud of our reliability. Bill, inspect and service any brands. Not committed, dedicated, over 40 years working in this land. At Sun Power, hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. It's just Sun Power.
My name is Troy Brown. I build houses for a living, do contracted work. Elite Investments Inc. We've been doing work from 2004. We build a lot of projects, hotels, residential houses, commercial works, pools, anything in construction. Yeah, we cover it. I do work here with Sampo for the last 10 years. We use them in commercial buildings, residential homes, and small private residence. Quality is great, it's outstanding. For anybody that requesting a solar water heater, I think Sun Power is the way to go because I use it personally when outside is overcast to get the hot water for a long period of time. Sun Power system is the way to go.
From the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Task Force for Global Health.
School competition now, this zonal dynamic, the zone dynamic.
Yeah. But we understand a rationale was given to us for the reason the 4x100 meters were scheduled to be run up at approximately 3:35. Obviously, because the athletes would have had significant workloads, they would have been multi-eventers participating in their own individual events as well as in the 4x100 meters relay. They're giving those athletes just a little bit of recovery time to catch their breath so they can give their best effort for the zone. Of course, it's all about points. We have 3 zones, and I find it a little interesting though that is the rationale, given considering that we have now a broader pool. We have 3 zones, so the 3 lanes will be occupied, and we got a broader pool to choose from, but the same persons are still being utilized. So interesting dynamic that, but of course everybody wants to win. As you mentioned, Perry, each zone has a coach and a manager. I remember distinctly hearing the name Jesse King being mentioned among the head coaches. I think he's responsible for the Jeffrey Burke zone.
Yes.
Of course, he was at Springer Memorial. All right. We also received some information about Zachary Wall. Perry, he's nursing an injury.
So we wish him a speedy recovery.
Absolutely.
And he's a very positive young man when it comes to track and field. So he will be back, and he will be back even better than before. So
yeah,
I know a lot of tongues are wagging to see if those St. George boys would factor into this. I think they may have factored into the old format. With this school setting, into school, maybe. But with the zone, when you come up against, you may be able to dominate in your school and run an individual final. But when you come up to the zone now, and you have to compete against other top athletes from other schools, it's like running the finals before you get to the finals.
And of course, there's that dynamic of when you enter first form, based on when your birthday falls in that particular year. You
maybe
either
first
go
year under 15.
Yeah, you may be a first year
but
under 15.
I think Ethan could have held his own, because he was running some decent times in the circuit, the Saturday circuit and stuff, as under 15. So he has proven that he can and he has made a transition. So I was not worried about him per se. I know he was coming off of a good year, and that's the other thing. You had a really good year, and then 2 years you were shut down. So all you could do is train, and you don't have a gauge as to where you are at until you actually get onto the track to compete for the first time, right? So it's rather unfortunate that we had no control over it. And I will say this again and again. I give kudos to the organizers of BSSAC for doing what they've done this year. At least we can say, well, hey, I can see that some effort was made, and you guys have done a wonderful job.
Just taking a peek over at cricket there, I'm seeing that England appear to be at 126 for 9.
Whoa.
So that puts the West Indies in a very good position. I'm just waiting on the internet, which has been giving us a little challenge all morning, really. But as soon as it comes up, I'm going to give that information to our viewers who are cricket inclined. Is that a good term to use, Perry? But we are still here, awaiting some more action on the track.
As we see some movement now, as we see some young ladies coming out to the tents by the start, the 400 meter start with their gear. I think they may be going straight out to the respective handover zones, and this will be we're going to have finals. These are timed finals, or finals basically, and interesting enough, Ian, there are going to be each school is going to put in 2 teams.
Oh, each school
so there's an
is
A
going to
team
put,
and a B team.
What do you mean? You mean each zone?
Each zone, sorry, I keep going to school. Each zone,
okay, this is interesting.
Will put in 2 teams, an A team and a B team.
So in the event then that the A team and the B team run 1 and 2, extra points. Oh my goodness. This is interesting. This is very, very interesting, Perry. I'm actually intrigued by the whole thought process and how everything was organized.
Yeah, I think for me, it's better to see 6 teams running than just 3 teams running.
Yeah.
All right. So for me, it gives a different dynamic. Again, we all have to adjust and adapt. Things will change. Some things will remain the same. Some things will change. Most constant thing in life is change, and we have to embrace it sometimes and just move on. So you see some young ladies going over to the second and third handover or final handover. We saw the athletes who are starting coming out and sitting under the tent, and I'm now seeing some young ladies going over to the first takeover zone over by the southern sandpit on the eastern side of the arena. So it looks like we are just about getting ready. The blocks are out, getting ready to start our first 4x100 meter relay, which will be the under 17 girls, which is sponsored. All the relays are sponsored by Cooperative General.
So we're looking at that BSSAC record held by Christchurch Foundation, set in 2018, relatively new record, 47.59. The 17 girls.
So we want to see who can attack that now. And the question is,
can you remember some of the girls that were on that team?
2018.
2018.
Well, that was under 17. Was I can't remember.
I'm thinking was Hannah Connell?
No, she would have been.
She would have been under 20 at the time.
She would be first year under 20 at that point in time, I believe.
Tiana Boyne as well.
We will have to go back to like.
We have to check our archives.
Yeah, we have to check our archives.
Where's our historian when we need him? Michael Jules, can you please send us the information, please? Thank you very much.
Right, I was right. The relays, all the relays are sponsored by Cooperators General Insurance.
Okay.
So big up Cooperators General Insurance for sponsoring all of the relays at BSSAC 2022.
Alrighty. So, first leg, set in their blocks, so we should have some action pretty soon.
Yes,
just in case you missed it, Perry was letting them know once again that we have an A team and a B team. 3 zones.
Yes.
They're all running in zones, but there is
this is going to be interesting
and a B team.
And it's going to be extremely interesting for us as well,
so
calling these races.
I was now about to ask you, Perry, so how are we going to decipher the A team?
The good thing is with the 4x1, they have to stay in their lanes.
Well, that is good.
So once they're in their lanes, we should be good. The issue is going to come tomorrow with the we have to look at the bib, and we can't even look at the bib numbers because they're all going to be the same color.
We probably have to look at the numbers
if they are on, because sometimes these numbers don't stay on. So yes, we are working hard to bring to you, ladies and gentlemen, all of the action here today, BSSAC 2022, here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, as these zones do battle on the Ryan Braffett track.
So we'll have to pay very close attention to these lane assignments.
Oh yes. And let's see.
Seeing the B's.
So we're going to be seeing in on the 17 girls 4x100 meter relay, or some people call it the 400 meter relay, because the baton travels 400 meters, not the runners. We have, as I said, 2 teams from each zone. The B teams in this one, in this final, will be on the inside lanes, coming from lane 2, 3, and 4. So let's get ready for the lane assignments for the first relays. The first of the relay series for today. And we have in lane number 7 will be Jennifer and Anthony Hoyt zone 18. In lane 6, the Peter Vaughn zone 18. In lane number 5, the Jeffrey Burke zone 18. In lane number 4, the Peter Vaughn zone B team. In lane number 3, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones Zone B team. And in lane number 2, the Jeffrey Burke Zone B team. And of course, we would have heard so far, we're going to give you a final points tally coming at the end of the day, but the Jennifer and Anthony Jones Zone are leading both the boys and the girls. Okay, so
because this sport happens in the day, you know, I reckon an upset can happen. You know, where a B team can very well upset.
That can happen. That can happen. And I want to caution you who are celebrating Anthony and the Jennifer and Anthony Jones Zone. Remember, you have to get the baton around the track.
Yes, very important. And of course, there's the passing zone.
Well, there's a longer passing zone. There's no acceleration zone anymore. That was taken out about 4 years now. So there's no acceleration zone. So they have a longer takeover zone. So they shouldn't run out of the acceleration zone. They shouldn't run out of the takeover zone. Sorry.
Shouldn't be the operative word.
Shouldn't.
The operative word, Barry. Shouldn't.
Fingers crossed and knock on wood.
Yeah, but these things happen. This is track and field.
Yep.
It's all about getting that stick around the track. Lots of hours go into the preparation for these 4x1 relays. It is something that has to be rehearsed. It's developing muscle memory, as we talked about earlier. One athlete may come in on the inside of the lane while the other stands on the outside.
Because it's staggered. So
exactly. And
it goes with the athlete who starts the race. If the athlete starts with the baton in the right hand, then the other person takes the left, passes to the right hand, passes to the left. Okay?
Can be uncomfortable. I think back to my own experiences running out of school. I remember the first time I did it. For me, it was really, really strange because I'm right-handed. And I would usually run the second leg and having to receive the baton because the first runner would have the
right hand.
The baton in their right hand, so I would have to receive it in my left hand. And for me, that initial feeling was weird because I want to have it.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, at the primary school level, teaching PE, we have to teach the children to move with things in both hands. Okay, so that's foundational PE. They have to be able to do too. They don't have to be brilliant at the weaker hand, but capable and confident.
Alright, so they're on the starters' orders. Remember, lane 7, Jennifer and Anthony Jones, A. Lane 6, Peter Vaughn, A. Lane 5, Jeffrey Burke, A.
False start, and that looks like the Jeffrey Burke zone. Jeffrey Burke zone moved first, so we have to wait and see if is there going to be a conference.
My. And just like that,
there was a recall.
18 can be upset by a B team. Just like that.
So let's see if that is actually the case. From my naked eye, the athlete there in lane number 5 really moved quickly.
In lane number 5, that looks like Jeffrey Burke zone. That's their 18. So the stadium announcer seems to be giving an update as to what's going to transpire. I'm seeing.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, you called it right, Perry.
Yes.
Oh, no, actually it's lane.
And that is wheelchair. False start wheelchair. Being accused of false starting, and the team is out. So all the other members will have to get out on lane number 5.
Heartbreak. Very disappointing.
Yep.
The team element. No team, they say. But there is M&E. As we get ready for the restart.
Okay, so we are down to 5 teams. Jennifer, Anthony Jones, and Peter Vaughn zone A team in 7 and 6. As they go off and running, looking pretty even so far.
Let's see the first handover. Smooth.
Yeah. Not very smooth at
Looking
all.
good on the outside. Peter Vaughan zone looking good. The Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone as well looking good. And motoring up on the inside is the Jennifer and Anthony Jones B team. But up front is still looks like Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. They have it so far.
Final handover.
Final handover, and this is going to be interesting
This
as
is
they
going to
come
be a
to the
ding-dong
line.
battle.
They said
Let's see
Jennifer
it here,
Anthony
Barry.
Jones and Peter Vaughan. The Jennifer and Anthony Jones and Peter Vaughan. Sierra Pigott driving to the line. Jennifer and Anthony Jones, Peter Vaughan, and then we have the other Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone coming in third.
So lanes 6 and 7. Jennifer and Anthony Jones. We make it. We make that 18 for first, and then the Peter Vaughan zone running out of lane 6 appears to have taken the second.
48.92 is a flash time there for the Jennifer and Anthony Jones 18.
Okay, calling it correctly. So first in the time officially, 48.92.
Sierra Pigott showed real character and determination because she was a little behind. She was losing that fight, and then you saw the grimace on her face, and you saw that extra drive, and she really brought it home for the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, winning the first relay of the day. And the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, of course, coming third as well. The B team coming third.
So that was the girls.
Wow.
The under 17 boys. They're up next.
And you see the boys on their different handover air zones, marking out their run-ups, their run-offs. But the starters are yet to come out and set their blocks.
I want to present a perspective to you. Let's take, for example, what happened at the initial start of that 4x100 meter race, Perry, where the young lady in lane 5 would have fought started, and she then would have been responsible for the rest of the team being disqualified or ejected from the race, as you would have put it. What do you say to the students? What do you say to the athletes after something like that happens? Because I can see some type of blame game being played. Somebody is going to have to accept responsibility, and quite obviously it's going to be the young lady that started the race because the others were waiting to receive the baton. So what do you say in that situation?
Well, for me, I try to let them know about these. This is like, these things happen. Sport imitates life, and in life you get disappointments, especially when you are in a team dynamic. Okay, you get disappointments that may not be at you. If you were doing a group project for school and you do your part, but the other group member doesn't, then you find yourself not getting the grade you would expect. Okay, and these are things that they have to take into consideration. So once you can show them the correlation between sports and life in general, sometimes it works out. Also, during training, you help them to teach them to learn to respect each other. Okay, so they will know that, hey, the young lady, yes, it was her fault, but she's going to feel bad as well because all of you would have trained together. So it shows character. It shows that you've taught them a lot if they have the character to come together and say it's okay, these things happen. Yes, they'll be disappointed, of course, who wouldn't be, but you try to show them the other side of the coin.
Tomorrow is the second day of competition, Barry. These young ladies that we see running here may very well have to come back tomorrow. How do they put what happened just now behind them and then get themselves in a mental space for what they have to do? That psychological game, having to be under the gun, so to speak, once again, and remembering that the last start you had, you fought started.
You have to use that experience to fuel the determination and drive to do better than you did the other time. Okay, and once you can get that done, you find that the team performs a lot better because they have a point to prove. Okay, so as we come up here now, Ian, with the
under 17 boys.
All right, so in terms of lane assignments, I'm seeing here the B team from the Jeffrey Burke zone, they'll be in lane 7. In lane 6, the team from Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, that's their 18. In 5, Jeffrey Burke zones 18. In lane 4, the Peter Vaughan zones 18. In lane 3, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zoned B team, and in lane 2, Peter Vaughan zones B team. The record held by your alma mater, Perry, the Law School, 42.42 record set back in 2012 on the 22nd day of March.
10-year record, a decade, and we are getting ready to see if it will fall today with this new mixed team dynamic from the zonal concept.
Let's see how it goes. Experience would tell us, based on what we saw not too long ago, that anything can happen, particularly at the start. It's important
to get the baton around the track.
Got to get it around. So a good clean start here thus far, Perry.
Yes, looking
good. Even at this point.
Let's see the first takeover.
Let's see.
That's Jennifer and Anthony Jones on the outside.
Oh my goodness. Young man in the lane 7 is moving quite nicely. Let's see if they're able to maintain this, Perry.
The B team for Jeffrey Burke is looking good.
Oh yes, they
They're
are.
looking threatening.
Can we see an upset here?
But Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, this is going to be a good one. Oh, and we come down the line. Jennifer and Anthony and Peter Burke. Peter Burke B, Peter Burke B, Peter Burke B, Peter Burke B team. Oh, that looks like Peter Burke B team.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, B team.
The B team. The B team, yep. And the time looks to be 43.04. That's what we're seeing now as a flash time. Very good run from the B team from the Jeffrey Burke zone. So we've seen
Burke zone.
Yep, the B team.
Yep.
42.9.
That's a good time.
9.8 actually.
43.01 in second. So
very good run there.
Wow, brilliant.
So we've seen an upset. I was anticipating that one might happen.
Yes, like you said, it can happen. I agree with you 100%. Totally.
A team victory, a B team victory. I kind of like this format.
I tell you, especially with the relays, this mix, the way you get the best of the best coming out is interesting.
Maybe think we'll see like a mixed relay where you have males and females running. And
well, it can happen. We've had some in Barbados already, that the relay affair especially, and once at the Josephine Memorial Classic. But it's not something
novel. It's not novel.
Right, well, we're going to be seeing a mixed distance relay for knapsack, since you brought that up. The under 9s are going to be doing a 4x4, and it's going to be 2 boys, 2 girls. So that's going to be interesting as well. Look forward to knapsack in May. So they've pushed their meet all the way down to May. Give the kids some more time to get back in shape, get the teachers some more time to work with the charges, and the sports council coaches as well to come out to the schools and assist and facilitate the training. So it should be interesting. It's going to be here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex as well. It's going to go up, run over 4 days. There are 8 zones, and there's going to be a half-day meets for each zone. So 2 zones per day. Just 6 basically relays. We're going to have the under 11 boys and girls doing the 6x6, and the under 13 girls and boys doing the 8x8.
Under normal circumstances, I believe the common entrance would have been normally scheduled in May, but it's been moved down. So that's certainly a plus for those junior athletes to have that opportunity to deal with the athletic side of things, and then refocus, regroup, and go on to sit their common entrance.
So we got these girls, the open girls, the Sunny Water. Not wrong. That's not the Sunny. This is Corporate General Relay Series, and we have the open girls relay coming up. See the young ladies there. Let's see who we have.
All right. In lane 7, the 18 from Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. Lane 6 is occupied by the B team from the Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane 5, the B team from the Peter Vaughan zone. In 4 is the B team from Jennifer and Anthony Jones. In lane 3 is the Jeffrey Burke zone 18, and in lane 2 the 18 from the Peter Vaughan zone. The record held by the St. Michael's School, a time of 46.83 seconds, set in 2014 on the 27th of March.
We're missing a team there. We're missing a Peter Vaughan team.
Yes, in lane 2 actually.
Right, so
that's an 18. So the A team is not going to be in there. So we look at 3, Jeffrey Burke. 4, B team from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones. 5, B team from Peter Vaughan. 6, B team from Jeffrey Burke. And in 7, the A team from Jennifer and Anthony Jones. So technically then, it means that Peter Vaughan, the leaders, no, they're not the leaders. Peter Vaughan only have one chance here to get some points.
The weight is on the shoulders of the B team to carry the team across the finish line in this one.
We shall see if the burden is light or heavy. Locks already set, just awaiting instructions now from the starter. Looking forward to day 2 of competition. Of course, we'll be bringing that action for you tomorrow.
Yes.
We will be here, and we want to invite you to be here with us. New format, but still exciting. Steps in the right direction.
Of course, well, any chance to get track and field up and running, I welcome. The starter is Mr. Benny Rowe.
Athletes now under starters' orders. Try to give them as much quiet as possible.
Will we see another upset? There they go. Off and
About to find out.
Looking good. On the outside, Jeffrey Burke B looking good, and the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zones looking good. Those are the 2 front runners right now. On the inside,
look at that. On the inside, Barry, who is
Jennifer
that?
and Anthony Jones B team.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's Jeffrey Burke.
That's the Jeffrey Burke
their team. Jeffrey Burke A team coming up. As their counterparts of the B team start to lose ground, the Jeffrey Burke A team is now surging, but up front is Jennifer and Anthony Jones.
So let's see.
Jennifer and Anthony
Jones. It's going to be a tight thing here, Perry.
Jennifer and Anthony Jones, they're going to get it. They're going to get it.
They're going to get it easily.
Nia Brown slamming it.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
Jennifer and Anthony Jones 1-2.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
So those are very important points. Jennifer and Anthony Jones A and Jennifer and Anthony Jones B. They have just sealed some very, very important points in the female, so that those points will go to their tally.
We're going to
Should
give
be a
you
handsome sum too.
No, we're going to get a point tally at the end. Before we leave, we're going to get a point tally. We're going to give you a point tally.
47.93. That's the time we are seeing there.
Yes, still off the pace of the relay, the record, sorry.
Big boys just passing in front of us.
Jeffrey Burke beat A team was looking good.
They were.
I said they could hold on for a second, that'd be great. They just couldn't. That's life.
Yeah, weren't able to seal the deal with that second position, but no doubt about who the winners.
Yes, Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone dominating. I think they should give us another year to see if the other zones could say, well, we need to really follow the stops next year and at least one more year. If it was one more year so we could redeem ourselves.
So there we're seeing the official time on our screen.
47.93. So the record safe for another year by 1.10 seconds, if my math is correct.
So then we have the open boys after this. And
Yes,
we have
let's get the
junior medley relay.
The open boys coming up. Can we get an upset? Did Jennifer and Anthony Jones' team lose one? They lost one before with the upset with the B team from with Jeffrey Burke. And let's see if one of these other zones can step up to the plate. It can't all be one-way traffic. Come on, guys. Let's go.
You know, when I was looking at how these schools were grouped, in terms of the distribution numbers, let me just bring it to your attention here. I found it quite interesting. That numbers. Okay, I see what happened here. The numbers are actually even. I thought for a brief moment that the numbers were not the distribution of schools. The distribution of schools are equal, but as far as the athletes are concerned, you may find more athletes from one particular school.
Because you can appreciate a lot of these athletes today would have been athletes who are training in clubs. You would like to see an even spread of them around the zone, but we must take into consideration there are some schools that have more higher club population, club athlete population than others, right? So we look at some of these perennial schools like St. Michael's School. A lot of their athletes are training in clubs. We look at
Foundation as well.
Christchurch Foundation, you know. So when you see those schools, you would expect, okay, within that zone they will have more. But so it has to come down to quality over quantity. So we have to say, no, it don't matter how many athletes you have. We may have a handful, but our handful is better than yours. So this is where this zone dynamic would to be successful in this zone dynamic, you have to have quality. Okay.
I wonder what that process must have been like, though. I'm sorry that I didn't get the opportunity to ask. It didn't cross my mind at the time to ask, but how they would have decided which schools go where.
That's a very good question.
It would have been interesting to know what would have been behind it.
So I'm not seeing any
or it could have
action.
been done arbitrarily.
Maybe it just pull like knapsack when we did the 8 zones. They just did a random draw. Pull 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So now there's no more. We used to group them by population. Now we have all the different big schools, small schools, medium schools. So after this relay, Ian, I think we're gonna take a short break and get ready for the
medleys.
Sprint medleys. 1, 2, 3, 400 meters each leg. So we're going through this one now, the final 4x1 for BSSAC 2022. Here we have now in lane number 7 the Peter Von B team. In lane 6 the Jeffrey Burke zone of B team. In lane number 5 the Jennifer and Anthony Jones A team. In lane number 4 the Peter Von zone A team. In lane number 3 the Jeffrey Burke zone A team. And on the inside in lane number 2 will be the Jennifer and Anthony Jones B team.
Lane number 2, take over number 1 while you're looking over there. Right back you, take over number 2. Take over number 2. You guys looking to start off some
Announcer just checking in with the officials. Want to make sure the white flag is up.
Take over number 3.
When that white flag goes up, we know everything is good. So it's a yellow flag. What's it, yellow and white? What are they using? Are they using a yellow flag?
You find normally at the international meets, Ian, you don't have to check the takeovers because the officials, there are more officials first of all, and the officials will raise the flag as soon as the lane is cleared. So you normally have an official per lane or two per lane or whatever. So they will, as soon as you call the lane, and
yeah. So they have a yellow flag and a white flag. So
something
the white flag
is wrong over there.
Yes, the yellow flag went up over by takeover number 2. Some instructions being given. Can't see the official in our shot, but pointing helter skelter over there, pointing in every which direction. But we'll get this one started pretty shortly. Just remind you of those lane assignments. Peter Vaughn B in 7, Jeffrey Burke B in 6, Jennifer and Anthony Jones A in 5, Peter Vaughn A in 4, Jeffrey Burke A in 3, and Jennifer and Anthony Jones B in 2.
So here we go, final 4x100 meter for BSSAC 2022, and they're off and running for final 4x1 for day 1, final 4x1 for the seniors, and on the, oh my gosh,
the inside,
Jennifer and Anthony Jones,
not a very good handover there at all.
Bad handover, and they're out.
Yeah, they're out of it.
They're out, they've opened up. They're opening it up now. Oh my, they've opened it up. There's a race up front here, Ian.
The angle is preventing us from seeing, but in lane 4.
Peter Vaughn and Jeff.
Yep. Peter Vaughn.
No, this is the Jeffrey Burke. Wrong. It's lane 4.
Lane 4. Peter Vaughn.
Peter Vaughn. Oh my gosh.
What was the time?
Oh, heart. 42-15. Heartbreak for Jennifer and Anthony Jones, zone 18. They were flying that first leg. It was too hot to handle.
They were. I think on the inside, the B team had a decent start, but they really fell off badly going along the back stretch.
Oh yes.
But coming out on top here, lane 4, Peter Vaughn 18. Congrats to them. And we're going to take a break here. Come right back from the Usain Bolt Sports Complex with more action for you. The final 2 events of the day, the sprint medley. We're going to take a break and come right back. So hold tight.
About the big Berger Easter discount? The one with 17.5% off Berger 303, 404, Everglow, Royale, and Weatherproof 2. The offer is valid until April 30th at all 3 Color Shop locations and participating hardware stores while stocks last. Quality, performance, and value all in one can. I am ready to paint.
Berger Paint for lasting beauty and protection.
Now that your age is not everything, now that your kids call you for advice, now that you can achieve anything you set your mind to, why stop? Nourish your strength and energy with Ensure. Ensure provides protein, antioxidants, key vitamins and minerals to support your immune system. Now that it's your moment to enjoy your vitality, why stop? Your life, your health, your Ensure.
Cash flow. Ching, ching, ching. First thing me do when me get up, me look for cash down. Even if I not one. The energy me have for the money me have to prosper. I have big money energy. Bonus long, money, money. Big money energy. Bonus long, money, money. I have cash on my mind every day now. And money from the bank that feel lay down. Me hustle.
Sun power, hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. The fastest installation in the industry. We are proud of our reliability. Will inspect and service any brand. Staff committed, dedicated, over 40 years working in this land. At Sun Power, hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. It's your Sun Power.
Get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Before things get COVID-19. So go ahead, get your vaccine. Listen, in Barbados we blessed. Not other countries that got no access. No, to the resources we acquire. So we should let them expire. You might get headache or cold sweats or fever or dizziness. These side effects temporary. Your body fighting it necessary. You running from a lane, need a stick. You running from a lane, need a stick. It can be easy on a ventilator. COVID-19 ain't come to play. So get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Business we need was the coverage. So let me push up this percentage. Understand? Get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Before things get COVID-19. So go there, get your vaccine. Yeah.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Task Force for Global Health.
No, no, no. Daddy no la. No, 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 no. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, no, no. Yeah, 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 yeah. No. Me want your bubble for me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Me don't want your whole bag. Body full of melanin, pretty little dark skin. Girl, me want you know that. I got my eyes on you. See your papa got the check them ties on you. You wine good. I love you. I love you. The whole of the talking thing and the feel me girl. Action start when you see me girl. Roll up your waist and your mini skirt. Rihanna, yeah, so you give me word. Me want you turn back pain on my head.
One for six. Bill to be no less.
with the final two relays of day one, final two events of day one. This will be the girls and boys sprint medley relay.
We've got some points up to this point. Pun intended, Perry.
Okay, go right ahead, sir.
So, in terms of the female scores, the Jeffrey Burke zone in third position right now among the females. They've amassed 163 points. In second place, the Peter Vaughan zone, 176 points. And out front by 100 points, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone with 276 points. So the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone team, they've certainly stamped their authority. If we turn our attention to the boys, in third we also have the Jeffrey Burke zone with 149.5 points. In second, the Peter Vaughan zone, 174 points. And leading the way once again among the males is the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. So we have them amassing some 258 points.
Wow.
Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, that team is doing exceptionally well, both in the girls and in the boys. But remember, this is just day one.
A lot can happen. We still have some events outstanding.
Yes.
Some school may be able to put a dent in that lead, especially in the boys. For those of you viewing us, let me explain how this relay is run. We're going to start at the 200 meter mark. The first leg is going to run 100 meters and hand over at the start of the 100 ankle leg stagger, as you want to call it. And they're going to run 200 meters from there. They're going to run all the way around to the 300 meter start. What they're going to do when they pass the finish line, they're going to break into lane number one. And then they're going to, from there on, the race will proceed in lane number one. Once you're in the lead, you pass on the outside if you want to pass the person, unless the person opens the door on the left. They're up by the 300 meter mark. That athlete will take the baton and bring it all the way down to the finish for their 300 meter leg. And then we have that all important 400 meter leg starting and finishing down here with the finish line. This being a new event, there'll be a new record holders for this one. There's no record set yet, so these athletes are going to say, we are the record holders. My zone, I was on that team. My zone set that record.
Bragging rights, they call it?
Yep, bragging rights. All important bragging rights.
So today a record will be set. And who knows, it may go next year. It may not.
We'll see. We will see.
We certainly will.
I think with NAPSAT, they have decided that they're going to keep the distance relays in, and if we go back to normal, some similar normalcy, we'll keep the distance relays in, not on the NAPSAT roster for a program, but at a different date. And I think that's nice. If it works, don't discard it. Keep it. Tweak it, make something out of it. So we are going to be seeing in this one, we're going to be seeing in this one in lane number 7, the Jeffrey Burke zone A team. In lane 6, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone A team. In lane 5, the Peter Vaughan B team. In lane number 4, the Peter Vaughan B team. In lane 3, in lane number 4 will be the Jeffrey Burke B team. In lane number 3 will be the Peter Vaughan B team. And in lane A team, and in lane number 2 will be the Jennifer and Anthony Jones B team. So we have to watch the hit numbers, especially after they break here at the finish line, because everything will be in lane number 1. So you have to keep an eye on those hit numbers.
All right. Overall, Perry, I believe we had a very good day.
Oh yes, I must agree.
Action, good to be back.
I think at the end of the day too, these athletes, even though they want the zones to win, I don't think that it matters really. Most of these athletes who would have won the zone, they're just happy to be out and running and back into competition and seeing their friends from other schools other than over Skype or WhatsApp or whatever, So I think it was a success. It has been a successful day.
It'll be interesting to get a feel of what's happening across the region, though, as far as athletics is concerned. The various islands and schools, if they're having their championships as well. Of course, champs is a big thing in Jamaica.
Yes.
But I'll look into that stuff overnight. Come back tomorrow with some perspective regionally.
So let's see. Everything seems to be set. We are just waiting. The athletes are over the 200-meter mark to get.
This is a jog he's doing. Seems to be struggling a little. Yeah. He's carrying a little bit of a niggle, huh?
We'll have to ask him at the end of the day. We have to put that. We have to remember to ask him that question.
He ran gingerly across the finish line, Barry.
Yeah, the thing is we can't decide which leg he was favoring.
Oh my goodness!
It looks like he was favoring both.
When he hears about this, I'm going to be in trouble. He's going to come for me. My very good friend.
It's all in good fun. All in good fun. Okay, once again, the lane assignments. Once again, in the lane assignments will be as follows. And lane number 7, the Jeffrey Burke Zone A team. In lane number 6, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones Zone A team. In lane number 5, the Peter Vaughn Zone B team. And lane number 4, the Jeffrey Burke Zone B team. In lane number 3, the Peter Vaughn Zone A team. And in lane number 2, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones Zone B team. These are the teams and the lane assignments for the first of 2 sprint medley relays for the juniors. Just a reminder, all of the relays for BSSAC 2022 are sponsored by Cooperative General Insurance.
So it looks as though we're going to get these sprint medley relays started very soon, Perry.
Yes, see the athletes on the start staggers there over there with the 200 meters start. The stadium announcer just asking the athletes at the 300 meter point to just lower the height and stop. This is a big relay in the relay fair, Ian, and I remember several primary schools would have held the under 13 record in this at the relay fair. We had West Terrace, you had Cuthbertmore Primary as well, setting the record and holding it for about 4 or 5 years before it was broken by one of the secondary schools. Can't remember which school it was. It was Christian Foundation, I believe. So.
But back in the good old days, this medley relay, we had 2 100s, a 200 meter, and then a 4.
Yes.
So
there's that one as well. Yeah. That's the one that runs that knapsack.
That's the old school one, apparently.
That's the one that runs that knapsack. 1 by 1 by 2 by 4. This is a different dynamic.
This is new stuff. My goodness, things are changing.
And there they go off and running. Peter Vaughn off on a good one on the inside there. The Peter Vaughn Zone A team off and running.
Actually,
on the outside,
Jennifer and Anthony
Jones as well on the outside. The 2 A teams there. Peter Vaughn and Jennifer and Anthony Jones.
Peter Vaughn on the inside.
Another nurse now bringing them in with that 200 meters. Well, she looks a little tight there. With a little lift there going on. But she's into lane number 1. She's still holding on. She's giving the Peter Vaughn Zone a nice cushion there. There's a good run from another nurse. She does smooth going around the back to bottom bend, and they're off and running for this 300 meter leg. Peter Vaughn Zone leading from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones Zone in second, and all the rest are chasing Indian file
This is the 300-meter leg, and the 400-meter runners are on the line already. Of course, they'll be calling, encouraging their teammate to just get to me, get the baton to me.
Bring the baton, bring it.
They'll be calling.
So here comes the Peter Vaughan zone leading Jennifer and Anthony Jones team. Good spirited run there, 300 run for Peter Vaughan. Applewhite there anchoring for the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. Let's see how this pans out as they go to the back stretch. We see Jennifer and Anthony A. They're cutting down the lead. That's Applewhite there coming up, closing down the gap. Let's see if she is going to catch that young lady or if the young lady has a little more in the tank for the finish.
So Peter
Vaughan and Jennifer
Anthony
Jones doing battle up front. Peter Vaughan, Jennifer Anthony Jones coming on the outside. Peter Vaughan, Jennifer Anthony Jones starting the motor as they come off the turn, and it's going to be Peter Vaughan, Jennifer Anthony. Who wants it the most? Both athletes trying to tie up a little bit, and the struggle is on. The race is on. It's going to be Peter Vaughan.
Peter Vaughan is going to take this
one.
one.
Running away from them now. Peter Vaughan zone running away from them now, winning it. Good job, Peter Vaughan. Anthony and Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone finishing second. I can't see the hit number for that one.
That is Jeffrey Burke.
Which one, the B team or the A team? So the A team finished first, second, and third.
I believe that she may have been in lane 4, so that may have been
if it's 4, that would be the B team.
But we'll see the official result come up very shortly. Exciting relay. Competitive.
Yes.
That's what people like to watch. Competitive athletics.
Yes.
A fight to the finish. It's all good to see athletes dominate. But
came down to who had the biggest heart. Who had the bigger heart out of the two, the bigger heart. And I must say that young lady from the Peter Vaughan zone, she was really determined. She was not given an inch.
So Peter Vaughan confirmed as winners, 2 minutes 24 and 30.
26:34. No, 26:34 is
the second place.
Jones zone. Peter Vaughan zone in first. Yes.
Yeah. Not seeing anything as far as
Jennifer and Anthony Jones in second. Who's going to be third?
Well, definitely it was Jeffrey Burke, but we're not seeing a time. Definitely not seeing a time. We're only seeing the top two finishes.
We're not seeing the third finisher, third place.
There we go. B team.
The B team.
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, the B team got the third, running out of lane 4.
And the A team
initially, of course.
The A team got fifth, I believe.
No. The A team.
I think the A team would have won on fifth.
No, they didn't get fifth. I think Peter Vaughan, based on what I'm seeing here from the monitor, they would have gotten fifth.
Okay, so as we get ready to bring the curtain down on day number 1, remember we are going to be giving you the final score tally for day 1. We're going to hopefully all of the results will be in. We're going to give you, if all are not in, we're going to give you as close as possible to the final score tally. See if there's any change. Anyone gotten closer to Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone and their dominance so far on day 1. After this final relay, we're going to take a break for our sponsors, and then we're going to wrap up with the scores, final scores, and any other comments we need to give you as we look forward to day number 2. So we see the boys coming out now at the 200-meter start, getting on the staggered lanes, and we have now the final event for day number 1 for BSSAC 2022. The zonal format, interzonal competition.
What initially started as a little bit chaotic day eventually smoothed out quite nicely.
Yes, they got all the little rough kinks and stuff out of it. It was good. Got to keep persevering. No one threw their hand up in the air and said, oh, I can't take this anymore. Everyone put their shoulder to the wheel, pushed the bus down the road, and we got where we were supposed to get. Wonderful effort from all concerned. So we're getting ready now. See the boys there. The starter is asking for this, give the signal that he's ready for the lane assignments to be called.
So
that's what that whistle is usually for. Bring the people up, and then of course the announcer will say, "Oh yes, he's ready now."
This particular arrangement is interesting. Let's see what we have here in lane 7. We have the B team from the Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane 6, the A team from the Jeffrey Burke zone. In lane 5, we have the B team from the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. In 4, we have the A team from Peter Vaughan. In 3, Jennifer and Anthony Jones. That's their A team, and in lane 2, the B team from Peter Vaughan zone. So how will this day end, Perry? Will it be an A or a B team?
I will not call this one.
Final honors. Let's see how it goes.
I will not call this one. I'm going to say, as my good friend Mr. Everton Briggs, the late Everton Briggs, will say, who's going to win this? No, your guess is as good as mine. A good man, Mr. Briggs.
Obviously, because they're juniors, there'll be some under 13s in here and some under 15s. You put them together and try to come up with the best possible combination.
When you look at the times they would have run, and even before today, look at the times they would have run during the eliminations and the different events, and say, okay, well, let's put these together.
And so they may very well be another 13 in this mix-up. That is exceptional.
Yeah.
And can really contribute in a significant way. So those types of athletes would certainly be given the opportunity to showcase their talent and what they can do. Yet another lull in the activity here, taking quite a while to get this one started. Usually, the junior events sped along really today.
Oh yes, juniors are what people call low maintenance. Obviously, these little children, these juniors, these on the 13, on the 15, they just come to run. They're not blocks to set up. They just want to get on the lane and go. So when you say come forward, they're eager to come forward. They're ready. They're just ready to go.
Yeah.
So they're in the set position now.
The final one for day 1.
Bringing the curtain down on day number 1. And a good start. Oh, look at Jeffrey Burke zone on the outside, lane number 6. Oh,
looking good so far.
I don't like that handover though.
Not the cleanness of hand,
no,
not
I don't like that
at all.
So that opened the door for Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone on the inside.
And they've taken over the lead. The Jennifer and Anthony Jones team. They're now heading into lane 1.
Yes.
The second half of the 200-meter part of this race. Then we'll hand off to the 300-meter runners.
So we have Jennifer and Anthony in A team in 1, and Jennifer and Anthony in 3rd, and the Jeffrey Burke zone in A team in 2nd, and Jeffrey Burke running back at them though. This is a big run, and can he maintain it? This is a brave run from this youngster.
Is it fortune favors the brave?
And I see who's anchoring for the Jennifer Anthony Jones A team. No, Jeffrey Burke it is. B team, A team. That is Aiden Moore. Aiden Moore. You've got to watch this youngster. You have to watch this youngster, Ian. Aiden Moore, he's no slouch by any means, and he's now into school, secondary school, so we're looking to see him, but he is one to watch for the future.
Has a lot of work to do, though.
No, he's running nicely, and he can maintain.
Perry, I'm going to take your word for it.
I've seen him run some serious times already. It comes down to the day. Okay, let's see what he can do in this one. But he's holding on. He's doing well. He didn't let them get away from him. So it comes down to the finish. Who has a bigger kick? Who has a bigger kick?
Let's see.
Who has
my
a bigger
goodness,
kick?
this is going to be good.
Tell you.
This is going to be good.
Who has a bigger kick? Determination. Oh, what a finish.
I know that
give that
lad.
Aiden Moore.
I know that lad.
Give that boy a round of applause.
Oh my goodness, what a run by Moore.
Matthew Moore, you have to give this boy something special. He is one to watch for the future. A lad of very few words, lots of action. He is one to watch for the future for sure. I keep saying that about him. From the first time I saw him run as an under 7, I said this boy is one to watch in the future.
Very good effort. Very good effort there. Let's see if he was indeed able to get his team home. Aiden Moore, very good run indeed.
Remember the name, ladies and gentlemen, Aiden Moore. That was it. We bring the house down. That was a final event. And what a way to end day number 1, Ian.
So it looks like the Jeffrey Burke zone. So the team from the Jeffrey Burke zone, I believe they came out on top.
Yes, they did. The Jeffrey Burke A team. So we are going to take a short break, and then we're going to come back with the final points tally and any closing remarks. So you guys stay tuned. Thanks for being with us for the whole day. You'll be wonderful. And we are looking forward to seeing you at the end when we come back to wrap it all up right here for the Powerade-Dasani BSSAC 2022.
About the big Berger Easter discount?
The one with 17.5% off Berger 303, 404, Everglow, Royale, and Weatherproof 2. The offer is valid until April 30th at all 3 Color Shop locations and participating hardware stores while stocks last.
Quality, performance, and value all in one can. I am ready to paint.
Berger Paint for lasting beauty and protection.
Now that your age is not everything, now that your kids call you for advice, now that you can achieve anything you set your mind to, why stop? Nourish your strength and energy with Ensure. Ensure provides protein, antioxidants, key vitamins and minerals to support your immune system. Now that it's your moment to enjoy your vitality, why stop? Your life, your health, your Ensure.
Cash flow. Ching, ching, ching. First thing me do when me get up, me look for cash down. Even if I not one. The energy me have for the money, me have to prosper. I have big money energy. Bonus long, money, money. Big money energy. Bonus long, money, money. I have cash on my mind every day now. And money from the bank that feel lay down. Me hustle.
Sun Power hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. The fastest installation in the industry. We are proud of our reliability. Well inspect and service any brands. Not committed, dedicated, over 40 years working in this land. Sun Power hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. Get your Sun Power.
Get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Before thing gets COVID-19. For both, get
from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Task Force for Global Health.
No, Daddy no lie. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. Me want your bubble for me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Me don't want your whole bar. Body full of melanin, pretty little dark skin. Girl, me want you know that. I got my eyes on you. See your papa got the check them ties on you. You wine good. I love you. You all like a talking thing and a feel me girl. Action start when you see me girl. Roll up your waist and your mini skirt. Rihanna, yeah, just so you give me work. But when you turn back, pain on my head.
My name is Troy Brown. I build houses for a living, do contracted work. Elite Investments Inc. We've been doing work from 2004. We build a lot of projects, hotels, residential houses, commercial works, pools, anything in construction. Yeah, we cover it. I've been working with SunPower for the last 10 years. We use them in commercial buildings, residential homes, and small private residence. Quality is great, it's outstanding. For anybody that requesting a solar water heater, I think SunPower is the way to go because I use it personally when outside is overcast to get the hot water for a long period of time. SunPower system is the way to go.
From the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Task Force for Global Health.
We are back live here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex for the end of day one of BSSAC 2022, Ian.
A very good day of competition, Perry.
Yes, so we're going to look at the scores first, and then we're going to get your thoughts on today, and then we're going to just wrap up, okay?
Absolutely.
So let's look at the scores in the females.
So in third place, we had the team from the Jeffrey Burke zone amassing some 177 points on this first day of competition. In second, the Peter Vaughan zone, 193. And in first, the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone. They have amassed 290 points. That's a significant lead going into the final day of competition.
That's 97 points. So they lost 3 points off the lead because earlier they were leading by 100 points in that category. Here with the male scores, in third, the Jeffrey Burke zone
Again, 179.5 points, so in the 170 range is still consistent there. And second, Peter Von Zone, 196, that 190 range again. And leading in the males with 292.5 points. The Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone, again, they've gone past 290 plus, so they're really dominant and consistent, and they would have lost a little ground as well. Tomorrow is going to be an interesting day, Ian.
Absolutely.
And our viewers need to understand that as well. These athletes are going to be coming back to do battle again in different events. They have some other field events. We haven't seen the juniors in their field events, and we know how eager those youngsters are to represent the zones and just compete. So it's still going to be interesting. I'm not saying that the Jennifer and Anthony Jones zone can't win both male and female, but I'm anticipating and predicting a clear closure in the points.
Yeah, we have to see what the under 13s and under 15s look like. Remember, we haven't seen them in their 400 meters. We haven't seen them in the 100. We only saw them really in terms of the 200s. So tomorrow we'll get the opportunity to see them and see how things are shaping up.
And they can make a significant relays as well.
Yes.
Right. So those unknown, those X factors as we call them, those unknowns on the 13s, on the 15s. That's a battle on itself, and they deserve all the credit and all the limelight that we can put on them.
I also understand that we won't have any distance hurdles, so for those persons who may have been looking forward to seeing maybe like the 400-meter hurdle event, that's not going to be happening. So bear that in mind tomorrow.
Yeah, so remember, this is something new. This is not BSSAC as a zonal meet, inter-zonal, not inter-school. So the schools have put aside their rivalries and come together as one unit, one team to do battle against the others. And so far, I give two thumbs up to the organizers for putting this together, because without this, there would be nothing. And this is not
the organizers, Perry, but we also have to remember the sponsors.
Yes, we must remember
Powerade-Dasani, ICBL, Chefette and Frosties, Barbados National Oil Company Limited, Signia Globe Financial, City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Armstrong Agencies, Cooperative General Insurance Company Limited, Wabisco, Infinity on the Beach, Laboratory and Sports, BSL Athletics, Made It Against the Odds Foundation, Premium Security Services, Sani Services, and of course Insure. So thanks to all the parties, the organizers, the sponsors, everybody that would have played their role in making today happen.
Yes, we hope you had fun. We had fun bringing this to you. We hope you had fun viewing it. We are going to be back tomorrow for the final day of BSSAC 2022. Looking forward to seeing you there as well. Tell a friend, share the link. We are starting at 10 a.m. Be here sharp. Tell a friend, share the link. Let's get more viewership going on, and let's have some fun enjoying seeing our youngsters back on track for BSSAC 2022. I am Perry Barnett.
I'm Ian Webster.
And we're saying so long until
tomorrow.
The one with 17.5% off Berger 303, 404, Everglow, Royale, and Weatherproof 2. The offer is valid until April 30th at all 3 Color Shop locations and participating hardware stores while stocks last.
Quality, performance, and value all in one can. I am ready to paint.
Berger Paint for lasting beauty and protection.
Now that your age is not everything, now that your kids call you for advice, now that you can achieve anything you set your mind to, why stop? Nourish your strength and energy with Ensure. Ensure provides protein, antioxidants, key vitamins and minerals to support your immune system. Now that it's your moment to enjoy your vitality, why stop? Your life, your health, your Ensure.
Cash flow. Ching, ching, ching. First thing me do when me get up, me look for cash down. Even if I not one. The energy me have for the money me have to prosper. I have big money energy. Born hustler, money, money. Big money energy. Born hustler, money, money. I have cash on my mind every day now. And money from the bank that feel lay down. Me hustle.
Sun power, hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. The fastest installation in the industry. We are proud of our reliability. Will inspect and service any brands. Not committed, dedicated, over 40 years working in this land. At Sun Power, hot water system, designed by engineers and built by craftsmen. It's just Sun Power.
Get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Before things get COVID-19. So go ahead, get your vaccine. Listen, in Barbados we blessed. Not other countries that got no access. No, to the resources we acquire. So we should let them expire. You might get headache or cold sweats or fever or dizziness. These side effects temporary. Your body fighting ain't necessary. You running from a lane, need a stick. You running from a lane, need a stick. It can be easy on a ventilator. COVID-19 ain't come to play ya. So get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Business we need wider coverage. So let me push up this percentage. Understand? Get your first dose, take the second. Get your first dose, take the second. Before things get COVID-19. So go there, get your vaccine. Yeah.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Task Force for Global Health.
No, Daddy no lie. No, 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 no. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, no, no. Yeah, 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 yeah. No. Me want your bubble for me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Me don't want your whole bag. Body full of melanin, pretty little dark skin. Girl, me want you know that. I got my eyes on you. See your papa got the check them ties on you. You wine good. I love you. I love you. You are like a talking thing and a feel me girl. Action start when you see me girl. Roll up your waist and your mini skirt. Rihanna, I idol, so you give me word. But when you turn back, we ain't on my head.
My name is Troy Brown. I build houses for a living and do contracted work. Elite Investments Inc. We've been doing work from 2004. We build a lot of projects, hotels, residential houses, commercial work, schools, anything in construction. Yeah, we cover it. I do work here with Sunpo for the last 10 years. We use them in commercial buildings, residential homes, and small private residence. Quality is great, it's outstanding. For anybody that requesting a solar water heater, I think Sunpo is the way to go because I use it personally when outside is overcast to get the hot water for a long period of time. Sunpower system is the way to go.